Chapter 301, Quidditch Team. The four of them ate lunch in the auditorium and discussed Hagrid's magical biology lesson in the afternoon. Harry was a little worried that Hagrid would mess up the course, and he had this hunch when he bought the Monster Book of Monsters in the bookstore. Several people are discussing to be more active in Hagrid's class so as not to embarrass Hagrid too much. Harry suddenly remembered something, turned his head and said, "By the way, Yvonne, Wood asked me to inform you that this Friday evening we are going to have our first Quidditch training of the school year." Ivan's fiddling with the knife and fork stopped, but quickly and slowly tore off a large piece of steak, and replied casually, "I don't plan to participate in this training. I'm going to quit the Quidditch team this year. You can tell Wood for me when that happens." "What? Yvonne, you want to quit the Quidditch team?" Harry exclaimed in surprise. He couldn't believe his ears. Harry's voice attracted the attention of the little wizards at the Gryffindor long table. George, who was chewing on chicken legs not far away, was surprised and couldn't help but lean forward. "Why? Yvonne? Our Gryffindor team can't do without you, and we are still looking forward to winning this year's Quidditch trophy." Harry and Ron also nodded, and they didn't want to see Yvonne withdraw from the Quidditch team. "I need to take too many courses this school year, I really can't spare the time," Yvonne said helplessly. Although there is such a thing as a time converter, previous experience clearly tells Yvonne that if this thing is abused, it is likely to die because of exhaustion of energy. This is also the reason why he and Hermione made the schedule. Given this, Yvonne certainly wouldn't spread his little energy on Quidditch. After all, the same achievement is unlikely to get a second time, and the grade points for getting the Quidditch trophy are not as fast as the usual class. George and others were unwilling to persuade them for a while, but Yvonne was very determined. "The Gryffindor team is already full. It doesn't matter if I retire or not. Besides, with Harry, the best seeker, the Gryffindor team can win as well," Yvonne rebuffed. "Yvonne has had enough things to do lately, don't bother him with Quidditch." Hermione also stared at them and said with help. Harry and others had to give up. It didn't take long for Wood to get the news, and he hurried over. With a straight face, he wanted to forcefully persuade Yvonne to participate in Friday's training camp. But before that, Yvonne took out his timetable for this year and handed it to Wood. After the latter saw it, he was speechless for a long time, almost thinking whether he had read it wrong. Wood didn't believe it until Yvonne said he could ask Professor McGonagall to confirm, and Hermione also took out his class schedule. Yvonne was already busy enough to take several classes at the same time, so naturally he didn't have the face to let Yvonne come to play Quidditch anymore, and finally had to pat Yvonne pity on the shoulder and walked away. After solving a troublesome thing, Yvonne also slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that Wood would reluctantly force him to participate in this year's Quidditch, and that would be more troublesome. After lunch, a few people took their books and walked out of the castle, preparing for the first lesson of protecting magical animals. Due to the interference of the Dementors before, the sky above Hogwarts always looked gloomy, but today is a rare weather, and the dense clouds have dispersed. Halfway through, Harry and Ron complained about the noisy monster book in their hands. Even though they had tied the book tightly with a rope, they couldn't keep them quiet all the time. Hermione had long used magic tape to seal the big mouth of the monster book that would bite people, and then wrapped it in a cloth and hugged it on her chest, but the book was still irritable and wanted to break free from her embrace. "Yvonne, why is your book so obedient?" Hermione looked at Yvonne a little puzzled. He also held the same book in his hand, but stayed quietly in his hand. "As long as you know how to deal with their weaknesses, they will be obedient by touching the spine of the book." Yvonne looked at Hermione and others who were in a hurry and explained. Hermione did it again, suspiciously, and stroked her finger down the back of the book. The irritable monster book trembled abruptly, and the fuss stopped immediately. "It's great, really useful." Ron also gave it a half-hearted try, and then said in surprise, even if he opened the book didn't mean to bite him. "Yvonne, how did you know this method?" Ron asked curiously. He bet that even the salespeople at Lyhan bookstore didn't know this method. Because when he and Harry claimed to buy 2 monster books, the clerk there almost cried. It is said that some people were bitten when they bought the goods. Someone has solidified magic such as item activation on this book. As long as you find the node with the weakest magic power, you can temporarily interrupt the effect of this magic. Yvonne said aloud. Since the 2 blood fusions, Ivan's perception ability is much sharper than before, and his alchemy level is very high, so it is easy to see the production principle of this monster book. Obviously the creator of this book is also very funny. "Really, I don't know which would use this method to make magic books," Ron said cursingly. While chatting like this, Yvonne and the others quickly saw Hagrid's cabin, which was rare and very lively. About 40 or 50 people came. It seemed that this kind of extracurricular courses was still very popular. It's just that the students of Slytherin are also here. Harry even saw Malfoy, which made his good mood a bit bad. The tall Hagrid stood upright at the door of the hut. He was wearing that moleskin coat and counted the heads with excitement. When everyone was there, he waved his hand to the little wizards. Go to the Forbidden Forest. The little wizards were a little worried and a little expectant, because Dumbledore emphasized the danger of the Forbidden Forest every school year. The big hound sticked his tongue out and followed them all the way. Fortunately, Hagrid still knew it in his heart. He didn't really take them on a day trip to the Forbidden Forest. Instead, he walked forward around the edge of the forest. A few minutes later, he came to the outside of a small paddock. Everyone get together a little bit. Hagrid's loud voice shook the little wizards nearby to poke their ears. After seeing everyone getting closer, Hagrid yelled again. Yes, that's it. First you need to open your textbook to show me who of you has subdued these little cuties. Chapter 302, a book that even bites me when I get crazy. Hagrid glanced around the crowd, and was disappointed to see that most of them had the books tightly. Cute? You mean this book that is so crazy that you even bite yourself? Malfoy said sarcastically, then said mockingly. If my dad knew, he would be surprised that the new professor at Hogwarts would let us buy such dangerous books. I never knew that even such things could be used as textbooks. Gosh, what if we accidentally broke our arms by it? You must think it's so cute, right? Malfoy said loudly. Hagrid seemed a little at a loss, he couldn't say anything. Isn't the way they bite their hands cute enough? Malfoy was about to say 2 more words, but was interrupted by a sudden sound. Your father can't teach all of you, Malfoy. Yvonne walked out of the crowd, holding the biting book in his hand, but to everyone's expectation, the book was not bound but stayed quietly in his hand. If you are smart enough, you can figure out a little bit about the Book of Monsters since it is a book for teaching magic, naturally there will be a way to comfort it. I think this should be the one left by Professor Hagrid. Isn't it a small test? Hagrid wants to see us find a way to appease him with our own ingenuity. I think this must be a rare experience in life. Yvonne looked at the little wizards around and talked freely. Experience? Do you mean being bit off by this book? Malfoy smiled disdainfully. I don't think it's that cruel, Yvonne shook his head. Although the Book of Monsters looks terrifying, it is only a book after all, and it is a little bit shattered at most. Thinking of this, Yvonne looked around the crowd and asked. Who among you spent some time studying how to appease this book, or to check the information on some magic books, instead of just putting it in the corner and accumulating dust after you bought it? Under Ivan's gaze, all the little wizards shook their heads. Hermione was even more upset. She was so busy this semester that she didn't have time to search for relevant information. Why are we going to study how to appease this book? It's totally meaningless. Malfoy said loudly. Yvonne ignored him at all, but continued to speak to the little wizards. What I want to warn you is that many advanced magic book producers in the magic world will set some small magic on the book to detect whether the viewer meets the requirements of reading the book, and if you can't crack the magic, then you will be destined to not see the contents of the book. I believe if any one of you has ever borrowed some advanced books in the restricted book zone, you should be able to understand this. Yvonne added. Some of the little wizards in Slytherin nodded after hearing Ivan's words. This is most likely to happen in books related to black magic. Yvonne also remembered the cutting-edge black magic that impressed him when he was in the 1st grade. The black misty face and the screams that hit the soul in the book seemed to prevent some little wizards with insufficient level from watching. If he is now, he can crack that magic easily. The creator of this book may be in this kind of thinking, and made the book look like this. You must know that many magical creatures are quite dangerous. You need a calm mind and enough patience to appease those fierce ones. Creatures, get along well with them. Yvonne finally concluded. Bang bang bang. After a brief silence, there was a burst of applause on the court. Most of the little wizards were surprised by Ivan's speech and thanked Yvonne for teaching them a valuable lesson. Was it so? Hagrid nodded uncontrollably. Yvonne turned his head and looked at Malfoy pityingly. You can't count on your dad to help you do these things every time. I thought you've grown up, Malfoy. Malfoy's face flushed red, he drew out his wand and wanted to fight Yvonne, but after thinking about the power gap between the two sides, he was aggrieved to dispel the idea. Professor Hagrid, I should have clearly conveyed what you wanted to express, didn't you? Yvonne ignored him, turned his head to look at Hagrid, and said. Ah. That's right. That's right. That's what I thought. Hagrid was stunned at first, and then quickly reacted. He slapped his callous palm with a muffled sound, and he shouted Tau. I want to add 50 points to your wonderful speech. Immediately, Hagrid turned his head to look at Harry and the others, and continued. Of course, there are also Harry, Ron, and Hermione. You have already mastered the techniques of appeasing the monster book before class, and each of you 3 will add 10 points. Harry and Ron were very happy. It was great to have a good professor. They thought someone could finally balance Snape's random deductions. Hermione couldn't be happy, after all, Yvonne taught them the way to appease the monster book, and she felt that such extra points would be unfair to other colleges. After helping Hagrid to clear the siege, Yvonne did not continue to stand in the middle and returned to his original position. Hagrid was showing other little wizards how to appease the monster book. With the explanation given by Yvonne just now, most people listened very seriously, and Hagrid had a good sense of being a professor. Yvonne, we almost thought you were the professor. Harry couldn't help but joked after seeing Yvonne coming over. Yeah, what you said is really great. Hermione was also surprised. I didn't know that the magic attached to the magic book could actually perform this kind of effect. Of course you don't know, I was just talking nonsense just now. Yvonne shrugged, thinking silently in his heart. However, he has seen similar conclusions in a book, and indeed there are some smart wizards who will set similar tests, and more of them are the evil tastes of the producers. For example, the Invisible Book of Invisibility in the Lyhan bookstore. The author of that book is Real Pie. I actually have to use the anti-curse to read it, otherwise the entire book will be transparent and invisible, and most of the wizards who read this book have not even mastered the phantom spell, otherwise they would not buy this book, let alone the corresponding the anti-curse. Therefore, the sales volume of this book in Lyhan bookstore is extremely poor, and it has been kept in the corner without anyone interested in it, so that even the owner there forgot where to put the book. When I was reading a book in Lyhan bookstore, Yifun accidentally kicked on an invisible book, and then curiously figured out how to read the book. Chapter 303, Eagle Head Horse Body Winged Beast. While Yvonne and the others were whispering, Hagrid excitedly guided the little wizards to master the method of opening the monster book. Even Malfoy, with a disgusting expression on his face, opened the Book of Success, because Hagrid said in great detail, if he didn't follow it, others would only think he had a problem with his IQ. Seeing this, Hagrid nodded in satisfaction, and a loud voice rang in everyone's ears. Okay, now the formal class begins. You guys stay here for me first, I will go and bring the magical creatures here, I believe you will love these little cute ones. After speaking, Hagrid strode into the Forbidden Forest, and Hound Fang was left by Hagrid to take care of their safety. I don't know what the big stupid guy will bring over. Malfoy curled his lips in dissatisfaction, then looked at Harry again. I guess Potter must be looking forward to not being a Dementor, he will be terrified. Malfoy. Harry was so angry that he wanted to rush to argue with Malfoy, but was held back by Hermione and Ron. This was Hagrid's first class, and it would be better for them not to have a violent conflict with Malfoy. After a while, Hagrid led a dozen animals toward them. These creatures are tall and strong, but they look weird. They have the head and wings of an eagle, but their body is no different from a horse, just like a monster made up of two creatures. But in front of the taller and mightier Hagrid, these eagle-headed horse-winged beasts looked particularly helpless, and leather collars were hung on their necks, and they were tied together with chains. Hurry up, hurry up. Hagrid gripped one end of the chain tightly with his thick palm, while shaking the chain, urging the monsters to walk towards the fence where the classmates stood. A group of little wizards stepped back together, looking at these eagle-headed monsters in horror. Yvonne also sighed in his heart that Hagrid was so courageous that he dared to bring such dangerous creatures in the first class to teach them, these little wizards who were not in the third grade. The most important thing is that these eagle-headed horse-winged beasts seem to have not been specially domesticated. From their rebellious orange eyes, it can be seen that they are all wild. But Yvonne shook his head again, thinking about the monsters that Hagrid had raised. Perhaps for Hagrid, the eagle-headed horse-body-winged beast was already a safe baby. At least Hagrid didn't bring a three-headed dog in the first class to show everyone to the world. Look. They are beautiful, aren't they? Hagrid tied the dozen or so eagle-headed horse-winged beasts to the fence, and then turned his head to look at the crowd. I guess you must have never seen such creatures before. They are eagle-headed horse-body-winged beasts. If you want to see more clearly, you can get closer. Hagrid said happily, and he promised with a pat on his chest as he looked at the feared crowd. You can rest assured that eagle-headed horse-winged beasts generally don't hurt people. I mean, if you don't lose your temper, so don't anger it. Hearing what Hagrid said, the students were even more reluctant to approach. They originally thought that these eagle-headed horse-winged beasts were just looking at horror, but they did not expect that they might actually hurt people. Well, then who wants to come first? Huglapasta eagle-headed horse-winged beast called Buckbeak, and said enthusiastically. However, no one was willing to move, and when the game was about to be called, Harry mustered the courage to take the initiative to free Hagrid. Yvonne is not very interested in these big guys, because the eagle-headed horse-winged beast is not dangerous enough in his opinion, and has no specialties. In the Ministry of Magic's danger rating, it only has XXX, compared with the basilisk, and the fire dragon is not a star or a half away, so this creature is not on the list of fusions he expected. But for Harry, facing such a weird-looking big guy is not an easy task. He followed Hagrid's instructions to look at the eagle-headed horse-winged beast, and acquire each other step by step. Trust. In the end, Harry dared to stroke its head lightly under Hagrid's repeated urging, and rode it around in the sky. Harry's success undoubtedly inspired the other little wizards, and Hagrid saw that everyone was already interested, so he pulled a few eagle-headed horse-winged beasts over. Soon, in the entire paddock, some daring students also learned what Harry had just done, and carefully approached these weird-looking beasts. Yvonne and Hermione picked a red-brown eagle-headed horse-winged beast. It looked particularly beautiful, with its head raised high, and its red-brown hair gleaming in the sunlight. Yvonne took a few steps forward, and was about to look at each other and bow according to the steps. Unexpectedly, before he could move, the eagle-headed horse-winged beast leaned forward on its own initiative. Hermione was taken aback, thinking that the other party was going to attack them, but then found that the eagle-headed horse and the winged beast was approaching. Instead, it touched Yvonne intimately. It was also very unexpected, and Yvonne. He is ready to counterattack. The protection ring is already in a semi-activated state, and only needs to resist for a moment. He can use the Shenfeng Shadowless Curse to cut off this guy's head. But doing so may cause a chain reaction, but fortunately, things are not so bad. Looking at the big head close at hand, Yvonne thought, stretched out his hand and stroked the opponent's reddish-brown hair. The eagle-headed horse-winged beast lazily closed its eyes, revealing a look of enjoyment. Hermione also curiously tried to get closer, learning Ivan's movements, reaching out to pet the eagle-headed horse-winged beast, but the latter opened his eyes and stared at her with orange eyes, and there was a burst of sharpness in her mouth. Scream! Hermione was a little dissatisfied with the different treatment of this big red-brown guy, but she had no choice but to look at Yvonne and ask aloud. It seems to like you very much. Yvonne, how did you do it? How do I know? Yvonne shook his head. He suspected that it might be because the affinity talent of unicorn blood was still working. He thought it was gone after the snake blood was fused. By the way, Malfoy. Yvonne vaguely remembered that Malfoy had angered a eagle-headed horse-winged beast in this class and suffered a serious injury. Something happened later and wanted to execute the monster that hurt him. Yvonne, who didn't want anything beyond his control in the near future, turned his head and looked towards Malfoy. Chapter 304, Consult. Not far away, Malfoy also noticed that Yvonne had easily tamed a eagle-headed horse-winged beast. He turned his head and looked at Buckbeak with an arrogant expression with an unhappy expression. Malfoy stepped forward immediately and wanted to stroke Buckbeak's feathers directly. Malfoy, you haven't bowed yet. Gore and Clark hurriedly reminded them next to them. Who said you must bow? Malfoy curled his lips in disdain. He just saw that Yvonne had not bowed at all and was recognized by the eagle-headed horse-winged beast. He felt that he could not be worse than Yvonne. Buckbeak grabbed his paws nervously, but Malfoy didn't even notice. Although there was some fear in his heart, for the sake of face, Malfoy bit his head and slowly approached Buckbeak. Buckbeak was soothed by Harry for a while. Although he was very dissatisfied with Malfoy's aggressive behavior, it did not happen immediately. It doesn't seem to be difficult. Malfoy saw that Buckbeak hadn't done any extreme behavior, and he was slowly relieved, but on the surface he looked calm, even turned his head and said to his two followers. Look, it's easy to make it surrender, right? I won't bow to an ugly beast like Potter. Gore and Clark didn't reply, they looked horrified, and trembled back a few steps. Malfoy realized that it was wrong. Turning his head, he saw Buckbeak's orange, angry eyes staring straight at him, his forelimbs raised high, his sharp claws shining coldly in the air. Swipe down at him. Malfoy below only felt a chill rushing all over his body, and there was a harsh scream in his mouth. Hagrid, who was demonstrating to a little wizard, heard the sound, and rushed forward to grab Buckbeak's chain, but it was too late. Just as Malfoy felt that he might be killed here, a red light that flew from nowhere hit him. Malfoy's body was like a kite with a broken wire. He was knocked out, rolled and hit the ground, falling into mud. At the same time, he was lucky to escape Buckbeak's claws. Be honest with me, Buckbeak. Hagrid had already bound Buckbeak with his brute force at this time, forcibly controlling the angry eagle-headed horse-winged beast, and tied it to the fence. Then Hagrid ran to Malfoy to check, and he was relieved to see that he was not injured. It almost killed me. That beast, it wants my life. Malfoy got up from the ground, still a little frightened, he yelled in anger. Hagrid seemed a little overwhelmed. He didn't expect to encounter such a bad thing in his first class. Enough, Malfoy. We've all seen it, you didn't bow as Hagrid said, or Buckbeak wouldn't attack you. Harry couldn't help but yelled. I would have been killed by that monster if it hadn't been for the curse to save me. Malfoy yelled loudly, stroking his neck, then he turned his head to look at Gore and Clark. You did a great job, who saved me just now. From Malfoy's point of view, they are the only ones who will save themselves. Although his two followers are a bit stupid, they are still useful in critical situations. However, Gore and Clark shook their heads quickly, indicating that they had done nothing. Malfoy was at a loss. If it weren't for them, who else would it be? It was Yvonne, Malfoy, who saved you. Ron said with a sneer. It's impossible. Malfoy's face suddenly turned blue and red, and he couldn't help shouting. He looked at other people, and many little wizards nodded. They also saw Yvonne draw out his wand to cast a spell. Malfoy turned his gaze to Ivan's side, flushed, and tried to say something several times, but he never said it. What made Malfoy most uncomfortable was that Ivan didn't even glance here, nor stepped forward to mock him. It looked like he had done a trivial thing casually. Due to Malfoy's attack, the entire lesson on the protection of magical animals was forced to end hastily. After class, Ivan and others returned to the castle together. You shouldn't have saved Malfoy. He didn't even have a word of thanks. Ron mumbled dissatisfiedly on the way, feeling worthless for Ivan's behavior. Harry also nodded, agreeing with Ron's point of view. Or Ivan would watch Malfoy being eaten by Buckbeak. Then Hagrid might be caught in Azkaban. Hermione retorted. That's right. The two of them only thought of this, and they stopped talking angrily. Ivan didn't care at all. He saved Malfoy just hoping that the other party would be a little safer this school year, so that Buckbeak would not be executed. Hagrid was heartbroken and involved him again, consuming his time. Facts proved that Ivan's strategy was still very effective, and Malfoy walked around them for a while, and didn't even mention the Dementors. This made Harry's mood much better, but such a good mood only lasted until the next day's potions class, and was completely destroyed by Snape's various deductions. Miss Granger, I'll say it one last time. Longbottom must complete the configuration of the reduction potion by himself, because Gryffindor has been deducted 5 points for your behavior. Potter. You must think Mr. Longbottom's ugliness is very interesting, right? Gryffindor deducts another 5 points. And Mr. Longbottom. If you can't finish the configuration of the shrinking potion by yourself before get out of class is over, I will deduct 10 points for Gryffindor. Throughout the potions class, Snape kept walking around a few people, and most of the points Hagrid added yesterday were deducted by him. Harry and Ron were so angry that they thought Snape must be deliberate. After class, Ivan didn't use the time converter to go back to the next class a few hours ago as usual, but blocked Snape, who was about to leave. Professor Snape. I have a few questions about potions and I want to ask you. I thought I was clear enough in class. Snape stopped, looking a little impatient. Ivan didn't care about Snape's attitude, but asked aloud. That's not a problem in the book, Professor. I want to know what happens if the person taking a continuous potion suddenly dies while the potion is maintained. Chapter 305, Answering students' questions is the responsibility of the professor. What are you asking about this? Snape squinted. I was studying how to improve a potion recently, and I suddenly thought of this question, so I was more curious. Ivan hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. It seems that our amazing Mr. Halls thinks that his current level of potions has reached the point where he has surpassed those potion masters. There was a sarcasm on Snape's face. Ivan frowned, but he didn't mean to be angry. I have always felt that many of the current potion formulas were developed in the last century or longer, and there is still a lot of room for improvement in efficacy. And if you don't try, how can you know that you won't succeed? I think those potions masters might have the same idea when I was my age. Ivan looked at him seriously. Snape's expression was a little moved, watching Ivan remain silent for a while, and then he said abruptly. No one will think about such stupid questions. Potions are not for dead people. Ivan did not give up but continued. Then what should I do if I want to improve the stability of a potion? I think adding black stone powder might have some effect, otherwise, how about valerian? I mean potions like compound decoctions. Ivan tried to talk about several improvements that he had figured out. If you are going to improve a poison, black stone powder is a good choice. Snape left a cold sentence, then crossed Ivan and walked towards his office. Ivan touched his chin and muttered to himself. That means adding black stone powder will turn into poison, but maybe valerian can do it. Thinking of this, Ivan once again caught up with Snape in front of him. Professor, among the materials that make up the compound decoction, are there any materials that conflict with valerian? Which ones are related to the stability of the potion? You should think about these questions for yourself instead of asking me. If you harass me like this, I will have to deduct 10 points for Gryffindor. It is the duty of the professor to answer students' questions, Professor Snape. If I remember correctly, it was a textbook problem. After harassing inquiries, Yifun finally understood most of the problems that could not be solved by searching information. He already had a general idea about the final improvement plan of the compound decoction. The rest is to make it out and look for it. Let's experiment with a little mouse. While thinking about the plan in his mind, Ivan walked towards the potions classroom, where Hermione, who was holding the next class book, was still waiting there. Ivan, did you go to Professor Snape just now? Hermione guessed suddenly, and she saw Ivan chasing Snape right after class. Well, I asked him some questions about potions. Ivan nodded, and at the same time felt that Snape's level of potions was much higher than him. It seems that when Snape's potion level is converted into a level, I am afraid it is not the 6th level he expected, but the 7th. Ivan didn't talk much about this issue, but urged Hermione to use the time converter as soon as possible. He wanted to finish the class quickly and then experiment to see if his improvement plan worked. So in the next Muggle research class, Ivan seemed a little absent-minded. Except for the first time he stood up to answer questions and brush his grade points, the rest of the time was spent on a piece of parchment, wondering if he had it. Omissions. Hermione watched silently, occasionally discussing the medicinal properties of several potion materials with Ivan in a low voice. Ivan has also taken Hermione admiringly over the past few days. The little witch is a living encyclopedia. As long as it is a regular question, Hermione can basically answer it, which greatly saves him the time to search for information. However, Hermione could not provide much help on some key issues of the improvement plan. The only book she had ever read about potions improvement was the book Advanced Potions Making left by the Half-Blood Prince. By the way, Ivan, do you know who that Half-Blood Prince is? Hermione asked curiously. When she flipped through the book, she had a very bad impression of the Half-Blood Prince, because the book was full of scribble marks, which was a bit unacceptable to Hermione who cherished the book. Not to mention that the Half-Blood Prince arrogantly modified the contents of the potion making in the book and refuted some theories in the book. However, in view of her trust in Ivan, Hermione tried it personally, only to find that using the method taught by the Half-Blood Prince to brew the potion, the effect was actually improved compared to the original one. This made Hermione curious about the Half-Blood Prince. If you think about it, you should be able to guess it. Ivan said with a glance at Hermione. Hermione frowned and pondered for a while. Since Ivan said that, it proved that the Half-Blood Prince was probably someone she knew and had extraordinary achievements in potions. In her impression, there are only two people who meet the conditions. One is Ivan himself, but judging from the age of the advanced potions making, it shouldn't be possible, and the other is. You mean Snape? He is the Half-Blood Prince. Hermione was surprised, the beautiful brown-eyed boss. Yes. Ivan nodded, knowing that Hermione was smart enough to guess it. So don't use the spells you learned from it, or Snape will trouble you. Hermione stuck out her tongue. Even if Ivan didn't say anything, she wouldn't dare to use it casually. The curse called Shenfeng Wuiying is too powerful. You can easily cut the wooden tables and chairs with a light wave of the wand, and you can see what it would look like when hitting a person. Result. It was the first time Hermione saw a spell with such a strong penetrating power. Then the little witch suddenly thought of something and asked with a weird look. So last school year you released the magic shadowless curse in Lockhart's office. At that time he wanted to use the forgetting curse on me, so I had to warn him a little bit. Ivan said afterwards. Hermione gave Ivan a blank look, which meant that Ivan had known Lockhart was a liar, but looked at her stupidly admiring Lockhart. Mr. Halls, and Miss Granger. If you have any whispers to say, I suggest that you choose it at the end of Get Out of Class. Just as Hermione was about to say something, Professor Kiriti Boobaji's voice came over on the stage. The little wizards all around also looked over. Ivan continued to write and draw on the parchment without changing his face. Hermione's face was a little red, and she turned her head and looked through the textbook honestly. Chapter 306, Shaban, I'm so difficult. After a day's course, I have been working on potions for most of the day. When I returned to the bedroom, Ivan was exhausted physically and mentally. Harry and Ron laid down the wizard flag leisurely in the dormitory. For the 13 or 4-year-old wizard, life is so carefree. Ivan looked at them with admiration, and then turned his gaze to the side, eating a multi-flavored bean. Shaban shuddered under Ivan's evil gaze. He hadn't forgotten the potion that Ivan had said before that he was going to experiment with him. No, this place can't be stayed anymore. He is leaving tonight. At midnight, in Gryffindor's bedroom, a grey-black mouse suddenly opened his eyes. After carefully scanning the surroundings and seeing that everyone was asleep, he was relieved in his heart. Then Baba slowly moved his short legs to climb down from Ron's bed, but he was so fat, it was very difficult to get off the bed, and he almost rolled all the way down. Finally, he climbed to the door of the dormitory. Peter looked at the high doorknob very embarrassedly. He was considering whether to change back to the original appearance. The little wizards in the dormitory should sleep soundly and would not wake up suddenly. Just taking this step, it means that he will be far away from the current life of eating and waiting for death every day. Peter suddenly felt that he was too difficult. These days, even being a rat is uneasy, there are always people thinking of embarrassing themselves. Peter glanced sullenly in the direction of Ivan's bed. Before meeting Ivan, he had been pretending to be a mouse for more than a decade. Had it not been for fear that killing Ivan would cause a lot of trouble at Hogwarts and expose himself, he would have done it a long time ago. A few thoughts flashed through Peter's mind, but Peter soon noticed that Ivan's bed seemed to be empty and the quilt looked shriveled. People? A chill rushed into Peter's heart, and a low voice rang behind him. Great, I was just thinking about how to get you out of Ron's quilt. Peter turned his head abruptly, but only saw a dazzling light of the spell, and then he noticed that his body had become very weak, as if he hadn't eaten for several days and nights, and he couldn't speak. Peter watched in horror as Ivan approached step by step, and then felt his tail being lifted up, and he could only wave his paw weakly. Click. Ivan opened the door of the dormitory and walked out of the dormitory with this grey-black mouse and walked towards the room on the 8th floor. Peter struggled for a while, and found that there was no effect at all. He had no choice but to give up the idea of struggling, and stayed obediently in Ivan's hands and looked around tremblingly, wondering if the little wizard in front of him was going to bring himself to it so late where to go. After walking back and forth 3 times in the wide corridor with many portraits on the 8th floor, Ivan muttered in his heart. I need a room for making potions. The next moment, a beautifully decorated door appeared out of thin air on the flat wall, and Ivan opened the door familiarly, and walked into the responsive house. Peter's eyes widened. Behind the door is a huge space, which looks a bit similar to the potions classroom. Every rectangular mahogany table is placed with a cauldron, and some potions are being boiled. Stop steam coming out of the crucible. When he was a student, he often explored this ancient castle with James and Lupin, looking for the hidden secrets in it. Peter thought he knew enough about this castle, but he didn't expect there to be such a magical place for them. Never found out. Ivan randomly threw Peter into a corner, ignored him, and went to check the potion brewing situation. Anyway, when he finally left, he would clean Peter's memory with an oblivion spell, making him forget all this. Peter didn't know that he had no secrets in front of Ivan. He still had a hint of luck. He felt that no one should be able to see through his animagus. It was nothing more than experimenting with potions as a white mouse. Peter comforted himself in his heart. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of things breaking in the silent room responsive to requests. Peter turned his head and looked over and found that one of the crucibles had burst open. The turbid juice spilled on the wooden table and burned a big hole like sulfuric acid, making a sizzling sound. Peter watched this scene and swallowed hard, tears were about to fall. He felt that he might not survive today. Sure enough, adding the black stone powder compound decoction will turn into a deadly poison. Ivan was not surprised when he looked at the crucible that suddenly burst. This verified what Snape had said to him before, except that these potions had been brewed a few days ago, and he had not had time to remove them. Ivan walked to each crucible, checked the potion's brewing situation, then filled the potions that had been brewed into the reagents in batches, and walked towards the grey-black mouse in the corner. Peter was taken aback. He tried to curl up, trying to reduce his sense of existence, but it obviously had no effect. Seeing Ivan get closer and closer, Peter was anxious and screamed, and his body suddenly convulsed violently. Finally, he suddenly lifted his legs, foaming in his mouth, as if he was seriously ill, tilted his head and fell to the ground. He felt that he was so miserable, and the little wizard in front of him would never abuse himself again. Peter's superb acting skills surprised Ivan. Of course he knew Peter's physical state. He ate and slept every day, and he ate when he slept. As a rat, he has been disease-free and pain-free for more than 10 years. Maybe he just happened to be sick now. Besides, even if you are really sick, it doesn't prevent you from drinking compound decoction, isn't it? Ivan took a few steps closer and stared at the grey-black mouse's head with his magic wand. The magic power penetrated in, and he seized the power that protects the spot around Scapel's head, and then increased the input of magic power again. Although Ivan will not lift Animagus Anti-Curse, he himself is Animagus, so he knows how to force Peter back to his original form. After a while, the grey-black mouse trembled again, more intense than before. Peter, who pretended to be dead on the ground, didn't want to live. What frightened Peter even more was that his body began to twist and deform, his hands and feet kept stretching out, and his head became bigger and bigger. This feeling Peter still vaguely remembers after more than 10 years. It means that his animagus has been relieved. Chapter 307, No Misfortune. Ivan stepped back a few steps and witnessed the grey-black mouse, which was only half the size of a palm, turning into a short and fat middle-aged man in front of him. Peter Pettigrew looked dirty and chubby. He was wearing a shabby black coat. His dark yellow hair was very sparse, and there was even a large piece missing on the top. The pointy nose and the watery mung-bean eyes can tell a bit of the characteristics of a mouse. He just curled up on the ground and wailed in pain. It was obvious that it was not so good to be forcibly lifted from Animagus. But compared to the physical pain, what made Pettigrew more terrified was that the little wizard in front of him actually knew the identity of his Animagus. How is this possible? Panic and incomprehensible emotions surged into my heart, and Peter Pettigrew consciously disguised himself as Flawless, and there was no possibility of being seen through by a little wizard. Unless Peter Pettigrew suddenly thinks of Sirius Black in flight, he is the only one who knows his identity. It seems likely that Black told Ivan of his identity and asked the little wizard to arrest him. Thinking of this, Peter Pettigrew's face suddenly changed. He knew very well that Black must hate him to his bones now. If Ivan handed him over to Sirius, he might be torn alive. Seeing Ivan approaching step by step, Peter Pettigrew moved his body towards the corner while racking his brains to think about how Ivan should let him go. Halls didn't expect us to meet in this situation. Peter's voice was very high-pitched, and he tried to whisper Ivan's name softly and continued. You may not know, your father and I are very good comrades in arms, we used to fight side by side together. You must have seen Sirius Black, right? I don't know what he said to you, but I can explain it to you. Peter trembled and spoke extremely fast, telling everything about the past more than 10 years ago. At that time, because of a fable, Harry's parents, Lily and James, hid in a house under the curse of courageous loyalty in order to avoid the Dark Lord from being pursued and killed. This spell is very peculiar and powerful. It can hide a place. Only the confidential person knows the specific location of this place. As long as he doesn't say it, Lily and James are absolutely safe. The secret person is Sirius Black. He betrayed Lily and James, told the Dark Lord of their hiding places, and wanted to kill me by the way. I managed to get away with it, by luck. Past him. I guess he told you that I was the secret person, right? But don't you forget that Blake is a liar, a murderer. He has already killed the Red Eye and has become a loyal running dog of the Dark Lord. You won't believe one murderer's words, right? Peter moved his body in tears, looking at Ivan with a hint of pleading and expectation in his eyes. He hoped that the little wizard in front of him could believe in himself. Oh, Ivan's expression was very calm, and he nodded, indicating that he already knew. Peter Pettigrew was stunned. He had anticipated how Ivan would react. Surprised, puzzled, or angry, distrustful. But what does this mean? Believe it or not. Peter was stunned for a while before he came back to his senses, and was about to open his mouth to explain, when he was interrupted by Ivan's words. I didn't come to you today to listen to the story. Don't be too nervous. I just want you to help me experiment with the newly improved potion. Ivan dangled the dark green potion in the test tube, looked at Peter eagerly, and spoke again. Come on, open your mouth, it's time to drink medicine. Peter was completely dumbfounded. The little wizard in front of him captured him and cracked his animagus, in order to test his new potion in the end? I'm afraid this person is not a lunatic. Taking advantage of Peter's momentary loss of consciousness, Ivan directly pinched his chin, forcibly opened Peter's mouth, and poured the modified version of the compound decoction directly. Guruloo. The green liquid poured directly into Peter's big mouth, and into his stomach with his throat. But Peter resisted fiercely, and nearly 1/3 of the potion was spilled aside, which made Ivan very dissatisfied. After filling all the potions, Ivan then let go of Peter. No, no. Peter let out a screaming scream, covering his throat. He was retching on the ground, trying to spit out the medicine he had drunk. However, this was obviously in vain. It didn't take long for Peter to feel that his body was deformed, his figure became shorter again, his fat belly shrank back, and his clothes became loose. After noticing the end of the physical changes, Peter looked down at his hands and noticed his sudden change in body shape. How could he still not guess that Ivan gave him a compound decoction? Peter was a little surprised. He thought the little wizard in front of him was developing some dangerous potion for himself to take. Ivan's voice also came over at this time. As long as you cooperate well, I can guarantee your safety. But if you don't cooperate, I will knock you out and throw you out of the castle. I happened to hear where a dog was wandering recently, Ivan said. Peter Pettigrew nodded in fear. He is now weak, and he does not have a magic wand in his hand. Facing the mysterious and powerful Ivan, he dared not resist at all. Then are you ready? Ivan said suddenly. What to prepare? Pettigrew Peter looked blank, and the next moment he saw the little wizard in front of him waving his wand at his own. Accompanied by a flash of light, a heart-wrenching sensation swept through his body. Peter felt a large piece of flesh on his left shoulder being torn off, and the painful wailing echoed in the responsive room. Ivan didn't waver at Peter's misery, he only cared about whether the modified version of the compound decoction would be affected, how stable was it, and how long it lasted. Therefore, Ivan only watched from one side and recorded the data. Only when he saw that Peter couldn't keep going, would he treat Peter intimately. Because Shenfeng Wuying's counter curse is very magical, it can not only restore the wounds cut by the invisible magic blade, but also allows the lost blood to flow back into the body. This makes the treatment very convenient, and Peter can stay active for a long time. In this way, the wailing in the responsive room continued for several hours. Until the sky was a little dark, Peter finally drank the last bottle of potion. After the effect of the potion disappeared, Peter curled up in the corner and hugged himself, his green eyes had lost the luster. He looked at Ivan in fear. This is simply the devil. Chapter 308, Ivan, I am not a devil either. Peter's heart became more and more convinced that the little wizard in front of him wanted to torture himself. Otherwise, why would he be wounded with a curse, healed him, and the cycle repeated? Does this make any sense? Peter's anger filled his heart, but after seeing Ivan coming over, his anger was instantly extinguished, and he turned into fear. Ivan did not continue to torture him as Peter expected, looked at the parchment in his hand, and said to him. Okay, Come here today. You become a mouse, I will send you back later. Hearing these words, Peter's tears were about to fall, and it was finally over. What surprised Peter even more was that Ivan was not planning to kill him, but was planning to send him back to Ron. A hint of gratitude flashed across Peter's eyes, and he immediately converted to the form of animagus according to Ivan's orders. But soon, Peter realized that Ivan's words just now seemed to be wrong. Wait. That's it for today? That means there may be tomorrow and the day after tomorrow? Thinking of this, Peter suddenly felt his scalp numb, and a chill rushed from his heel to the top of his head. Before he could think about it, a white light suddenly lit up, and Peter only had time to make a squeak and passed out into a coma. Forget it all. Ivan looked at Peter who was unconscious, and slowly put his wand away. The forgotten curse he learned from Lockhart, he is now more and more handy. Peter realized that there was something wrong with the memory. Ivan only deleted the experiment tonight. In this case, Peter would only think that he had a deep sleep. After taking care of the mouse, Ivan once again set his sights on the research notes and nodded in satisfaction. After adding valerian and a few neutralizing potions, the duration of the compound decoction has almost doubled. The stability is also much stronger than before. No matter how he casts a spell to cause damage to Peter, it will not affect the effect of the potion. This means that the research and development of the potion is almost done. With the help of Peter Pettigrew, Ivan estimates that he will be able to find the best potion formula and complete the improvement of the compound decoction in 2 or 3 days at most. At the same time, Ivan feels that during this period, he still needs to find a chance to confirm that every time the time converter turns, the risk increases by 1 point. What is going on? Thinking of this, Ivan sighed, grabbed Peter who was unconscious on the ground, and left the responsive room. Back in the bedroom, Harry and Ron were still lying on the bed and sleeping. Ivan quietly put the grey-black mouse back to its original position. In the early morning of the next day, a screaming scream suddenly sounded in the closed boys' dormitory, awakening the sleeping people. After taking a nap, Ivan also yawned and sat up from the bed, and then realized that the sound was coming from Ron's bed. Ron rubbed his ears himself, also confused. Turning his head, he saw his pet Scabbers curled up in the corner, biting his pillow desperately. Scaly. What's wrong with you, Scaly? Ron was startled suddenly, reaching out his hand to catch the mouse, but the latter was scared and grinning at him. In fact, it is exactly the same. When Peter woke up early today, he suddenly found himself sore and physically weak, just like he was secretly beaten up while sleeping at night. Could it be that Sirius sneaked in last night? But why doesn't he have any impression? In Peter's memory, everything was fine last night, he just slept and nothing happened. Or do you say that you are really sick? Peter looked suspicious. After tossing for a while, seeing that it was almost time for class, Ron no longer cared about Scabbard's emotions, grabbed it and stuffed it into his pocket. Ivan watched this scene silently from the side, somewhat strange. He remembered that he had deleted all the relevant memories. Why was Peter's reaction still such a big deal? But soon, Ivan wanted to understand that Peter was tossed by him all night, even though the injury has healed, but some symptoms of muscle soreness are always inevitable. Since it wasn't the problem with his forgetting curse, Ivan was more relieved, and then got out of bed to wash and prepare for class. After having been busy for most of the day, Ivan didn't remember to care about the current situation of the mouse until he was eating dinner in the evening, so he turned his head and looked at Ron and said, "Ron, how is Shaban now?" "It's terrible." With a worried look on Ron's face, he took out Scaly from his pocket. This grey-black mouse has lost its full vigor in the past. It is awkwardly lying on Ron's hand, motionless. It seems to be really sick. It was like crazy this morning, and he is not in a good state of mind now. Ron looked very depressed. "I have a bottle of energy tonic here, you can let him take it, it should be better." Ivan thought for a while, took out a reagent from the wizard's robe, and said, "Okay. Thank you so much, Ivan." Ron hurriedly took the potion and poured it into Scorched's mouth. The latter seemed crazy, resisting desperately, and even scratched Ron's skin. Although Peter lost his memory of last night under the influence of the forgetting curse, as long as he saw the reagent containing the potion, he still had some psychological shadows. He always felt that there must be something wrong with the potion, let alone that the potion was still Iraq. Anything given to Ron. Peter is even more reluctant to drink. However, he is just a mouse now, even if he fights desperately, it will not help. Ron was very resolute, beckoning Harry to come and help hold Scab. He opened Scab's mouth and poured the potion in. Squeak. Peter's scream was terrible, which reminded Ivan of Peter's scream last night that lasted for a long time. Ivan is very helpless. This potion is just a potent euphoria that adds some tonic effects, not a poison. After a while, Peter suddenly stopped screaming, and his body relaxed. Because Peter found this potion, it seems to be quite sweet, it doesn't seem to be poisonous either. After drinking, a natural happy mood flooded into Peter's heart, his body seemed to be washed, his stubborn expression slowly relaxed, his exhaustion swept away, and the corners of Peter's mouth were filled with a smile. Peter looked around and saw everything that was particularly pleasing to the eye. When he saw Ivan, he couldn't help but feel that he had always misunderstood him before. This little wizard may really care about himself, or maybe. Chapter 309, Why does this sentence sound so familiar? Although the effect of the powerful euphoria is strong, it can't affect the reason, so this idea only lasted for a short time in my heart, and it was rejected by Peter. He hasn't forgotten that in the first 2 school years, Ivan used him to experiment with spells. This little favor is not enough to make Peter relax his vigilance. No, can't wait any longer, I'm leaving tonight. Peter made a secret decision in his heart, and contemplated his escape plan at night. But then, Peter faintly felt how familiar these words were. Has he already said it again? Peter fell into contemplation again. Ron on the other side was finally relieved to see that Scab had regained his vitality, and thanked Ivan for a while. Ivan waved his hand, indicating that this is what he should do. After all, he is not a devil either. If possible, Ivan certainly hopes that his test product can be lively and happy in normal times, and actively face the difficulties of life. Although he made this lively and happy appearance with a euphoria, it doesn't matter, is it? Anyway, happiness is over. After having dinner in a hurry, Ivan walked towards the secluded classroom with Hermione as usual. Harry and Ron on the side were already used to the two being supernatural, so they didn't mean to ask. After arriving at the 2 secret stronghold, Hermione saw the research materials Ivan had placed on the table, and said unexpectedly. Ivan, do you have a clue about the final plan for the improvement of the compound decoction? Hermione remembered that Ivan was still thinking about the ratio of several potions yesterday. Well, yeah, Professor Snape gave me a lot of suggestions, maybe results will come out in a few days. Ivan nodded, just omitting the credit of Peter Pettigrew last night. Later, Ivan talked to Hermione about some of the key points of potion improvement, as well as the conflict between potion materials. The little witch listened very seriously. These days, it was not so much that she was discussing with Ivan, but it was Ivan who was teaching her the knowledge of potions. In just a few days, Hermione clearly felt herself the level of potions has improved a lot. This also made Hermione a little depressed. She thought that she would definitely be able to help Ivan, but she didn't expect her role to be minimal. Hermione suddenly remembered that Ivan had been trying to figure out what changes would happen to the potion users who died suddenly during the potion maintenance period, and asked aloud. By the way, Ivan, have you figured out the problem last time? Not yet. Snape seems to know this too, but I think as long as the stability and duration of the potion are improved, this problem should be solved. Ivan shook his head and said with some uncertainty. It is a bit difficult to confirm this. He can't kill people indiscriminately for experimentation, right? Therefore, Ivan can only improve the potion's effect as much as possible to ensure that there will be no problems. Is that so? Then I will figure this out. Hermione said confidently, and then sat down on the chair next to her, took out some potions books she hadn't read, and searched it. Ivan smiled and didn't report any hope, because he had already turned over the books, and there was no relevant content in them. It's just that he didn't tell Hermione about this. Anyway, it's always good to read more books. Ivan turned his head and started to brew a potion. Neither of them spoke anymore, and only the sound of reading books and the boiling sound of potions rang in the empty classroom. It didn't take long for the weird smell of the potion to spread throughout the classroom. Hermione, who was flipping the book, yawned, and a drowsiness came to her heart. Are you too tired recently? Hermione rubbed her eyes and thought in her heart. No, it's not time to sleep now. Hermione forced her spirits up and plunged into the book again, but faintly felt her body getting heavier and heavier, and fell asleep on the table swayingly. Ivan just walked over and looked at Hermione, who had fallen asleep without the slightest surprise. What he just brewed was an improved version of the potent life and death water. The smell of this improved potion can arouse people's drowsiness. It may have limited effect for people with sufficient energy, but it is different for Hermione. After all, Hermione studied for nearly 30 hours a day for most of the month. Even if she took a bottle of tonic every 3 days, the mental exhaustion still existed and could not be completely eliminated. So he had judged that Hermione had a high probability of falling asleep while reading. As for Ivan himself, he has already drunk the medicine in advance, so naturally he won't be affected. This obviously has nothing to do with you, so what do you try hard to do? Ivan said helplessly, looking at the faint dark circles on Hermione's face. Ivan stretched out his hand, removed the time converter from Hermione's neck, and planned to leave. After that, Ivan stopped again and turned to look at Hermione, feeling that it was not good for her to sleep on the table just like that. After thinking about it, Ivan took out his wand and waved it gently, like a commander of the band. The desks, chairs, and debris in the classroom became performers. The crucibles, reagents, bottles, and jars scattered on the table were activated, spontaneously dancing and piled up in the corner, making slight noises. Then a dozen long tables were automatically put together and turned into a soft bed under the influence of magic. Yvonne gently picked up the sleeping Hermione, put it on the bed, and helped her take off her shoes and covered the quilt. Then Yvonne pointed to the window again. The curtains were all pulled down, blocking the evening sun. The classroom became very dim, so that Hermione's sleep would not be affected. Take a good rest, Yvonne said, looking at the little witch lying on the bed. He thought it was time for Hermione to get a good sleep. He had suggested that Hermione could use the time converter to increase her sleep time, but Hermione stubbornly believed that the time converter was power shouldn't be used in this kind of place. Sleeping more at night is enough. After doing all this, Yvonne walked outside the classroom, ready to use the time converter. Yvonne is not worried about Hermione's safety. Although he has temporarily returned to the past, as long as he counts the time, it will be the same as he has never left. Maybe he just left here, and the future self has already returned. Not to mention that Hermione was just asleep, not in a coma. Then try for 5 days. 120 laps. Yvonne secretly made a decision in his heart. Before that, he and Hermione would go back 5 hours ago at most at the same time. This is relatively safer, but this time he has to try what the so-called risk refers to. Chapter 310, Risks and Safety Boundaries of Time Converters. Yvonne hung the time converter around his neck, held the hourglass and started to turn it over. 2 laps. Yvonne silently counted the number of rotations in his heart, and the surrounding scenes began to become blurred, and even the senses seemed to have temporarily lost their function, as if he was isolated from the whole world. As the number of rotations increased, Yvonne even had a faint illusion that his thinking was affected. 120 circles. Ivan's hand stopped, and the surroundings had returned to normal. The evening sun shone through the window, and the noise from a distance also came. Yvonne didn't mean to stay here, and went through the nearest secret tunnel to the responsive house. I need a place to hide. Walking all the way to the 8th floor, Yvonne said silently in his heart, and then opened the door. The inside is very spacious, like a small room, with enough material to live for a week. On the wall is a magic calendar that can automatically turn pages. From the calendar date, Yvonne confirmed that he was indeed back 5 days ago. These materials were prepared by Dobby by Yvonne soon after school started, for today. Next, he will spend 5 days here to see what risks are associated with using the time converter for a long time. In a blink of an eye, a few days passed in a flash, and things went smoothly beyond Ivan's imagination. During this period, nothing happened, as if the so-called risk did not exist at all. Yvonne was not idle either, and practiced the spell he had mastered by the way. He knew very well that he would go through a fierce battle after returning, and now even a slight improvement in strength is particularly important. On the afternoon of the 4th day, when Yvonne finished his usual practice and was about to take a break, a familiar feeling enveloped him. Yvonne found that he couldn't move suddenly, and his feet no longer felt like stepping on the ground, as if stepping on an empty space, but there was no feeling of falling. Before he could figure out what was going on, Yvonne felt his body squeezed by something and sprinted forward rapidly, and fuzzy colors and shapes kept flashing by. After a while, Ivan's feet stepped on the ground again, and all the abnormalities disappeared without a trace. What the is going on? Ivan's forehead was cold sweat, and it was the first time he encountered this kind of thing when using the time converter. One thing is certain is that the situation just now was extremely similar to every time he used the time converter. Could it be that the time converter started by itself? So when has I been teleported? Yvonne turned his head abruptly to look at the calendar, and found that he was only 1 day later, when he used the time converter. I was kicked back to the original time? A thought flicked through Ivan's mind, but he was not completely sure. Yvonne tried to bring up the magic inventory of the system and took a look. The above risk warning has become beyond the safe range, the time converter will become easily damaged, and the residence time is extremely unstable. In other words, if the return time is too long, it may be kicked back to the original time point at any time. Yvonne didn't know what expression to make for a while. Compared with the risks of wasting life and being thrown into the turbulence of time, the instability of residence time is nothing. In the eyes of some people, such risks are even negligible. For Yvonne, it's different. He is going to save people. If he can't determine how long he can stay in the past, he will not be able to make arrangements calmly. He can only choose some similar time periods to force interference. In this case, it will undoubtedly add more uncertainty to his plan. For example, he once planned to go back to the past and to ambush those dark wizards in the magic shop with Asia. If he suddenly disappears when the war starts, returning to the original time point will definitely cause extremely serious consequences. Yvonne's face changed, and finally he sighed helplessly. He didn't expect that the risk mentioned by the system actually meant this. But even if there is more uncertainty, he must give it a try. Using the remaining time, Yvonne went back many times in other rooms of the responsive house to test the safety limits of the time converter and the specific residence time. Now this room must not be able to stay, otherwise, I will collide with my past self. After trying for a period of time, Yvonne found that the safety limit of the time converter is about 5 or 6 hours. If it exceeds this range, he may be forcibly sent back to the original time point in the middle. The stay time is relatively random. It is difficult to determine. It is inevitable that the time converter is damaged, and Yvonne did not dare to do too much testing. Fortunately, in many experiments, the time converter will be slightly hot when the residence time is about to come, warning in advance, so that there is no sign. And there has never been a situation where I was kicked back right after I went back. This made Yvonne feel more at ease, revising his rescue plan in his heart, thinking about how to fool himself when the time comes. By the way, Harry's invisibility cloak. Yvonne suddenly thought of that. If he could get it, some of his actions would definitely be much more convenient. The phantom spell cannot be concealed from some clever wizards, but the invisibility cloak is different. Unless you have some targeted magic items, no one can discover yourself as long as you don't reveal flaws. Yvonne was thinking in his head while walking towards the classroom where Hermione was. Fortunately, it seems that I didn't come too late. Yvonne entered the dimly lit classroom and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw Hermione still lying on the bed sleeping soundly. He was delayed for some time this time, and he did not come back as soon as his front foot was gone as expected. Fortunately, Hermione hasn't woke up yet, otherwise, he would have a headache to explain. After all, with the cleverness of the little witch, discovering that the time converter had disappeared, he would surely be able to guess that he was hiding something from her. Yvonne didn't want Hermione to be involved in such a dangerous thing, and didn't want to be distracted to protect others while fighting. Thinking of this, Yvonne put the time converter back on the little witch's neck, and then sat in the corner to continue his research work. The improved version of the compound decoction will not be ready until the day after tomorrow at the soonest. The time converter is now useless in his hand. Yvonne has already confirmed everything that needs to be confirmed. It's better not to arouse Hermione's suspicion, or she might ask Dumbledore for advice without knowing how much trouble it will cause. Yvonne shook his head, put these complicated thoughts behind him, and devoted himself to the research and development of the potion. After not knowing how long, Hermione, who was awkwardly asleep, finally opened her eyes. Chapter 311, Infinite Reincarnation Hell. Where is this? Hermione blinked, and there was darkness all around, and the space faintly smelled of a potion. The sleepy little witch almost thought she was still dreaming. Then the memory gradually flooded, and a scream that pierced the eardrum suddenly resounded in the empty classroom. The next moment, the dazzling lights came on, and the dim classroom became bright for a while, and Hermione closed her eyes subconsciously, and randomly pulled the quilt to curl up in the corner of the bed. Hermione, did you sleep well? A familiar voice sounded from the side. Hermione opened her eyes again, and found Yvonne sitting in the corner of the room brewing a pot of potion. Yvonne, why am I here? I mean, why am I sleeping on a bed? Hermione stammered, curled up with her red face. The little witch vaguely remembered that she should be reading in the classroom. Yvonne put down his work, turned his head, and said, "Don't you remember? You were too sleepy while reading, so you fell asleep on the table. I think you may be too tired these days, so you didn't wake you up. Then, what's the matter with this bed?" Hermione also thought about it at this time, and found that it was indeed in the classroom. "Of course I changed it with the transfiguration curse, so that you can sleep more comfortably," Yvonne said with a smile. "You should wake me up." Hermione, who was hugging the quilt, said with embarrassment. Although she was wearing clothes, she was staring at Yvonne like this when she was lying on the bed. There was always something weird. Yvonne shook his head, did not reply, turned around and continued to brew the potion. Hermione also got off the bed quickly, but when she pulled the quilt she realized that her right hand seemed to be holding something, which was a note when she put it in front of her eyes. The little witch looked at Yvonne with a confused look. There were only two people in the classroom, she and Yvonne, and this thing could only be said by Yvonne. But is there anything that can't be said in person? Hermione opened the note very puzzled, and was stunned when she saw the content. Zone, 13th row and 9th column bookshelf, black. Magic uncensored. What does it mean? Go to the bookshelf in the 13th row and the 9th column in the district to pick up a book called Black Magic Decryption. Hermione turned her head and glanced at Yvonne, but then she realized that this note would definitely not be Ivan's. Who would it be? Looking at the writing on it, the little witch had a vague guess, and at this moment Ivan's voice came over. "Hermione, won't you come down? I'm leaving now." "Yet." Hermione hurriedly crumpled the paper and stuffed it into the pocket of the wizard's robe, then lifted the quilt, got up and put on her shoes. Yvonne immediately waved his magic wand, and the soft bed was twisted and decomposed into a dozen square tables, returning to its original position. The chairs, cauldrons, and potion materials piled up in the corner also soared into the air one by one, and landed neatly on the table. The clanging sound was like playing music. Ivan's fluent spell casting opened her eyes to Hermione on the side. She never knew that spell casting could still be so relaxed and beautiful. Okay, let's go. Ivan cleaned up the entire classroom, turned around, and returned to Gryffindor's lounge with Hermione before leaving for their respective bedrooms. Pushing the door open, Ivan found that Harry and Ron were both in the bedroom, and they were chatting about Quidditch training not long ago. Hearing the noise, both of them turned their heads, and Ron even spoke. It just so happens that we are talking about you, Ivan. Say me what? Ivan was a little puzzled. I saw Hufflepuff team captain Diggory on the training ground today. He was so happy when he heard that you quit the Gryffindor team this year. Harry said. Even without me, they would have no chance. You are the best seeker at Hogwarts. Ivan patted Harry on the shoulder. He didn't want Wood to make him temporarily participate or something. Hope. Harry shook his head. He didn't have much confidence. I heard that Hufflepuff's seekers were flying pretty well, and he always had an unknown premonition. Ivan vaguely remembered that this game would be disturbed by Dementors, but there was still half a month before the game, so he skipped the topic and asked instead. By the way, Harry. Can you lend me your invisibility cloak for a few days? What do you want that thing for? Harry asked strangely. I'm going to go to Hogsmeade Village to buy some potion materials or something. Ivan casually said a reason. Harry didn't ask too much, digging out the silver-grey, weird fabric that looked like a flowing liquid from his suitcase. Take it. Harry handed the invisibility cloak to Ivan, then reminded him again. But you better be careful when you go out. Professor Dumbledore said that this thing can't be concealed from a Dementor. Come on, you might as well worry about those Dementors. Ron murmured on the side. Harry scratched his head, and then remembered that Ivan had expelled dozens of Dementors in one go when he was on the train, as if that was the case. I'll be careful. Ivan nodded and put away the invisibility cloak. At midnight, in Gryffindor's bedroom, after everyone fell asleep deeply, a grey-black mouse opened his eyes and crawled out of the bed. Just when he walked to the door of the bedroom, Peter faintly felt how all this was so familiar. Now if he turns his head, will he find someone staring at him in secret? This thought flashed through Peter's mind, and then a deep voice rang behind him. Very good, you were very fast today. Peter only felt a chill in his heart. Before he could understand it, he was hit by a spell and his body became limp. Ivan skillfully picked up Peter's tail and took it out of the bedroom. After discovering that he had been arrested again, Peter was struggling with horror, and at the same time a question emerged in his heart. Why should I say it again? After dozens of minutes, in the potion storage room of the Bing Bing house, Peter shivered and curled up in the corner, looking at Ivan, who was constantly approaching. Halls, maybe you don't know, your father and I are very good comrades in arms, we used to fight side by side. Enough. You have to say it every time you come, and I will recite it. Are you going to tell me about Sirius next? Ivan interrupted Peter's words and shook the potion reagent in his hand. Opened his mouth and said. Come on, it's time to drink the medicine. Are you going to drink it yourself this time, or should I drink it for you? Chapter 312, Sorry, Ugly Rejection. Peter looked dumbfounded, but as an adult wizard with normal IQ, Peter quickly parsed out something extraordinary from Ivan's words. If you want to understand, drink medicine, I don't want to listen to your nonsense anymore. Ivan handed over the improved compound decoction that had been boiled. Peter took it with a trembling, he didn't dare to defy anything. In his heart, Ivan was even more terrifying than the Dark Lord. When I think of myself coming in, I feel a little familiar with the layout here, and Peter's tears are about to fall. If he could, he would rather know nothing. However, as an unscrupulous slogan, Peter knew that if he wanted to save his life, he had to show his worth, so no matter what Ivan was in his hands, he drank it all in one sip. Peter's cooperative reaction surprised Ivan. He thought that Peter would be unwilling to try the medicine like before. Next, after knowing that the little wizard in front of him was only using himself to experiment with potion improvement, and there was no life-threatening situation, Peter slowly breathed a sigh of relief, and even worked diligently for Ivan. Ivan, who was watching, was a little embarrassed to experiment on Peter. Master, your medicinal herb. When Ivan made the potion, Peter took the initiative to prepare various materials, handed it over, and said flatteringly. Ivan was a little surprised by Peter's name, but more awkward, he turned his head to look at Peter and said playfully. Isn't your master the Dark Lord? He must want to test my heart. Peter immediately realized this, and immediately burst into tears and denounced the cruelty and evil of the Dark Lord, and said that he had already changed the line between the former and the Dark Lord. In turn, Peter began to tout Ivan's great achievements in the past few academic years. He felt that if he licked fast enough, he would definitely not be abandoned. But the more he said it, the more frightened Peter became. Only then did he realize that the third-grade little wizard in front of him had unknowingly done things that many adult wizards could not do. There was also a bit of sincerity in the flattering words, and Peter couldn't help feeling that a little wizard with great talent, cruel methods, and wildness like Yvonne might really be an excellent target for refuge. As for the dark demon who has lost his power, he counts as a fart. Of course, Yvonne will not get lost in Peter's flattery, but has a new understanding of how shameless this guy is. Facing him, a third-grade little wizard, he can put down his body and act like a servant. Peter's endurance exceeded his expectations. But because of Peter's active cooperation, the efficiency of the research was much faster than Yvonne had imagined. In just one night, I confirmed the various data of the improved potion. It can be said that the improvement work has been completed so far. Before dawn, Yvonne told Pettigrew Peter to change back to the animagus form. There was a hint of hesitation on Peter's face. Don't worry, my potion research work has ended, and today is the last time. Yvonne said comfortingly. Thank you for the grace of the master. Peter burst into tears with excitement, and it was finally over. Peter quickly obeyed the order and reduced his figure to become a mouse. He felt that it must be because of his efforts that Yvonne saw in his eyes, so he forgave himself compassionately. Maybe soon he will be able to gain Ivan's trust and follow the rising star of the magic world instead of hiding here as a pet with a little devil's head. Just as Peter was in a fantasy, a voice suddenly remembered. Forget it all. Peter's horrified expression appeared on his face, and he lost consciousness in the next second. Yvonne put down his magic wand, picked up the mouse on the ground, and left the responsive house. Of course Yvonne, who knew Peter so well, was not prepared to accept this new servant. No matter how diligent Peter was, he couldn't wash away the stain of betraying his best friend. Yvonne couldn't believe such a person. Not to mention that Peter is so ugly. So, sorry, ugly rejection. One day passed in a flash. After the last class, Yvonne took the invisibility cloak and potion reagent. After confirming that it was correct, he walked towards the empty classroom. Hermione came here early, sat aside, flipped through the pages of a book, without even noticing Ivan's approach. Black magic decryption? When did you become interested in this kind of book? Yvonne asked curiously, remembering that Hermione never read these black magic books. Yet. Yvonne? You are here. Hermione, who was reading the book seriously, was taken aback. The little witch slapped the book and then said aloud. Yvonne shook his head, not paying attention to Hermione secretly reading the black magic book. She was curious about those taboos at her age. It was normal, and it was easy to deal with it in the future. Thinking of this, Yvonne walked to the side to brew the potion on his own, preparing to reapply the old trick, but when the potent life and death water was finished, Hermione's action of turning the book continued, and it seemed that there was no half of sleepiness. Yvonne patted his head, and suddenly remembered that Hermione had been resting well recently, and the smell of the medicine was not enough to make the little witch pass out. Or add a little bit of life and death water to the secret energy tonic and let her drink it. Yvonne had all kinds of bad ideas in his mind, but they all seemed unsafe and easy to spot. At this moment, Hermione suddenly stopped her hand movement and walked over with the book in her arms. When she was about to say something, she saw the potion in the cauldron that was about to be finished. Yvonne www.mtlnovel.com. Are you brewing life and death water? Hermione gave Yvonne a suspicious look. She remembered that she had smelled this potion before she accidentally fell asleep that day. Taste. Moreover, she was sure that when she fell asleep that day, Yvonne must have left halfway, otherwise the note would not be put in her hand. Seeing Hermione's expression getting more and more wrong, Yvonne had a headache, and it turned out that smart people hate it the most. Since it is impossible to hide it completely, Yvonne said tentatively. Hermione, I happen to have something that requires a time converter. Can you lend it to me temporarily? Hermione was even more sure that the last time she fell asleep was the ghost of Yvonne. She gave him a dissatisfied glance, but she untied the time converter hanging on her neck and held it in her hand. It's just that Hermione didn't give it to Yvonne immediately, but looked at him seriously and said. But you said that when you use the time converter, you will take mine with you wherever you go. Not this time. Yvonne was very serious, and even he couldn't guarantee that he was absolutely safe in Knockoff Alley, let alone a third-grade little witch. Chapter 313, Reverse Time and Space. Is it dangerous? Hermione pursed her lips. Yes. Yvonne nodded and said. Then you can't take the risk alone. Bring me at least a little bit of help, A&D. Hermione wanted to say something more, but Yvonne didn't give her a chance to speak. A white light flashed, and the little witch swayed onto the chair, and the book she was holding fell to the ground. Yvonne ordered the chair and turned it into a large sofa so that Hermione could lie down a bit more comfortably, and said apologetically. Sorry, get some sleep. Yvonne took off the time converter that Hermione was holding tightly in his hand, found a more open space, and was ready to start his own plan. He needs to go back 100 days ago. In other words, he needs to make more than 2,400 laps. There must be no mistakes during this period. If the number of rotations is too small, the time when the black magic shop is attacked will be missed. If the number of rotations is too much, it is very likely that he will not wait for the attack to be discovered, and his stay time has already arrived. Therefore, Ivan intends to return to the 12 hours before the attack on Asia. In this way, there is enough time to prepare, and it will not be unlucky enough to be kicked back to the original time point within these 12 hours. However, Ivan looked at the time converter flashing with magical fluorescence in his hand, and he was a little uncertain whether the time converter in his hand could rotate so many times by himself. But at this point, Ivan thought he had to try it. There was not much time left. He had to wait another day at Hogwarts, and he had to make 24 more turns. Perhaps today is the best opportunity. Thinking of this, Ivan didn't hesitate, put on the time converter and started spinning the hourglass. 1 circle, 2 circles. The surrounding scenes condense again, and retreat rapidly with the rotation of the hourglass. Everything seems to be going away. Ivan put all his attention on the hourglass and silently counted the number of rotations. From 1 to 100 to 1,000. In order to avoid making mistakes by himself, Ivan slowed down the rotation speed as much as possible. I don't know how long it took. Ivan felt that his senses and thinking had been affected to varying degrees. After another round, Ivan finally stopped. Everything around was restored to its original condition. Ivan looked at the time converter and found that the thing was not broken. He was relieved. Ivan came to the window in the corridor and looked down. It was only early in the morning, but it was already very lively outside. This also made Ivan confirm that he did not come at the wrong time. After all, today is the end of the semester. The little ghosts in the school don't have to go to class to go home. Naturally, they like to wander around outside in the morning. Dobby. Ivan snapped his fingers subconsciously, preparing Dobby to take himself to Knockoff Alley. But nothing happened. Ivan suddenly remembered that today Dobby needed to help him sell snake teeth and potions and was not in Hogwarts, so he couldn't give him any help. I knew I had told Dobby to send me to Knockoff Alley first, and then use the time converter. Ivan shook his head and secretly said that he was a little miscalculated. Although he can also change shape and shadow, because the level of the spell is not high after the practice, it will at least consume his magic power to teleport directly from Hogsmeade Village to Knockoff Alley. If possible, Ivan still wants to ensure that he is in a state of sufficient magic power as much as possible to deal with the multiple battles that may occur. Fortunately, it was still early, so Ivan put on his invisibility cloak and prepared to go to the Forbidden Forest to try if he could catch a Yechi as a mount, and flew all the way to London with him. With the help of the invisibility cloak, Ivan was able to walk through Hogwarts easily, as if entering an uninhabited territory, until he entered the Forbidden Forest. However, in the process of searching for Yechi, I encountered some trouble. After strolling around a small forbidden forest, Ivan did not find a Yechi. Could it be that these Yechi were all sent to pull carts, and none of them were wild? Ivan was somewhat helpless, and when he was about to think of another way, a clear eagle cried in the distance. Ivan turned his head curiously. A eagle-headed horse-winged beast with red-brown feathers was gnawing at the broken animal remains, and it seemed that he had just completed a hunting operation. Perhaps I could feel Ivan's sight. The red-brown feathered eagle-headed horse-winged beast gnawed a large piece of meat into its mouth, then turned its head and stared at Ivan with a pair of orange eyes, making waves of uneasy calls. Sound. There is no docileness from the last time we met. Or maybe this is their real first meeting. Ivan was somewhat enlightened. He recalled the steps Hagrid had taught to tame the eagle-headed horse-winged beast. He stared directly at the opponent and tried to get closer. The red-brown behemoth uttered a cry and looked at the little wizard in front of him, looking a little anxious. It can feel Ivan's very dangerous, but proudly unwilling to give in, it just crawls with its paws on the dust on the ground. Ivan realized this and did not continue to approach, but bowed slightly. The red-brown behemoth hesitated for a moment, but did not respond. But when Ivan was approaching again, the eagle-headed horse-winged beast was still compromising, and slowly bent down its scaly front knees and made a definite bow. Ivan tried to reach out to touch the opponent's head. This time the eagle-headed horse-winged beast did not resist anymore, and let Ivan touch it. Come on, drink this journey is a bit long, you have to be prepared. Ivan took out a bottle of vitality potion from the wizard's robe and handed it to the opponent's mouth. The eagle-headed horse-winged beast had limited trust in Ivan, but he still took a sip, and then the orange pupils lit up, and happily let out a crisp eagle cry, and drank all the potions cleanly. Ivan put on the invisibility cloak, rolled over and rode on the back of the eagle-headed winged beast. After thinking for a while, he drew his wand and pointed it on the eagle-headed horse's winged beast. In an instant this beautiful brown-red behemoth disappeared in front of Ivan. I always feel like I'm riding on the air. Yvonne couldn't help but spit out www.mtlnovel.com and then directed the eagle-headed horse-winged beast to take off. The giant beast beneath it suddenly spread its full 12-foot-long wings, and shocked, the dust on both sides rose to the surroundings, and the eagle-headed horse-winged beast flew directly into the sky. Although there is no rain, Yvonne sits very securely, because it is much easier than riding Norbert. Go. Do you see the railroad tracks in the distance? Just fly along the end. Try to be faster. Yvonne patted the neck of the eagle-headed horse and winged beast, and showed it the direction. Chapter 314, Back to Knockoff Alley. The human-like eagle-headed horse with winged beasts flapping their wings, dashed across the forbidden forest and headed in the direction of the guidance. Seeing that his new mount was so obedient, Yvonne couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Before that, he was really worried about this big guy, and he didn't want to leave his habitat with his new owner, who had just met for a long time. Yvonne couldn't help sighing for the accuracy of the record of the eagle-headed horse-winged beast in the Book of Monsters. Although this is an extremely arrogant creature, once you have the opportunity to ride it, the eagle-headed horse-winged beast will become very obedient. The record also mentions a short story of a warrior riding an eagle-headed horse and a winged beast from Italy over the Alps to England. Yvonne doesn't know if this is true. Anyway, he must be from Hogwarts today. See, I flew all the way to London. Woo! Just as Yvonne was thinking. Below, a roar sounded, and Yvonne looked down and found that the Hogwarts train had arrived at the platform, with billowing steam drifting into the sky along the chimney. On the platform, a long queue of little wizards waited to get on the train. Yvonne looked over from a distance and unexpectedly saw himself who was about to get on the train. Even with the blessing of the phantom spell, Yvonne still signaled that the eagle-headed horse and the winged beast would fly higher, so as not to be noticed by the crowd below. After a while, under Ivan's gaze, the Hogwarts train sounded a long cry, slowly moving. It looks like we have to speed up. Yvonne patted the back of the eagle-headed horse and winged beast, and said. He had to make it to Knockoff Alley before the train reached London Station. The brown-red behemoth noticed Ivan's mind, and accelerated again, following the veins of the railroad tracks, with the advantage of a straight flight, leaving the steam train far behind. After flying for an unknown period of time, the cold wind blew on Ivan's body, and there was no one inhabited underneath, with only a large area of lush woods. Looking back, I could no longer see the red-skinned train. Yvonne tightened the invisibility cloak tightly so that it would not be blown down by the storm. But what's worse is that the black and heavy clouds have enveloped the sky, and then the heavy rain pours, and the cold rain hits the invisibility cloak, and then flows down. Yvonne complained dissatisfied about the spooky weather, and he couldn't remember whether it rained on his way back. The eagle-headed horse-winged beast gave out a few excited eagle cry. Unlike Yvonne, it liked the storm. After a while, the rain gradually stopped, and the London Wizarding Station in the distance was already in sight. Yvonne didn't dare to ride this big guy to the station, and directed the eagle-headed horse-winged beast to nearby stopped in the jungle. Thank you, big guy, just send me here first. Yvonne turned over and jumped off his horse, turned his head and patted the brown-red behemoth's head, leaving a tracing curse on the opponent's body later. He spoke. If his staying time this time is long enough, he might still be able to ride the opponent back. The eagle-headed horse-winged beast stretched out its tongue and licked Ivan's palm. Perhaps it understood Ivan's meaning, and then walked into the jungle alone. Yvonne didn't worry about the panic caused by this eagle-headed horse and winged beast. This place was still regarded as the magical world, not the Muggle world, and it was no big deal to be seen. Looking at the Wizarding Station in the distance, Yvonne did not choose to enter London from the 9 3/4 of the station, and then from the Broken Cauldron bar to Knockdown Alley. Instead, I plan to use phantom shifting directly. The magic consumption of moving back and forth between the same city is still affordable. Yvonne thought of the small alley in front of the black magic shop in his mind, established his own goal, and quickly waved his magic wand. Apparition. With the light and shadow intertwined, Yvonne felt that his body seemed to be engulfed in something, and finally he was vomited out again. When Yvonne stood still and looked around, he found that he had arrived at his destination. His own dark magic shop was not far away, and it looked intact. The door was so open that I could vaguely see Asia sitting next to the counter. Yvonne stood silently at the door wearing an invisibility cloak, looking at Aisha, with mixed feelings in his heart, excited to say something, asking a lot of things, but when the words came to his lips, he held back and did not step on any more. Further. The door of the magic shop is equipped with perception magic. As long as you step in, the bell hanging at the door will ring. Yvonne is not sure whether the invisibility cloak can block this kind of perception. However, the doorway in the counter was very close, and Yvonne was standing less than 3 meters in front of Asia, and the expression on her face could be clearly seen. To Ivan's expectation, Asia was very relaxed, without any sense of tension before the war. She was bored with her right hand supporting her cheeks, her purple eyes staring at the clocks hanging on the wall. Using Ivan's the angle of view can only see her exquisite side face. What do you do with the time? Do you know when those people will attack? Ivan thought in his heart, and looked at the clock from a distance. It was about 3 hours before he heard the explosion. Ivan took a deep look at Asia, held the time converter on his chest, and decisively turned and left, planning to find the attackers alone, or to deal with the shopkeeper of Bojenbach in advance. He had originally thought that after returning, he would tell Asia what happened, and then deal with the black-robed wizards together. But in the end Ivan dispelled the idea, because as long as Asia fights those people in the black magic shop, there is a possibility of death under the guidance of fate. Ivan tried his best to come here through time and space, but didn't want to take any risks. And persuading Asia to hide temporarily, it is even more impossible for him to deal with those invaders alone, which is not in line with Asia's temperament. So Ivan chose to keep it secret in the end. He felt that he was wearing an invisibility cloak, and in the case of a sneak attack, he was still confident that he could deal with those enemies. Of course, the premise here is to strike at each other. Ivan walked all the way to the Bojenbach store. He was going to block a few black-robed wizards first, and then he would reduce the number of enemies. Then he would figure out how to set up the scene to fool himself. When turning around a small alley, Ivan stopped, and his anger gradually came to his heart. Not far away, 2 wizards came over, talking and laughing. One of them, Ivan, was impressed, and that was one of the few who attacked the black magic shop. Ivan waited quietly for them to pass, the power accumulated at the top of the wand held in his right hand, hesitating whether to do it now, or wait for the 2 to go to a more secluded place. Seeing that the 2 were about to walk out of this small alley, Ivan finally made up his mind to kill one first. Chapter 315, Say it quickly. Where did you hide my clearance strategy? The 2 wizards who were talking and laughing did not notice that a hand holding a wand seemed to extend out of the void behind them. Shenfeng Wuying. Ivan was about to say a spell. Suddenly, Ivan felt that he was hit by something, and was knocked to the ground immediately, and the curse was interrupted. Subconsciously, Ivan was about to activate the magic ring, and at this moment, a familiar voice rang in his ear. SHH. Hermione? Ivan heard the master of this voice, but there was nothing in front of him. He could only feel that something was pressing on him. Is it the invisibility effect of the phantom spell? Countless questions shrouded in Ivan's mind. But Ivan didn't dare to move or speak, because the movement just caused attracted the attention of the 2 black-robed wizards. What was it just now? One of them turned his head and looked in their direction, and said aloud. Another black-robed wizard walked over here strangely. Ivan held his breath and became a little nervous. Although the invisibility effect of the invisibility cloak was very strong, it did not really disappear after all, and could be touched. These 2 wizards are not a big threat to him, but since Hermione chose to stop his actions at this time, there must be a reason. Of course Ivan would not insist on it. At the same time, Ivan also felt that as the black-robed wizard approached, the little witch who was pressing on her trembled slightly. Obviously, Hermione was also very nervous. The black-robed sorcerer got closer and closer, looking at this uninhabited lane like an eagle, but there was nothing here. He frowned. He clearly heard something noise just now. However, the black-robed wizard knew very well that being unable to see with his eyes did not mean that there was nothing at all. It could also be that someone cast a phantom spell and followed them all the time. Thinking of this, the black-robed wizard suddenly pulled out his wand and said. Apparitium, appears in a hurry. The magic wave passed from the tip of the wand to all directions, and swept straight across Ivan's body. Ivan's face was as usual. He was wearing the Deathly Hallows invisibility cloak. He didn't worry about being seen, but he soon thought of Hermione who was lying on his body. She was a little worried that Hermione's invisibility would be lifted, but fortunately, he didn't. The black-robed wizard withdrew his wand in doubt, while the middle-aged wizard next to him said a little impatiently. Let's go, don't look, they're still waiting for us, if it's too late, the old guy might be jerky again. What are you so afraid of him doing? That old guy really thinks he's a big man. The black-robed wizard curled his lips in disdain, but turned and left with the middle-aged wizard. Ivan pretended to be dead quietly, but the little witch who was lying on him sat up, with a touch of brown hair floating in the air. The little witch was about to say something. Ivan stretched out her right hand like lightning to cover her head, pressed it down suddenly, and hit her chest straight. The little witch was shocked immediately, but the next moment she saw the black-robed wizard who had left appeared at the end of the alley, and hurriedly covered her mouth. It's strange, it seems that there is really no one. The black-robed wizard said gloomily as he looked at the empty alley. Then the voice of the middle-aged wizard sounded behind him. Even if someone was really following you just now, I'm afraid they would have already left. That's right, let's go. The black-robed wizard shook his head and turned away neatly. This time the little witch lay obediently on Ivan's body and did not dare to move, for fear that the other party would come back again. Maintaining this position for several minutes, Ivan's voice reached her ears. They are gone, come down. Well, it's dangerous. The little witch took off a strange silver-grey fabric from her body, and slowly sighed in relief, with cold sweat on her forehead. Hermione? Why are you here? Yvonne asked suspiciously. Although he had long guessed that the person blocking him was Hermione, he couldn't think of how Hermione came here. And obviously the invisibility cloak is on him, why does Hermione have another one on him? Of course I came to you. Hermione glared at Yvonne fiercely, a little dissatisfied with Ivan's knocking herself out, and then handed the book she was holding to his hand. I have found the answer to that question, on page 125 of this book. Problem? What is the problem? Yvonne looked at the book Hermione handed him strangely, with black magic uncensored on the cover. Yvonne turned the book to 125 pages according to Hermione's prompts, and after a few glances, he found that the above records were all cruel dark magic experiments. But one of the records caught Ivan's attention. The black wizard who wrote this black magic decryption has finished dozens of people to experiment with the changes in the human body after death, and finally found that the magical power that was originally stable in the body of the experimental body will quickly dissipate after death. If the subject drank the continuous potion before the subject died, the magical power that escaped would destroy the stability of the potion, causing the potion's continuous effect to be interrupted at any time as long as there is a slight influence. Yvonne frowned when he saw this place. He finally understood why he used the healing spell to treat the injuries of the black-robed wizards in the temporary stronghold in Knockoff Alley 3 months ago, which would make them return to their original form. There was a haze in Yvonne's heart. He didn't know this when he made the potion, so he didn't think about it at all. Obviously he had found the wrong book before, so the experiment that required a lot of killing to figure out, of course, would not be recorded in the normal potion books. Yvonne wasn't even sure if the potion in his hand was useful. He looked at Hermione and said eagerly. When did you know this? Of course, before being knocked out by you I was about to tell you. Hermione gave Yvonne a blank look, and before he could continue to speak, she rummaged in her carry-on package and took it. A reagent containing a potion came out. Fortunately, it didn't break. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief, handed the reagent to Yvonne, and said again. You gave this to me before you came, so I should be able to help. Yvonne took the reagent, opened the lid and smelled it. It was a compound decoction, but it wasn't the modified version he knew well. Yvonne looked at Hermione's chest, where another time converter was hanging. He immediately understood everything. It was only possible that the future self had handed these things into Hermione's hands, and then sent her over. Thinking of this, Yvonne said excitedly. What about my strategy? I mean, what else did I tell you before I came here? What should we do next? In Ivan's expectant gaze, the little witch blinked blankly. How would she know what to do next? Chapter 316, Do You Dare to Kill? The kind that cuts off the opponent's head with a spell. You just told me not to try to change the past, but to learn to follow the context of history and think about what you have seen. Hermione said. Yvonne was confused. He could understand the meaning of this sentence, but such a vague content could not give him much help. Isn't there anything more specific? Yvonne said unwillingly. He thought that if he had a chance to return to the past, he would definitely write a detailed strategy map, so as to ensure that his actions did not go wrong. Hermione shook her head, then remembered the last thing Yvonne had said to her before, stuck out her tongue, and spoke. Well, he said you definitely don't understand now, so you don't want to think about anything. Don't want anything? Do you want to go all the way? Yvonne was helpless, staring at Hermione, hoping to get any important clues from the other party, but the little witch looked at Yvonne blankly. She only knew this. Don't try to change the past. Follow the context of history. Yvonne thought these two words in his heart, hesitated for a long time, sighed, and said to Hermione. Let's go, take the invisibility cloak, let's go back. Go back? Where to? Hermione put on the invisibility cloak suspiciously, and Yvonne on the other side also disappeared in place. Afterwards, the two people wearing the invisibility cloak realized a problem at the same time. They couldn't see each other anymore, which was impossible. Yvonne had to adjust, and temporarily put away his invisibility cloak, and just use an invisibility cloak with Hermione. Back to the black magic store all the way. This time Yvonne did not dare to be too close, but chose a high ground, where he could clearly see a few small alleys near the black magic store, so that he could control the overall situation. As the store was open, Yvonne could also see Asia. Is she your mother? She's so beautiful. Hermione turned her head and asked softly. It was the first time she saw Asia. She had never had a chance to see Asia at King's Cross. Pick up Yvonne. Yes. Yvonne nodded, but didn't want to say too much. Then you can always tell me now, what do you want to do? Is it related to your mother? Hermione looked at Aisha and said aloud. Didn't I tell you anything when I asked you to come? Yvonne asked strangely. Hermione shook her head again, saying that she didn't know anything. Yvonne hesitated. In fact, he didn't want Hermione to get involved, but since the little witch was here now, he had to explain. About 2 hours later, a group of dark wizards will attack the dark magic shop. When I get home, the battle is over. Yvonne closed his eyes, recalling the scene 3 months ago, muttering to himself. I only came and saw her fall in a pool of blood. Hermione looked at Yvonne in amazement. She could naturally hear who Yvonne was talking about. The little witch's eyes were full of pity. She suddenly remembered Ivan's loss of control when facing the Dementor on the train, and also wanted to understand why Yvonne was so obsessed with the time converter. Yvonne is still thinking about the past. He has looked back on the scene that day in countless dreams. He sometimes dreamed that he had returned to the past with a time converter, but, like the sad wizard in Dumbledore's story, he personally caused Asia's death. Or falling into the cycle of time and space over and over again. Countless scenes of illusion and reality are intertwined, and Yvonne can't even tell what is real and what is fake. Although he verified the authenticity once with the hair removed from Asia's corpse, it is not insurance unless he is willing to open the coffin sealed in the basement and confirm the body with his own eyes. However, Yvonne did not have the courage to open the museum. He was worried that after seeing the worst result, everything would be doomed and his efforts would be meaningless. I believe you can change all of this. Hermione's voice reached Ivan's ears. Yvonne opened his eyes, and the girl's brown eyes were full of trust in the narrow space created by the invisibility cloak. Yvonne was a little moved, and he could see that Hermione really believed that she could, not just words of comfort. I have never seen anything you can't do. Hermione said confidently. Although Dumbledore told them about the various rules of the time converter, one of which was that the past could not be changed, Hermione still had faith in Yvonne. He is so smart, he can easily learn those advanced magics, frustrate the conspiracy of mysterious people one after another, develop and improve many potions, and see through the true colors of the two defense against the dark arts class professors, and drove them out. Yvonne was a little bit dumbfounded, and there were a lot of things he couldn't do, that is, he appeared to be more powerful among the group of students. Is there anything I can help? Hermione looked at Yvonne expectantly. No, I hope you don't care about anything, all you have to do is protect yourself. The expression on Ivan's face became very serious. Hermione pursed her lips, and Yvonne continued without waiting for her to speak. The enemy this time is a group of dark wizards, maybe more than 10. They are very dangerous, they make good use of all kinds of deadly black magic. You stay here and don't care about anything, I will deal with them. How can that work? They have so many people, and you can't deal with them alone. Hermione's face was full of worry, her words were rushed and panicked. She continued. I know a lot of magic, and have you forgotten it? We just took a duel class last semester. I even defeated a lot of senior students in the duel field and knew how to fight. Not enough. This is far from enough. Yvonne interrupted Hermione's words, staring at her, and said sharply. You don't understand at all. The real battle is not fun in a duel, defeat is death. Those dark wizards will impose the most cruel magic on you. Do you know the heart-cutting curse? People who are hit by this kind of curse will feel unhappy. You can imagine what it feels like to pull your bones out of the flesh one by one. It will only hurt more than this. There are also some dark magics that will corrode the flesh and blood of people. Once they are attacked, they will be integrated into your body. After a while, your skin will fester, crack, stink, and drain. Yvonne said word by word, opened the mouth. Hermione was frightened by Ivan's words and crazy expression. She trembled slightly to say that she was not afraid of those, but Yvonne was the first to deliver a fatal blow. Do you dare to kill? I mean, the kind that cuts off the opponent's head with a spell. Chapter 317, You are scared, aren't you? Hermione was completely stunned by Ivan's words. This year, who is 13 years old, she has never touched the word killing, and can't even imagine what it would be like to cut off an enemy's head. Hermione bit her lower lip tightly, trying to say that she could do it, but the words that came to the mouth were stuck in her mouth, and the mist filled her eyes. You're scared, aren't you? Yvonne hit Hermione's self-confidence cruelly. But those dark wizards will only be more terrifying than I said. He understood very well, and now to make it clear, it was only a blow to Hermione's confidence, but if Hermione was really involved in the battle, it would be tantamount to pushing her to the brink of death. Yvonne consciously faced the group of dark wizards at the same time and had no chance of winning. He had to rely on a suitable venue and the power of the invisibility cloak, not to mention Hermione, who had no combat experience. If she gets involved, it will probably be a dead end. Yvonne has no extra energy to distract and protect Hermione. So you understand? I'll be fine when the black-robed wizards are handed over to me. Yvonne said. But they have so many people. Hermione was very worried and could not help but suggested. Otherwise, let's take your mother and leave first. We can go to Hogwarts. Those dark wizards must not dare to go anywhere. And we can still ask Professor Dumbledore for help. Hermione racked her brain to think of her idea. You don't know my mother, she won't go to Hogwarts. Yvonne shook his head and rejected Hermione's proposal. Asia and Dumbledore were very uncomfortable. Just mentioning that they were angry with the convenience, I am afraid that they would rather die than seek Dumbledore's help. Anyway, don't worry too much. Yvonne looked at Hermione, who was worried, and said in a relaxed tone. What you said, there is nothing I can't do, is it? It's the same this time. I didn't mean that. Hermione glared at Yvonne in dissatisfaction, but didn't talk about dealing with the dark wizards anymore. Ivan's words just now made her realize that she was weak, and if she forced herself into the war, she might not only be unable to help but also drag Yvonne. Then, I'll be watching you here. Hermione hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. Yvonne nodded, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't want to hurt Hermione because of his own affairs. Afterwards, Yvonne turned his attention to the dark magic shop in the distance. Following the context of history, Yvonne tried to parse the message left by his future self. Does it mean don't take the initiative to change, just wait for them here? Let everything go as it is, and cover the truth with illusions only at key points? Yvonne frowned. He didn't like such passive waiting. In contrast, he still prefers to take the initiative. At the same time, Yvonne also noticed that Asia still maintained her previous actions, resting her cheek with her right hand, and staring at the clocks hanging on the wall in a daze. She didn't know how long she was in a daze. It seems that there are no customers in the store during this time, and Asia is boring enough. But why keep looking at the clock? Does this make any sense? Just as Yvonne was thinking about it, a slight chime came over, apparently from the clock on the wall. What surprised Yvonne even more was that Aisha, who had been in a trance, moved. In the magic shop at this time, Aisha looked at the time indicated on the clock and pointed to 4 o'clock, with a slight look of expectation on her face, and muttered to herself. It's almost time, right? Will it be a little earlier now? Early. Asia stood up, walked out of the magic shop, grabbed the purple cloak placed at the door and put it on her body, then stretched out her hand and pointed her wand behind her. With a bang, the door of the magic shop closed directly. Apparition. Asia didn't stay at the door too much, waved her magic wand again, and disappeared directly in place. On the high ground in the distance, Yvonne, who watched this scene, was directly stunned. The person he needed to protect disappeared in front of him? Where did she go? Why did she leave? Yvonne muttered to himself in confusion. Now there is only more than an hour left before the black magic shop encounters an attack. Asia is gone. Who can the black-robed wizards attack by then? Yvonne is a little anxious. Although Asia is not here, he can calmly turn the magic shop into a trap to seduce the black-robed wizards, but what if Asia waits to come back? 4 o'clock, where can she go at this time? Yvonne remembered that Asia had been checking the time before, and looked at the clock on the wall through the window. She should have gone to King's Cross Station. Hermione said suddenly. King's Cross Station? Yvonne turned his head and glanced at Hermione, and then realized that today is the holiday day for the students at Hogwarts, and the train will arrive at King's Cross Station in London in the evening. It's very likely that Asia is going to pick him up. But it shouldn't be right. I didn't wait for her at the station at all. Yvonne frowned. He remembered clearly that after he got off the train, he waited for a long time at King's Cross Station and didn't see Asia. It is precisely because of this that he had never thought about this before. Unless, the past has been changed. In other words, Asia did not go to King's Cross Station at all. Yvonne immediately decided to confirm it personally, and said to Hermione. Hold on to me, let's go to King's Cross Station. Knockoff Alley was too dangerous, even with the invisibility cloak, Yvonne would not dare to leave Hermione here alone. Hermione nodded and grabbed Ivan's left hand tightly. Yvonne asked Hermione to pull the corners of the invisibility cloak by the way, so as not to drop the invisibility cloak here when she teleported, and waved her wand with her right hand. Apparition. With a burst of space change www.mtlnovel.com, 2 figures disappeared in Knockdown Alley. At the same time, Yvonne and Hermione appeared in the corner of Kingdom Cross Station. Since the two were wearing invisibility cloaks, they did not cause panic even in this crowded place. After Yvonne stood firmly, he looked around and saw many acquaintances. Hermione's father, Mr. Granger, and Ron's parents, Arthur and Molly, were also waiting in front of the 9 3/4 station. Where is Aisha? Isn't she here? Yvonne glanced around, and when it was strange, he saw Asia in a purple cloak coming in from the entrance of the station. Yvonne then remembered that Asia, without the invisibility cloak, could not teleport into the station like them, so naturally he had to take a step back. What the is going on? Yvonne was completely lost when I saw Asia really in the station, so why didn't I meet her in the first place? Chapter 318, It's time to test acting again. Is history really changed? Ivan was a little puzzled, but he didn't do anything after he came back. Where is the butterfly effect? Under Ivan's gaze, Asia did not wait in front of the 9 3/4 platform, but walked to a place with no one next to him, leaning against the stone pillar on one side, and silently staring at the entrance of the platform with purple eyes. I don't mean to be close. Is it because you don't want to meet Mr. Arthur and Mrs. Molly? Ivan was guessing Asia's thoughts in his heart. He remembered that the Weasleys knew his father, and once mentioned in Knockdown Alley that his father was a hero. But the evaluation of Asia was not so good. Judging from Sirius's attitude last time, Ivan felt that the members of the Order of the Phoenix might not treat his mother much. It's no wonder that when he returned home in the first grade, Asia waited until the Ron family had left before coming up to pick him up. A few thoughts flashed through Ivan's mind. After that, Ivan stared closely at platform 9 3/4. He wanted to see if Asia would meet with his past self, and whether the past would be changed. It didn't take long for the little wizards to walk out from the partition wall on the 9 3/4 platform, and ran to the waiting parents excitedly, and the platform suddenly became lively. Ivan quickly saw the figures of George and Fred, and the loudly voiced Mrs. Weasley greeted them and hurried over. Vaguely, Ivan could still hear Mrs. Weasley's voice interrogating them about their grades this year. The expressions of George and Fred were very relaxed. They had successfully reached the goal set by Mrs. Weasley this school year. Naturally, they were not worried and were happy to talk to Mrs. Weasley. Ivan took a few glances, then set his gaze on the partition wall of the platform again, and after a few minutes, he would come out from there. At this moment, Hermione pulled the corner of his clothes and spoke. Ivan, remember that sentence. What? Ivan looked at her strangely. Of course I have to learn to follow the context of history. Hermione reminded as she looked at Ivan seriously, holding the book in her arms. You didn't see your mother here, did you? Although Ivan had not mentioned this to her, the wise Hermione had guessed it from Ivan's previous expressions and words. Yes. Ivan said aloud, and then Hermione, who was a little surprised, suddenly realized what the little witch was about to say to her. Are you asking me to go out now to entice Asia? The little witch nodded. Although she has limited knowledge of time, since the future Ivan said so, it must be meaningful, so she will remind her at this time. Ivan frowned, his mind caught in the battle between heaven and man. Considering whether the past has been changed by inaction, or whether to go up and lead AIA to return everything to the original. The clash of thoughts lasted less than a second, and Ivan decisively chose the latter. Because what he wanted was to lead the originally unknown result to the side he expected, not to enter another parallel time and space. Thinking of this, Ivan took the black magic uncensored in Hermione's hand and waved his wand, transforming the book into an empty suitcase. Ivan took a deep breath, thinking in his mind what to say when meeting, then lifted the invisibility cloak and walked towards Asia. It's time to test his acting skills again. At this time, Aisha, wearing a purple cloak, leaned sideways on the stone pillar on the left, staring at the platform 9 3/4 intently, looking at every little wizard who came out, looking for the figure of Ivan from it. However, a familiar voice suddenly rang behind her. Mom. Asia was stunned, turned her head subconsciously, and unexpectedly found that Ivan was behind her, and suddenly asked a little strangely. Ivan? When did you come here? Why didn't I see you coming out of the platform? The corners of Ivan's mouth rose slightly, and he said braggingly. Of course the effect of the phantom spell. This is the spell I just learned this year, how about it? Is it okay? Ivan stretched out his magic wand and tapped a little on his body. The magical power like a water curtain shrouded his body and disappeared in front of Asia out of thin air. The next moment Ivan released the magic again, and his figure reappeared. After demonstrating the effect of the phantom mantra to Asia, Ivan looked at Asia with expectant eyes, as if he had a good test score and wanted his parents to praise a few words. Amazing. Really worthy of being my son. Asia bowed slightly with a smile, and intimately held Ivan in her arms and rubbed his cheek, without any words of appreciation. Sniffing the familiar scent of lavender, Ivan's tight mind these days has relaxed a lot, and at the same time, he is slowly relieved. It seems that Asia didn't doubt him. Just as Ivan was thinking about it, I felt that Asia's hand suddenly squeezed his cheek. Ivan exclaimed in pain, looking at Asia very innocently, and didn't quite understand why she did it. I remember last year you said that you would definitely be back this Christmas. I didn't wait for you that day. Asia took her hand back and said with a smile, but the purple pupils were faintly shining with dangerous light. Ivan swallowed hard, he almost forgot about this matter, and hurriedly explained. Mom, you can't blame me. There are many things that happened in school this year. I was so busy that I didn't have time to come back. And I have to teach myself advanced spells, play Quidditch, and make potions. Ivan shook his fingers and counted the things he had to do one by one www.mdlnovel.com and then said strangely. Wait, didn't I ask Macca to send you a letter? Asia stretched out a hand and flicked his forehead in angrily, and said. Your owl is flying too slowly. I didn't see it until I got home from the station on Christmas. There was a little helpless look on Ivan's face. He was busy looking for the lost diary, so it was not until Christmas Day when he saw that there were a lot fewer people at school, and he remembered about sending letters. Where is your owl? Speaking of the letter, Asia looked at Ivan's suitcase, but did not see Macca. It just so happens that I also think it flies slowly, so I lost it, intending to replace it with a fast-flying owl. Ivan said indiscriminately, and Ivan shrugged with an unbelievable look on Asia's face. Had to speak again. Well, Macca actually helped me transport the potion materials. Without waiting for Asia to think deeply, Ivan changed the subject and continued excitedly. By the way, if you don't believe me, I have made tens of thousands of gold gallons this year. Chapter 319, Ivan, you big liar. Thousands of gallons. Asia looked at Ivan in astonishment. This is not a small sum. If it were replaced with the magic shop 2 years ago, it would not be enough for several years. Yes. Part of it was earned from the new defense against the dark arts class professor. He is a complete liar. Ivan said. That Lockhart. Asia had some interest. She had seen news about Lockhart in the Daily Prophet a few days ago, but she didn't read it carefully. Ivan nodded. But this story is too long, let's talk about it as we walk. This will start when I saw Lockhart in Lihun bookstore. Well, let's say it on the way. Asia smiled, and took Ivan's hand, listening to Ivan's words while walking towards the exit of the station. Ivan slowly talked about the experience of the last school year, from seeing Harry and Ron riding a speeding car on the train, and talking about winning the Quidditch competition. Ivan said a lot and was very detailed. This is what Ivan always wanted to share with Asia when he came home last school year, but there was no such opportunity then. In the distance, Hermione, wearing invisible cloak, looked at the mother and son walking out of the station hand in hand. She was also a little bit emotional. This school year was the first time she saw Ivan smile so happily. Hermione chuckled lightly, and was about to follow quickly. At this time, a familiar voice rang not far behind him. Ivan, Harry, and Ron, don't forget to write to me during the summer vacation. Hermione turned her head abruptly and looked over. In front of platform 9 3/4, a little brown-haired witch waved to her friends, but stared at one of the boys. Of course, I promise. The blonde boy said with a smile, and the little brunette witch followed her father away with satisfaction. Hermione under the invisibility cloak stared at this scene blankly, and then grunted slightly with dissatisfaction. Con man. But watching the blonde boy standing in place and looking around, Hermione couldn't help but remember that she had been waiting for Ivan's letter all summer vacation, and then smiled. It's time for you to wait a long time. Yeah, they won't go far. When Hermione turned around, she realized that Ivan and Asia were no longer in the station. She exclaimed, and chased after her in invisibility cloak. Soon after Hermione left, by the 9 3/4 platform, the little wizards left with their parents laughing, and only one lonely figure was left in the end. The blonde boy frowned, looking at the station that was gradually becoming empty, lost in thought. Where is Aisha? Why haven't you come yet? Was it delayed by something? The more the blonde boy thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. He wanted to go back on his own, and worried that he might miss Asia. Forget it, let's wait a while. So, that Lockhart is a master of oblivion? He became so famous by stealing other people's stories. The two walked all the way on the bustling streets of London, and Asia heard Ivan talk about Lockhart's details, and said with some surprise. Yes, Ivan smiled and said some funny stories about Lockhart's embarrassment in school, and then continued. After I learned his secret, Lockhart begged me to make some magic items for him so that he could release 1 or 2 magic so that he wouldn't be dismantled so quickly. What then? How much did you charge him? Asia was very curious. The first time 2,500 gallons. Ivan said. The first time. Asia's face was a little weird. Of course, so there is a second time. Ivan told Asia how Lockhart wanted to challenge the deans of the academy in the duel club, but how did he get his head in the end? Asia was also speechless when he heard this. How did someone like Lockhart who has no self-knowledge succeeded in disguising for so many years? I have known that your principal is crazy on weekdays, otherwise how could you find such a person to take the position of defense against the dark arts class? Asia said dissatisfiedly. Ivan rolled his eyes, and he felt that Dumbledore was simply unavailable. After all, Voldemort has cursed the defense against the dark arts class for many years. The wise wizards in the magical world have either already held this position or heard some bad rumors. Now that the magic world has the ability and has thoughts about this position, Snape may be left alone. Ivan thinks that Dumbledore is probably also a clear curse, so he has always avoided Snape from assuming this position directly. However, Ivan will naturally not discuss these messages with Asia, just as he deliberately avoided the struggle between himself and Tom Riddle when he told about his experience last school year. Just to keep Yatai from worrying. By the way, Mother, how are the werewolf wizards in Knockdown Alley? Are they okay? Yvonne suddenly asked. Are they? Still the same, basically unchanged. Aisha said casually. After Yvonne left, she had roughly investigated the roots of these werewolf wizards. Indeed, as the werewolf leader said, it was a mess on the European continent and escaped all the way. What do you ask this for? Asia asked puzzled. It's just a little weird why they never sent me a letter. Yvonne said he remembered the werewolf wizards he had asked at the end of his first year summer vacation to help collect information about turning into the alley. But he hadn't received even a single letter for the entire school year. It stands to reason that there have been so many dark wizards in Knockdown Alley recently, and they are planning to attack Asia. They cannot be unconscious. I told them not to disturb you. Asia reached out and touched Ivan's head and said with a smile. Since you are in school, it would be nice to focus on your studies. Anyway, they are just trivial things. I will deal with them naturally. What are you worried about? A look of helplessness flashed across Ivan's face, and he said, it turned out that it was Asia who stopped all the messages sent to him by the werewolf wizards. However, Yvonne learned from Asia's words that she was not ignorant of what Bach was preparing to deal with her, but the degree of attention was obviously not enough. Otherwise, those werewolf wizards should be visible near the magic shop, and Asia would not be so calm. Chapter 320, It will be fine, right? Just chatting all the way, the two quickly returned to Knockdown Alley. Asia took out his wand and clicked on the closed door, which opened. Well, you can sit upstairs, I will cook first. Asia took off the purple cloak and hung it at the door, then turned her head to look at Yvonne, and couldn't help saying again. I haven't seen you for a while now, how come you have lost so much weight and didn't eat in school? Okay. It's okay. Yvonne shook his head and said casually. I miss you mainly. I've never seen you take the initiative to send a letter to my family. Is that what you think of me? Asia tapped Ivan's forehead lightly, and said with a smile. However, Yvonne took advantage of the trend and embraced Asia actively. What's the matter? Asia was a little surprised, and stroked Ivan's hair with his right hand, wondering if he was wronged at Hogwarts. Asia was about to ask, when she suddenly felt dizzy in her brain, and heard something faintly. She lost consciousness in the next second, her body collapsed, and she fainted in Ivan's arms. Faint. Yvonne said, putting away the wand that was holding Asia's abdomen, watching Asia's muttering mouth and said. Sleep for a while. Ivan's face was full of apologetic. He didn't want Asia to participate in the subsequent battles. After all, as long as Asia participated in the battle, there was a possibility of death. And he didn't want to take any risks. So Yvonne had to feint Asia, otherwise it would be impossible for Asia's temperament to hide and let him fight alone. Fortunately, most magic items cannot achieve the defensive effect without the user's active activation. This is why he easily subdued Asia. Hermione! Yvonne shouted into the empty space. He couldn't wear the disguise of the invisibility cloak, but knew that Hermione would definitely follow him. Sure enough, not far from him, the little brown-haired witch took off the invisibility cloak and appeared in front of him. Yvonne, what should we do now? Hermione asked Asia, who was unconscious, leaning against Ivan's arms. You take Asia into the basement and take your invisibility cloak. No matter what happens, don't come out if you hear any noise, understand? Yvonne said. Hermione pursed her lips and hesitated. Remember? You promised me just now. Yvonne said solemnly. Hermione gritted her teeth and nodded. Yvonne breathed a sigh of relief, and opened the trapdoor of the basement with Asia in his arms. Hermione followed Yvonne silently. Yvonne stopped after walking all the way to the practice room, and placed Asia in the corner. The invisibility cloak was relatively large enough to cover the two of them, so even if the black-robed wizards found them in the basement, they would not be able to find them. Afterwards, Yvonne walked out of the basement and looked at the wide variety of magic items on the shelves of the store. Thinking about the battle to come, he gathered up most of the useless ones and piled them up in the basement studio. I won't get hurt during the fight, this is all money. After doing all this, Yvonne turned his head, only to realize that Hermione had come out of the practice room for some time, blocking the door of the studio. Why did you come out? Yvonne frowned. Hermione silently stepped forward, rushed forward, stretched out her arms to hug him tightly, and continued for a while. The little witch raised her head and stared at Yvonne with her brown eyes, her body trembled slightly. Yvonne, you will be fine, right? Don't worry. Yvonne said in a very relaxed tone. Do you know what I saw when I came in that day? The underground is full of the corpses of the black-robed wizards, so it must not be me who died. Is that so? That's great. Hermione said softly, but didn't mean to let go. Okay, I'll get some decorations from the top, they will be here soon. Yvonne reluctantly comforted the worried Hermione, and sent her to hide quickly. After Hermione left, the relaxed expression on Ivan's face turned to a heavy color. There were 10 black wizards. Fighting head-on, the chance of winning is slim. But he is not without advantages, this is his own dark magic shop, he is very familiar with it. In addition, there are many trigger-type black magic items in the store, and he only needs to inject some magic power to temporarily activate these items and arrange them into traps. This might help him solve some of his enemies. Thinking of this, Yvonne put on the invisibility cloak and began to arrange it, and used transfiguration to fill in the missing space on the shelf, then glanced at the clock. It was the time when he heard the first explosion in Knockoff Alley. It should be very close. Hush and guard. Yvonne waved his magic wand, and for a while, white mist continued to gush from the top of the magic wand, filled the air, and turned into the shadow of an illusory unicorn. With a thought to Yvonne, the illusory body of the unicorn shadow passed through the ceiling and stayed on the second floor. There was a knock on the door, and Yvonne quickly retreated to the corner of the first floor, watching silently. The dark magic shop was very quiet, except for the heavy knocking on the door. Maybe it was impatient, and after a while, the closed door was forcibly blown open. A group of wizards dressed in black robes filed in from the door. The leading wizard is about 40 years old, slightly fat, holding a magic wand in his hands. Eyes like eagles carefully looked around in a circle. There are many wooden shelves in the store with a lot of magic items neatly placed on them, but it seems that there is no one here, otherwise the big movement just made it should have attracted the attention of the other party. The headed middle-aged wizard frowned. Ralph, are you sure you read it right? She hasn't come back yet, right? Impossible, I obviously saw her walking in with the child. So she must be here. Maybe it's because many of us are hiding. The dark wizard named Ralph shook his head and vowed. Said. The hostess of this magic shop, Aisha, had previously imposed an anti-phantom shifting spell in the magic shop in order to guard against them. They had already tried it, and they could not teleport directly into the shop anyway. And this kind of curse is not the enemy or the enemy, and it is not a short-term thing to remove it. Chapter 321, It's time to cook. The middle-aged wizard in the lead nodded. From this point of view, Asia was indeed still in this magic shop. Thinking of this, he turned to Ralph and said. You take them upstairs, remember to pay attention, don't separate too much, especially don't touch anything here. Don't worry, we know that she can't run. Ralph grinned, then greeted the 3 black-robed wizards to search upstairs with him. After watching Ralph ascend the stairs, the leading middle-aged wizard directed the remaining black-robed wizards to search in pairs on the first floor to see if there were secret passages or basements. Although it's not a wise way to be active in a magic shop, but fortunately, they have enough staff, and they are not weak. In addition, according to information, Asia also brought a child who was less than 13 years old and had some potions talent. This is why they chose to do it today. With such a burden by their side, this time it should be stable. Yvonne, wearing an invisibility cloak, quietly listened to their conversation in the corner of the first floor, and the corners of his mouth curled up, just as he was willing to split up. If these people just want to get together, then Yvonne really can't think of any good way to solve them. On the second floor of the magic shop, Ralph and others searched the living room carefully and found nothing. Perhaps he felt that searching like this was a bit too slow. Ralph waved his hand and asked 2 of the black-robed wizards to search in those rooms. He himself went to the kitchen and storage room with the other black-robed wizard. Take a look. Once there is something, you can get there as soon as you tell each other. Ralph walked into the kitchen cautiously and glanced at it. There is a lot of space here, and there are many processed ingredients stacked next to him. Kitchen knives, spoons and other kitchen utensils are all available, neatly placed on one side. It looks normal. However, from Ralph's eyes, it is natural to see that magic has been applied to these kitchen utensils, and they are all real magic items. Armor for body protection. Before entering, Ralph blessed himself with an iron armor curse. He was a little worried whether this would be a trap. For example, as soon as he entered, these kitchen utensils would fly up and hack him to death. Fortunately, none of this happened. The kitchen utensils were put there neatly, and Ralph was relieved. It seemed that these were just ordinary magic kitchen utensils, which were found in many wizard families. Then Ralph searched in the kitchen. Although the space here is not small, there is nothing worth looking for except for a few relatively large cabinets that may hide people. Ralph turned his head and was about to greet his companions to leave, only to find that he was staring at a cabinet in a daze. Lollins, did you find anything over there? Ralph raised his eyebrows and said aloud. The latter did not respond at all. Ralph faintly noticed that something was wrong. He approached a few steps and found that a crystal skull full of cracks was placed on the cabinet, and the hollow eye sockets were burning with gorgeous purple flames. Ralph looked a little surprised, and even felt that the crystal skull in front of him seemed to come alive. The pink flesh was squeezed out of the cracks in the skull, twisted and squeezed together, disgusting. But Ralph quickly broke free from the illusion and returned to normal. However, Lawrence, as if possessed by a demon, slowly stretched out his hand to grab the skull. No! Don't touch that thing! Ralph waved his wand, and a black spell beam hit the crystal skull, breaking it apart. It's a pity that it was a step too late. Before that, Lauren's fingers had touched the crystal skull, and purple flames splashed out of the skull's eye sockets, like a tarsal maggot burning up the fingers, so that the entire arm was stained. Flame! Ah! The harsh scream suddenly sounded in the black magic shop. Lauren rolled on the ground in pain, trying to extinguish the flames on his body, and the wand in his hand fell to the ground. Ralph cursed inwardly for waste, but he drew out his wand for the first time to help him extinguish the weird purple fire. At the moment when he was distracted, a white light and shadow suddenly pierced through the thick wall on the side, like a bolt of lightning rushing towards him. Ralph could faintly hear the neighing sound in his ears, turned his head and looked over, only a white light magnified in front of him. Ralph's heart was alarming, and he wanted to turn around and avoid him. But the white light and shadow were too fast, and a moment of effort was close at hand. The behemoth with sharp horns on its forehead raised its front hoofs, and stomped down. Ralph barely avoided the point. The magic barrier of the iron armor curse stood in front of him, and then slammed to pieces. The two hooves of the unicorn shadow hit Ralph's chest, and the latter only felt like he was hit by a bull, and his body hit the wall behind. Even with the defense of the iron armor curse, Ralph still suffered serious damage. He straightened up and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. What makes Ralph a little confused is that the white light and shadow that attacked him before has disappeared. What happened? The two black-robed wizards who were also on the second floor naturally heard Lawrence's screams, and only after they came over did they find that the situation was worse than they thought. "Help me! Save me!" Lawrence yelled madly. "This is a trap, get out of here!" Ralph quickly reacted and roared. The two black-robed wizards had already stepped in. After hearing Ralph's voice, Gushi's complexion changed and he wanted to escape. It was a pity that it was too late. The shadow of the white unicorn blocked the door, and the azure blue eyes stared at the people in front of him. As the two black-robed wizards entered the kitchen, the magic kitchen utensils hung on the wall moved on their own, and the knives, forks, and iron pans were slowly suspended in the air. Make a jingle. It's time to cook. Flaming flames. Bone to pieces. The two black-robed wizards panicked and cast their spells towards the shadow of the unicorn. The rays of all kinds of spells went straight through the illusory body of the unicorn, bringing up white mist. As if the things in front of you are not physical. They were naturally clear about the patron saint curse. The thing could not directly cause harm to the wizard, but the scar on Ralph's chest reminded them that the patron saint in front of them was not as simple as they thought. Just when the two of them hesitated, the shadow of the unicorn made a clear neigh, and stepped on the white mist to launch a charge towards them. The magic kitchen utensils suspended in the air also flew out. After a while, there was the sound of cooking in the kitchen. Chapter 322, Why did you die suddenly? At the same time, the black-robed wizards who were searching on the first floor turned it upside down, but they didn't get any results. The black-robed wizard in the lead frowned as he listened to the report from the crowd. Fortunately, the two who came last brought good news. "Mr. Adrian, we found a basement." "Very good. Let's go and take a look." The black-robed wizard Yadian led the corner of his mouth and greeted everyone to go first. But just as they acted, a scream of screams suddenly came upstairs. It's Lawrence's voice. Adrian's face suddenly changed. It seemed that Lawrence was probably hitting some trap by mistake, and of course, it was also possible that she was confronted with the female shopkeeper. Adrian immediately gave up his plan to explore the basement and was ready to go up and check the situation. But what he didn't expect was that within a few seconds of kung fu, there were a few wailing and angry shouts from upstairs, and it didn't take long for the voice to gradually weaken. The black-robed wizards downstairs showed shocked expressions, and Yadian's pupils shrank slightly. He certainly knows what this means. Ralph, Lawrence, and others must have been attacked by each other, and the four of them were completely at a disadvantage. They might even be knocked down 2 or 3 in this short period of time. People. Yaduan couldn't help feeling that he might have misestimated the strength of the female shopkeeper. Ralph and others were not weak. Even if they used the advantage of the venue to carry out a sneak attack, it was not easy to do this. "Carlson, Maggie, you guard here, everyone else will follow me. She must be upstairs." Yadian, who has outstanding self-sustaining strength, did not rudely lead everyone up to support, but left 2 guarding the entrance. This is also to prevent the other party from screaming. After all, this is a mother, maybe she is going to delay them upstairs with her own life, so that her child who is hiding in the basement can escape. Adrian never underestimates the determination of a mother to protect her child, nor does he want to let that little devil slip away because of a momentary negligence. Adrian, who left in a hurry, didn't know, but the child in his mouth had been standing beside them wearing invisibility cloak. Yvonne silently watched Yadian rush upstairs with most of the people. then glanced around at the two black-robed wizards who were left on the first floor. There are only 2 people left, which is much easier to deal with. It seemed that everything did not exceed his expectations. Ivan couldn't help but smile. The trap in the magic kitchen on the second floor was naturally arranged by him in advance. In fact, Ivan also placed many triggered black magic items in other places, but it was a pity that these people were too cautious and didn't dare to touch any of them. Only the crystal skull capable of creating phantoms played the expected role. Together with the utensils of the magic kitchen and the shadow of the magic unicorn of his blood, 4 enemies were eliminated in one fell swoop. Now as long as the 2 people in front of him are resolved, Ivan feels that even if the battle is head-on, he will not lose. Thinking of this, Ivan slowly leaned towards them. The 2 black-robed wizards guarding the first floor did not feel the danger coming. One of the witches complained a little nervously after Yadin took the people away. I knew we should kill her halfway. I always think this store is a bit weird. Ralph and the others don't know what's going on. That can only mean that Ralph is a trash. With so many people, I can't catch that woman, it's just right to die. The black-robe wizard sneered disdainfully. He had seen Ralph very much. I was upset, but this time he wouldn't work with Ralph if they hadn't shared a common goal. What is that? While the black-robed wizard was speaking, she vaguely saw something shimmering in the darkness behind the witch, looking like 2 orange-yellow gemstones. Is that a pair of eyes? The moment he thought of this, the black-robed wizard felt as if his consciousness had been drawn in. Enough, Brand. Give me a few words. The black-robed witch frowned in dissatisfaction, and planned to reprimand. But before she could speak, Brand's eyes suddenly became dull, and the next moment he fell straight down. The person who was talking to himself just now suddenly fell to the ground without knowing his life or death. The black-robed witch had never encountered such a strange situation before, and her pupils suddenly shrank, and a chill came from the solace of her feet. Brand, Brand! The black-robed witch stammered and shouted. The latter did not respond at all. She took 2 steps back in fear, and a sharp object hit her. The back. The black-robed witch turned her head abruptly, only to find that a 13 or 14-year-old wizard had appeared behind her at some point. With a white light shining in front of her eyes, the black-robed witch lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Faint. Ivan lightly chanted the spell, knocked the opponent out, and put the wand away. He didn't mean to make up the sword. It was useful to keep the opponent. I knew I wouldn't need snake eyes, the loss of magic power is too great. Ivan rubbed his sour eyes and glanced at the status bar of the system. His magic scale had been reduced by half. 30% of it is used for the shadow of the unicorn, 2 apparitions and the rest of the casting cost, and the remaining 2 are the magic power that is consumed when the snake eye is activated. Perhaps it was because I knew that Asia was staying in the basement safely, and the magic eye without the enhancement of killing intent was much weaker than the effect of direct death before. After consuming 20% of the magic power, the wizard who stared at him did not die directly, but was heavily petrified. Bang! Continuous explosions came from the top of the building. Ivan's complexion suddenly changed, and his bloodline magic unicorn shadow was actually shattered. Because the magic is limited, Ivan did not choose to use magic to repair the body of the unicorn, but let it dissipate. Auden? It seems that they are still a little capable. Ivan muttered to himself, the patron saint and his vision are connected. Of course he saw the whole process, destroying the shadow of the unicorn. The man is Adrian, the leader of those black-robed wizards. The other party is somewhat savvy, and ruthless enough. After gaining insight into the characteristics of the shadow of the unicorn, he used large-scale blasting magic to destroy this special patron saint while it was attacking a companion. The poor black-robed wizard is also blasting the coverage of the spell. I don't know if he is dead. It is worth mentioning that before the blood magic was lifted, Ivan also saw that Adrian was carrying out a large-scale bombing of the second floor. Perhaps it was suspected that the caster was hiding there. After a while, the explosion sounded upstairs stopped, followed by the sound of stepping on the stairs. Ivan glanced at the 2 people on the ground and put the invisibility cloak on him. Chapter 323, This place is so weird. After a while, several black-robed wizards walked downstairs, carrying the bodies of their companions on their shoulders. One of the black-robed wizards was in tatters. He limped when he went down the stairs. He looked at Adrian with a bitter look. He was very dissatisfied with Adrian's decoy behavior, but he didn't have the guts to attack. Yadian's face was gloomy and water dripped. Since entering this dark magic shop, it has only taken 4 people in a row in 10 minutes, and others have been injured as a result. What made him most embarrassed was that until now, he hadn't even seen the figure of the attacker, and his only record was to blow up a powerful patron saint upstairs. Better don't let me catch you. Yadian scolded fiercely, thinking about how to torture the other party. When he was upstairs just now, Adrian had already figured out that Ralph and the others would only end up in such a trap when they were caught in the opponent's trap, that they were hacked to death by a bunch of kitchen utensils. He clearly reminded these idiots not to touch anything indiscriminately. Adrian cursed a few words secretly, but he knew that Ralph still had some brains in his daily life, and this time he fell into the trap probably not only because of negligence. The powerful Yadin, the strange guardian god, had personally experienced it before, and it was normal to be trapped in the first contact. Fortunately, that thing was blown up by him. Using such a powerful spell would definitely consume a lot of mana, and the opponent may not be able to release it a second time. Brand, Sinfu, don't hurry up and help. Yadian dragged a corpse down the stairs with his right hand, shouting to the outside. The whole first floor is quiet, no one responds. Adrian's face changed, and he felt a little uneasy. He hurriedly led everyone to the counter on the first floor. Only then did he find that Brand and Sunfu were lying on the sidelines. There seemed to be no scars on their bodies. In other words, in just a few minutes when they went up and down the stairs, Brand and Sunfu were easily resolved by the other party without even making any resistance. The black-robed wizards who saw this scene couldn't help taking a breath, feeling a chill behind them, looking suspiciously at the empty surroundings, always feeling that something would rush out in the dim space and tear them to pieces. The two black-robed wizards waved their magic wands like a vent, and the rays of the spell passed through the void and hit the shelves, counters and glass covers, blowing these things into pieces. Adrian also waved his magic wand to release an anti-curse, and the fluctuations of magic power swept around, but he didn't notice anything. The dim magic shop was still empty. Yadin. This place is too weird, let's leave first. One of them couldn't help but said. Yadian's face was green, and he faintly felt that it was a mistake to come here this time. Take Brand and Sunfu, let's go. Yadian squeezed the word out of his mouth with difficulty, and immediately decided to cancel this action. He was worried that everyone would suffer here if he continued. When Adrian said these words, a strong sense of danger enveloped their hearts, as if they were locked in by a deadly poisonous snake. Not far away from them, in an empty place, a slightly immature voice sounded. Thunderbolt exploded. The blazing firelight illuminates the dim black magic shop, and then the flame expands into a giant orange fireball, sweeping toward the black-robed wizards gathered together. Adian's pupil shrunk and his hair exploded, only to have time for him to wave his wand with all his strength, and a grey-black shield appeared not far in front. The black-robed wizards beside him who are still able to act are also desperately casting spells. A magical barrier blocked the fireball's only way, and was crushed to pieces in an instant. The orange-red giant fireball slammed into the sturdy shield and met some resistance. Then the fireball expanded rapidly and finally burst. A huge roar sounded in the closed magic shop. The fire blazed into the sky, and the nearby shelves and counters were directly lifted out by the violent shock wave. The glass covers cracked under the shock, and the wall on one side was blown up by a round hole. Under the light of the fire, Ivan's figure was looming, his robe was rustled by the strong wind, and the hood of the invisibility cloak was blown off. I should have thought of it, Asia should not be able to explode with this intensity. Ivan muttered to himself silently, looking at the gap in the wall. This is the effect he can only achieve after using the strengthened magic text blessing. In general, his power is much greater than when he deterred the werewolf last time. After all, his strength has improved a lot compared to before. The reason why I chose to explode with a thunderbolt instead of using the more concealed Shenfeng Shadowless Curse is because the Shenfeng Shadowless Curse is more inclined to kill alone. Even after blessing, it is not enough to solve so many people at once. And he only had one chance for a sneak attack. Ivan looked around, rubble and corpses were all over the ground, and several black-robed wizards who hadn't died were struggling painfully. The scarlet blood gradually infested the grey floor. Bone to pieces. Ivan sent them on the road one by one, ending their pain. Is there one missing person? Ivan counted the corpses in the ground, and when it was strange, a red light burst out from the ruins on one side. Ivan has never relaxed his vigilance, and instantly activated the protective ring he carried on his right hand, and the magic barrier automatically hovered over his body, extinguishing the light of the spell. Yadin? You are still alive. Ivan turned his head and looked at it. A figure was emerging from the ruins. Cough, cough, cough. Yadian painfully clutched his chest, coughed out some blood, and looked at Ivan, who only had a head exposed in front of him, somewhat unbelievable. He didn't expect that the one who used such a powerful magic just now would be a little wizard who was only 13 years old, and he would actually be planted in the hands of such a kid. Where is your mother, Aisha? Yadian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It's just to deal with you, she doesn't need her to do it. Ivan said casually, and threw a smashing spell with his right hand. Very good, very good. Yadian furiously avoided the light of the spell, gritted his teeth and said, he did not expect that he would be so despised by others. Then when I kill you, she'd better not regret it. Angrily kept licking Adian's reason, the wounds on his body and the blood flowing down made him more aura. The wounded lone wolf is usually the scariest. Yadin's eyes were faintly red, and he waved the magic wand in his hand, and a green light flashed in the air. Avada Kedavra. Chapter 324, Killing, Blood, hell. Before he started, Ivan predicted that the short body would roll over to avoid the blow, and in the end he directly retracted into the invisibility cloak and disappeared into Yadian's sight. Get out of here. Yadian looked around angrily. Under the slam of his wand, the gravel on the ground shot up like flying arrows and scattered in all directions. However, these rebels did not have any effect. They were affected in midair, distorted and turned into flying birds that obscured Yadian's sight. Shen Feng Wuying. Ivan stretched his wand out of the invisibility cloak and pointed it at Aden's chest, and the invisible magic blade cut across Aden's body and brought a blood stain. Come out. Yadian let out a roar, but he couldn't wear the disguise of the invisibility cloak. He could only judge his position with the sound of Ivan's curse. He waved his wand frantically to cast spells and exploded everything around him. Smash! Ivan hiding in the invisibility cloak is as flexible as a fish in the water. He doesn't stay in one place at all. He circles around Yadian, and uses Shen Feng Wuying to add one to Yadian's body from time to time. Road wound. Adrian's vitality was unexpectedly strong. Although the blood flow continued, he still stood firm. In the end, the wand that was abandoned directly embraced the collapsed counter with brute force and swept forward. It's a pity that such obvious movements are too easy to be seen through, but will reveal flaws, and Ivan easily avoided it. Adian seemed to be a giant, waving the counter repeatedly, but couldn't hit the dwarf Ivan, only a small amount of physical energy was consumed. Taking advantage of the moment when Adian's old power was exhausted, Ivan waved his wand and the wide chair underneath changed into a giant snake entangled Adian's ankles and fixed him in place. Bone to pieces. Ivan cast a spell again. Adian's face changed, and he barely blocked a blow with the counter in his hand. However, Yadian was wounded very seriously. He was at the end of the crossbow. He was entangled in the giant snake and unable to move. After a difficult resistance for a while, he was killed by a splitting curse. Seeing Yadian's body crashing down, Ivan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The strength of the opponent was a little bit beyond his expectations. If it hadn't been for the sneak attack before, but now with the help of the invisibility cloak, it would take some effort and a lot of magic to kill Yadian. Ivan shook his head when he looked at Adrian, who was not looking at him. As the leader of these black-robed wizards, Yadian might know something, but Ivan didn't have much time and didn't have that kung fu torture. He remembers that he saw the fire and heard the explosion not long after entering the knockdown alley, and then ran all the way to the scene in just a few minutes. It is estimated that it is already halfway. Noticing the blood marks cut out by the Shen Feng shadowless curse on Yadian, Ivan's heart moved to blow up those marks with the smash curse, and then he walked towards the inside of the store. The black-robed witch who was stunned by him before did not know when she was awake. Unfortunately, she was hit in the back by a falling rock that was blown up by the aftermath, and she was climbing out of the pile of rocks with difficulty. Ivan put his hand into the wizard robe and walked towards her. Seeing Ivan approaching, the black-robed witch grabbed the wand on the ground to cast a spell in horror, but was snatched by Ivan. Let me go, let me go. The black-robed witch looked at Ivan pleadingly. Bok instigated us to come, I can tell you everything I know. As she watched, the little wizard in front of her took out a bottle of potion from her robe, and the black-robed witch was delighted. She thought that the other party was definitely ready to heal herself. After all, if you want to kill yourself, you just need to cast a spell, and you don't have to be so troublesome. The black-robed witch drank the potion quickly, and then suddenly covered her neck. She was horrified to find that her body had begun to deform. This was not a potion to treat injuries at all. What Ivan gave her was naturally the bottle of improved compound decoction that Hermione brought over. When I stunned Asia before, Ivan took a piece of Asia's hair and put it in the potion. What did you drink for me? The black-robed witch wailed in pain, and the wound pulled by the muscles when she deformed made her almost faint with pain. Ivan silently watched the black-robed witch in front of him, rapidly changing, her appearance becoming more and more gorgeous, and finally becoming Aisha's appearance. The transformation finally ended, the black-robed witch lay down on the ground weakly, her body trembling from time to time, her wailing sound was much weaker, a large amount of blood continued to soak the robe along the back, and flowed on the grey floor. On. Ivan looked at her struggling painfully like Asia, and was really unbearable, so he waved her wand and killed her, then ran to the entrance of the basement in 3 or 2 steps, opened the trap door, and ran towards the practice room. Go with. At this time, the fearful little witch, who was curled up in the practice room, suddenly lifted the invisibility cloak when she saw Ivan, and slammed into Ivan's arms. Great, Ivan, are you okay? Hermione said excitedly. The huge explosion just frightened her for fear that Ivan would encounter something unexpected on it. Didn't I tell you? They will definitely be the ones who die, look. I didn't get hurt at all. Ivan pretended to comfort Hermione with ease. Hermione looked at Ivan carefully, and everything was fine except for a little blood stained on his clothes and a little pale face. Anyway, let's go out first. Ivan put his arms around Isaiah, who was unconscious, and beckoned Hermione to go outside. Hermione nodded, and ran out of the basement with Yvonne and Asia. When she saw the scene on the first floor, Hermione's pupils shrank slightly, and she couldn't help covering her mouth with her hand to avoid shouting. The previous black magic shop has become a ruin at this time. The flames are blasting into the sky, and a strong smell of blood is puffing on the nose. There are several corpses lying underground. The corpses and pieces of meat can be seen everywhere. The scene of vice hell. What makes her sensitive even more surprised is that one of the female corpses turned out to look like Asia. Is it a compound decoction? Hermione soon wondered why Yvonne was obsessed with developing the improvement of the compound decoction, and why he had to figure out what effect the potion would have on the dead. It turned out that he wanted to create the illusion of Asia's death. Yet, Hermione ran all the way, but accidentally kicked something and nearly fell to the ground. Looking back, she found that it was a black-robed wizard who fell to the ground. The black-robed wizard's eyes were open, and he was lying on the ground stiffly, as if he was petrified, and there were no wounds on his body. Chapter 325, You will witness one kill. Blood on the ground is like hell. Yvonne, he doesn't seem to be dead. Hermione stammered. Yvonne turned his head suspiciously, followed Hermione's gaze and saw the black-robed wizard on the ground. Only then did he remember that he had previously petrified an enemy with snake eyes. However, this guy's luck was obviously good. He was not hit by a falling rock when he was in a coma, and he did not die from the aftermath of magic, so he survived. Pour down this potion for him, hurry up. After thinking for a while, Yvonne held Asia in one hand, and took out a bottle of depetrification potion from the wizard's robe with the other hand and handed it to Hermione. Hermione was confused, but still obediently followed, and at the same time noticed that the petrochemical state seemed to be gradually fading after the opponent drank the potion. Before Hermione could figure out why Yvonne would do this, she was dragged out of the black magic shop. Before she left the house, Hermione looked back at the hellish scene in the magic shop, and for some reason, she suddenly thought of Sybil Trelawney's prediction. Kill. Blood, hell. Or maybe, you will witness, a killing. Blood on the ground is like hell. Hermione had a comprehension and completed the content of the prophecy in her heart. She remembered the teacup used for prophecy. She personally handed it to Yvonne, and then was interpreted by Professor Trelawney. Perhaps this prophecy is more than just it was aimed at her alone. A few thoughts flashed in Hermione's mind, and the little witch quickly returned her mind to reality. She looked at Yvonne, who was dragging herself hurriedly, and asked, "Where are we going now?" "Go to a place and find a bastard." Yvonne gritted his teeth, thinking of Doubt, who had turned himself away. He never thought that Doubt would be a Death Eater. And maybe it has anything to do with this attack. Yvonne was furious at the thought of this, and this time he won't let Doubt run away. Soon after the two left, in the black magic shop, the petrified black-robed wizard suddenly moved, and his pale complexion gradually became ruddy. After gradually regaining consciousness, the black-robed wizard held his head and his body was still a little stiff. He climbed up with difficulty, picked up the wand that had fallen to the side, and stared blankly at the hell-like scene around. Where is this? What is going on here? The black-robed wizard almost didn't recognize that this was the black magic shop he searched earlier. At this moment, there was a rush of footsteps behind him, and the black-robed wizard, who had just been awake and somewhat confused, turned his head and looked over. A pair of orange and yellow vertical pupils came into view. Again, these eyes again. The moment he stared at each other, the black-robed wizard felt his soul drifting out of touch. All thoughts disappeared without a trace, but this time he finally saw the master of these eyes clearly. But how is it possible? That's just a kid. On the other side, Yvonne and Hermione ran all the way to Doughert's mansion. You're waiting here. Yvonne temporarily gave Asia to Hermione to take care of him, put on his invisibility cloak, and stretched his wand to the door. Aloha cave is open. Yvonne said softly, and the locked door was opened with a soft sound. Yvonne opened the door gently and walked in cautiously. Although in his impression Dougert should not be his opponent, the performance of Dougert that day was really weird. Yvonne didn't even know how much this deep-minded man had concealed himself. After so long in disguise, maybe the identity of Death Eater is just one of them. The hall was very messy, no different from when he came last time. After walking a few steps, Yvonne finally saw Dougert's figure. It was just different from what he had imagined. Doug sat leaning on a large chair, snoring drunkly. His face was stained with wine stains, and he was still wearing the weird robe with one long and one short sleeve. One foot was leaning against the table in an unimaginable manner. There were a large number of empty wine bottles lying around and on the ground in a mess. Appears to be drunk. Yvonne stared at Doug blankly, his face changed uncertainly. This is what he has always guarded against, the Death Eater who has been pretending to be deeply thoughtful for more than 10 years? Yvonne rushed to Doug's face in disbelief, grabbed the sleeve of Doug's left hand, and pulled it away. It was engraved with the mark of a pale black skull. A serpentine snake crawled out of the big mouth of the skull and formed an inner ring of 8 characters on the wrist. Death Eater mark. Ivan muttered to himself, and what he saw that day was correct. Seeing the drunk and unconscious Doubt, Ivan's face was uncertain, and now he can send him to with a curse at will. But since Doubt drinks like this, how can he talk to his past self later? Ivan. Hermione hurriedly helped Asia enter from the outside, and closed the door with her backhand. What's the matter? Ivan frowned, and he obviously asked Hermione to wait outside the door. I saw you coming here. It should be almost outside the door now. Let's find a place to hide with the invisibility cloak. Hermione said to Ivan anxiously. Ivan nodded, but suddenly thought of something, suddenly spoke. No, we can't hide. Why? Hermione asked strangely. They just need to put on the invisibility cloak and find an inconspicuous corner, isn't it all right? Because I will blow up this place later. Ivan said with a headache. What did you blow up this place for? Hermione looked at Ivan with a weird look, but soon realized that Ivan should be talking about him in the past. Ivan vaguely remembered that he was here more than 3 months ago, asking Doubt to find a way to save the dead Asia, but was mocked and ridiculed by this bastard, and finally lost control of his emotions and took the whole building. The houses were destroyed. But the current situation is obviously different from the past. The Doubt was drunk and unconscious. Could it be that the past has been changed? Have you entered a parallel time and space? Then when the detention time of the time converter arrives, which time and space will he return to? Ivan was a little at a loss, and there were rapid footsteps outside the door. Ivan suddenly remembered something in a panic and touched the pocket of the wizard's robe. Wait, I seem to have a bottle of compound decoction. What he drank to the black-robed witch before was the compound decoction that her future self asked Hermione to hand over to him, and the bottle he made himself had not been used before, and remained on him. But Ivan hesitated a little, because after so long, he lost control of his emotions at the beginning, and it is impossible to remember every word Doubt said to him, let alone every word. Chapter 326, Is This Fate? Hearing the sound of footsteps outside the door had stopped, Ivan's heart had already touched his throat, gritted his teeth, waved his magic wand to fix a coma spell for the drunk Doug, and then dragged it from the top of his sparse head. The root hair comes down. After all this, Ivan lowered his voice and said to Hermione. You take them away. Hurry up. I'll delay some time. Where should I take them? How should I take them? Hermione said flusteredly, somewhat at a loss. At the same time, there was a knock on the door, and Ivan's expression changed, but he knew that he had no patience in the past. Use magic. Go through the window. Just get out of this house. Ivan left this sentence, and then added Doughert's hair to the compound decoction and took a sip. He only needs to become Dougert for a while. As Ivan walked, his body shape began to change. When he reached the door, he had completely changed into Dought's appearance, and his clothes had become a lot wider under his transformation technique, barely fitting. Opening the door, as Ivan expected, outside the door was a little wizard with anxious blonde hair. Ivan hesitated about whether he should say some opening remarks, but couldn't remember whether the Doubt he saw at that time had spoken at this time, and he didn't even know what kind of expression he should show now. Sad? Sympathy? It seems that I didn't see a similar expression on Dought's face. Ivan could only hold his face bluntly, and waited silently for the other party to speak first. Dean Doubt, can my mother still be saved? The blonde little wizard eagerly stepped aside, revealing the pale face of Aisha, who was quietly suspended in midair behind him. Ivan turned his gaze. He naturally understood what was going on with this corpse, but what should he say now? She's dead. Ivan gritted his teeth and said nonsense after racking his brains and couldn't remember. I'm asking you if she can save it. The little wizard in front of him didn't refute his words, but increased his tone impatiently. A pair of black pupils showed hopelessness and a hint of expectation. Ivan saw these things in his eyes, and felt a little frustrated. Was that the same for him back then? He took a deep look at the little wizard in front of him and reminded softly. No one can save a dead person. Unless she's not dead at all. Ivan silently swallowed the second half of the sentence back, which would change history. He couldn't remind him too much. The scene suddenly fell silent. The blonde little wizard pursed his mouth, and did not know when he had already held the magic wand in his right hand. Ivan's expression turned sharply, keenly aware that the other party was suspicious of him. Indeed, his disguised Dougert is very different from what he usually shows. Bang! At this moment, there was a soft noise from upstairs. What's that? The blonde little wizard stared at him firmly, and in an instant, he had blessed himself with the defense of the iron armor curse. Ivan knew in his heart that it should be the movement made by Hermione. Perhaps she had slipped out of the window there with Aisha and Doubt. But this can't be said directly. Ivan had to make up the reason and say it casually. Maybe it's a cat, who knows? I don't remember that you raised that thing. The blonde little wizard asked nonchalantly, his vigilance increased to the extreme. He suspected that the doubt in front of him was not himself at all. Ivan was silent and didn't know how to answer. He could only try to recall the memory, thinking about how doubt dealt with it when he saw it. At this time, the blonde wizard looked at Ivan's left hand holding the doorknob. He shuddered and said word by word. Dark mark, are you a Death Eater? Ivan lowered his head abruptly and glanced at his left wrist, where there was also a dark mark. Since the clothes he was wearing were temporarily changed by transformation techniques when he was in a hurry, it was different from the weird robe with long and short sleeves on doubt, so naturally it couldn't hide this thing. Is this why I saw it at the time? Ivan had enlightenment in his heart. Does she know that you are a Death Eater? After delaying this moment, the little blonde wizard had spontaneously completed the brain repair, staring at Ivan in front of him, and asked coldly. Facing this question, Ivan was speechless for a while. How did he know whether Asia knew the identity of the Dug Death Eater? He hadn't had time to ask before. Maybe I don't know. Ivan could only tell the truth, and he felt that most of AC didn't know. Ivan's words undoubtedly lit a gunpowder keg, and the blonde wizard's anger had risen to the extreme, his eyes faintly transformed into orange and yellow vertical pupils. Looking at those eyes, Ivan felt palpitations for a while, but he was not affected in any way. However, realizing that he actually intended to do something against him in the past, Ivan couldn't help feeling a bit ridiculous, so he spoke to persuade him. I advise you not to waste time with me. With that effort, you might as well think about what you have done. It's the same to ask from you. The little blonde wizard mistaken the smile raised at the corner of Ivan's mouth as a mockery of himself, and immediately became more sure that the person in front of him must know something. The mist drifted out, and then collapsed in an instant. Ivan didn't mean to fight with his past self, it was totally meaningless. Besides, his magic power is consumed a lot now, and he really doesn't know who loses and who wins when he fights, so taking advantage of this gap, Ivan suddenly closed the door of the room and quickly put on the invisibility cloak. Bang! The next moment, the explosion sounded, the door of yuyuganshu.com was blasted open. Ivan stepped aside in the invisibility cloak, and saw the blonde wizard walk in from the outside with a sullen face. Ivan walked out of the mansion from his side without any rush or panic. Hearing the sound of explosions coming from behind him, he turned his head and looked over. Seeing Doubt's mansion finally collapsed under the destruction of the blasting spell, Ivan couldn't help sighing, he already wanted to understand everything. Is this destiny? Ivan muttered to himself. After he came back, he did so many things, some of which he took the initiative to do, and some were passive, but in any case there was no slight change. It is true that as long as he appears in front of his past self now, he can break all this. But this will undoubtedly make the previous efforts in vain and enter another parallel time and space, so he will not do this kind of thing. You cannot change the past, you are just completing a piece of history. Ivan finally understood the meaning of this sentence. Chapter 327, Who do you think you are? The Dark Lord? Or Dumbledore? Boom! A flash of lightning pierced the sky, and soon it rained down. Ivan silently glanced at the little blonde wizard who was standing in the ruins and was soaking in the rain. He sighed and turned away neatly. The rain is endless. After leaving Doughert's mansion, Ivan looked for clues that Hermione had deliberately left behind, worried about their current safety. The clues were completely cut off until they reached a dilapidated house. Strange, how can Hermione have the ability to bring Asia and Doubt to this place to shelter from the rain? Yifan couldn't help but feel a little puzzled, and then suddenly felt that his body shape began to change. It seemed that the duration of the compound decoction had come. After all, he only took a sip. Ivan stretched out his magic wand and clicked on his clothes to relieve the effect of the transformation curse, took off the invisibility cloak, and walked in quickly, vaguely hearing a voice from inside. Pushing the door open, Ivan found that the scene inside was different from what he had imagined. Asia was awake for some reason, and was talking to Hermione in the room, seemingly interrogating something. The little witch was blushing, and she stammered and couldn't speak. Fortunately, she soon saw Ivan's figure, and she was relieved, as if she had seen a savior. She greeted her. Ivan! You finally came back. Aisha turned her head too. Ivan shuddered. He hadn't figured out how to explain what happened before. Unexpectedly, Asia would wake up so soon. But that's right, when he knocked out Asia, he didn't make a heavy hand, and then he rushed all the way to and fro, and it was strange that he was still in a coma. Ivan Halls. Asia's face was already dark. She walked up to Ivan step by step, grabbed his cheek forcefully, and said angrily. Your courage is really getting bigger and bigger. Do you know what you are doing? You dare to knock me unconscious with a coma spell, do you want to die? Do you remember how old you are? Who do you think you are? Is the Dark Lord? Or Dumbledore? You really have the ability to deal with 10 dark wizards alone. Asia was trembling with anger, and she cursed for dozens of minutes, pinching Ivan's white cheeks to flush, and she didn't mean to let go. Ivan had never seen Asia's anger like this before, and noticed that the mist filled Asia's eyes. He opened his mouth to explain, but before he could speak, Asia stopped him in his arms. Please, please. Don't scare Mom anymore. If something happens to you, I won't be able to live. Asia hugged him tightly, and the tears accumulated in her eyes dripped down her cheeks. Fan's hair. Ivan froze in place, a little at a loss, and finally hesitated to hug Asia with his backhand, and said apologetically. Sorry Mom, there won't be another time. The mother and son hugged like this for a long time. Only then did Asia regain her senses, wiped some moist eye sockets, and asked what had happened. Although Hermione had just told her a little bit, the little witch knew too little, and only Ivan knew the whole picture. Ivan didn't mean to conceal it, so he started talking about it when he went home and saw the black magic shop attacked, but he omitted a lot of it in the middle, and said it as light as possible. That's it in the end. I used the time converter to go back to the present and figured it all out, Ivan said. Listening to Ivan's past experience, Asia became more distressed. She didn't expect that Ivan would return to the past from the future, and even experience these painful things alone. Although Ivan was very relaxed when she said it, she can imagine it, and Ivan must have made unimaginable efforts to achieve this goal. Asia blamed herself very much. She felt that it was all her negligence and underestimated the desperados. She thought that these people were nothing but loose sand, as long as they knew that they weren't soft persimmons to be needed, but tigers that devoured people, and would retreat when it was convenient. But I didn't expect these desperados to have the courage to come to the door. A haze flashed across Asia's face. She felt that perhaps she had not killed enough people before, and the methods were not ruthless enough to have the deterrent effect that she should have. But when Ivan heard that he was in the magic shop, in order to avoid her repeating her fate and dying in the hands of the dark wizards, Asia was still a little angry when she chose someone to deal with the dark wizards. She would rather have an accident than she did not want Ivan to risk death to do such a dangerous thing. Thinking of this, Asia grabbed Ivan's cheek again in anger. They have so many people, how dare you think you can beat them? But Mom, I successfully defeated them, didn't I? Ivan's words seemed a little vague. That can only mean that your luck this time is good, you didn't die. Asia let go of the hand holding Ivan's cheek, and knocked Ivan's forehead unhappily. Ivan looked at Aisha, who was burning with anger, and realized that she was worried about herself, so she could only comfort her with a relaxed voice. Actually, the dark wizards are all stupid, and I didn't take any effort to solve them. Look. I don't have any injuries at all. Ivan patted his clothes. Apart from the dust, there were only a few drops of blood on it, but other people's blood. Asia didn't believe Ivan's words at all, but she had heard Hermione say that the entire black magic shop was blown to ruins during the battle, which shows the fierceness of the battle. Besides, in the past few months, she has also fought against the dark wizards, and there are still many ruthless characters among them. So Asia was very angry that Ivan stunned herself, and then dealt with their behavior alone. She wanted to continue to reprimand Ivan for a few words, but when she noticed the tired look on Ivan's face, she felt very distressed. Still failed to speak. After summarizing what he had done in the past, Ivan was a little melancholy. He hadn't expected that things would develop like this before. To a certain extent he pits himself up. But he finally succeeded in leading the outcome of the event to the side he expected. Ivan couldn't help but want to do all this by himself without a future. What would happen if he and Asia were suddenly attacked by those dark wizards after returning to the black magic shop? Ivan wouldn't underestimate the strength of those black-robed wizards just because he wiped out everyone on the other side. That was the result he achieved when he knew in advance that the other party would come, set ambushes in advance, led them away one by one, and with the help of invisible clothing. In the face-to-face battle, Ivan knew that he couldn't be the opponent of so many people at all. Especially the leader of the black-robed wizards, Adrian, is extremely powerful, and he can stand up to several of the Shenfeng shadowless curses. Ivan thinks it will be troublesome to deal with this guy alone, let alone his 9 black wizards under his hands. Even if he and Asia work together and they are lucky enough to use the advantage of the field to destroy them all, I am afraid that some price will be needed. Maybe he and Asia are seriously injured or even killed. Chapter 328, You used to be a Death Eater? Without this time travel, Ivan could not predict whether something worse would happen. Thinking of this, Ivan remembered the causes and consequences of the attack, and said apologetically. Sorry Mom. What's the matter? Asia was stunned, and asked with some worry. Those black-robed wizards should be the fish that slipped through the net when the Ministry of Magic attacked black magic items last year. If I hadn't made a protective ring and anti-cursive gloves, you would not cooperate with the Ministry of Magic, let alone provoke them. Ivan regretted it very much. He felt that he had crossed over and replaced Aisha's child. Not only did it not bring her any benefit, but it caused her to suffer a life and death crisis. You know, in his memory, the mother and son Aisha had stayed in Knockoff Alley for more than 10 years. When I was thinking about it, Ivan's head suddenly hurt and was flicked by someone with his index finger. Ivan raised his head innocently, and Asia was looking at him with a dumbfounded expression. Why do you think that? Just because we might offend them, we won't make money and can't make money? There is no risk of making money here. Asia rubbed Ivan's hair and continued amusedly. How do you think our previous business came from? The magic world is so big, the market for the sale of black devil items is even smaller, and there is a need to contact some dangerous people. It is impossible to do such a business without sinners. When she first came here to open this dark magic shop, she was suppressed by various forces, especially the owner of the blogging blog, who was a colleague, who made trouble for her all the time. Fortunately, her own strength is not bad, she has withstood the other party's successive temptations, and because of some reasons, she has met doubt, which is considered to be completely stable in Knockoff Alley. Therefore, Asia didn't mean to blame Ivan, and she would only be annoyed that she hadn't noticed these people's changes in advance. So don't think too much about it. Without those protective rings you made, when the black magic items were inspected last year, the store might have to be forced to close. We might have a hard time. Asia saw that Yi Fan seemed to blame himself a little, so he said jokingly. How can it be so exaggerated? Ivan curled his lips. He still remembered that Asia spent hundreds of Jinjialong in order to get Doubt to get him a Dementor to practice calling the gods. Asia stretched out her hand again and hugged Ivan in her arms, whispering softly in his ear. You have done enough, good enough. Mom is proud of you. If your friends hadn't told me that you would have solved those black-robed wizards alone, I wouldn't believe such an exaggeration. Ivan's guilt eased a little, and then he noticed that Hermione was already standing aside and watched silently for a long time. Ivan broke away from Asia's arms a bit, looked at Hermione, and spoke. Mom, let me introduce to you, this is Hermione Granger. One of my best friends at Hogwarts, and the best and brightest student in the year. I can do it this time, these are thanks to her help. Hermione Granger? Very good name. My performance was a bit out of control just now. Didn't you scare you? Asia also turned his gaze away from Ivan and said gently. No, Mrs. Halls. I know, you are also worried that Ivan would be like this. Hermione shook her head quickly, and then said with some embarrassment. Actually, I didn't help much. Anyway, I want to thank you for your willingness to accompany Ivan to do such a dangerous thing, Asia said gratefully. We are friends, this is what I should do. Hermione glanced at Ivan subconsciously and said. Noting the look in Hermione's eyes, Asia's face had a teasing smile, and there was an inexplicable look in her purple eyes, she said half-jokingly. My friend? That's your relationship? Isn't there anything more special? Hermione's cheeks flushed and she was about to speak in defense, but she couldn't open her mouth under Asia's gaze, and she didn't know where to put her hands. Ivan rolled his eyes and was about to say something when a voice suddenly rang. What's wrong? Why am I here? Is it raining? The three of them all turned their heads and looked over. Doug sat up with a blank look, his clothes were a little wet from the rain, and the smell of strong wine exuded from all over his body. He clearly remembered that he was drinking in the living room of the mansion. Why did he come here in a blink of an eye? This inexplicable state of absence continued for a while, and Doubt soon noticed that Asia and others were standing by and looking at him. Doubt's face suddenly changed. He hurriedly flipped through his wizard's robe to find a magic wand and clicked on his robe. Clean up. Under the action of magic, the stains on the wizard's robe and the rain were immediately separated, and the whole person became more energetic. At this time Doubtert stood up Shi's Hiran, coughed slightly, and asked aloud. Why are you all here, did I miss something important? Come and tell him. Asia said, looking at Ivan. Ivan nodded and explained. Dean Doubt, a group of black-robed wizards attacked the magic shop just now. What? Before Ivan could finish speaking, Doubt frowned and suddenly realized the seriousness of the matter. He secretly regretted that he shouldn't have drunk so much before. Otherwise, his house is not too far away from the shop, he will definitely notice something wrong there, and rush to help. You and Asia are not hurt. Doubter looked at Ivan and Asia worriedly and he was relieved to see that they were in good condition, and then he was very angry. Said. Do you know the identity of the attackers? Where are they now? Those black-robed wizards are all dead. As for the owner of Bojinbok, who instigated them, Ivan said truthfully. Hearing that the attackers had been wiped out, Doubt was not surprised. After all, he knew the strengths of Aisha and Ivan, and the store was originally their home ground, so it was normal to solve a few dark wizards. But when he heard the identity of the messenger behind the scenes, Doubt scolded angrily. So it's him? I knew that old thing was hiding evil intentions. Ivan watched Doubt's reaction silently, and it didn't seem to be disguised. But Ivan couldn't be sure of his own judgment. If one thing was not clear, he wouldn't let Doubtert participate in the rest of the matter. Thinking of this, Ivan held the wand calmly and asked suddenly. By the way, Dean Doubtert, you used to be a Death Eater. Chapter 329, 11 years have not waited for a duel. Hermione looked at Doubt in surprise. She still knows what the Death Eaters represent. They are the believers and subordinates of mysterious people, a group of evil and crazy people. Asia also frowned slightly. Doubter's complexion changed suddenly, and he looked at Yvonne in amazement, not quite understanding how Yvonne knew about this. I found the Death Eater's exclusive black magic mark on your left wrist, so I'm very curious, Yvonne said casually, but his eyes were fixed on Doubter's every move. Doubt subconsciously covered the wrist of his left hand, his face was very ugly, and finally said in a vague tone. That's all from the past. I'm not a Death Eater anymore. Besides, the Dark Lord has been dead for a long time, right? The mysterious man is not dead. I saw him with my own eyes at Hogwarts. Yvonne ended Doubt's fantasy, paused, and then spoke again. What if the mysterious person comes back one day? What are you going to do when you are ready to summon your former subordinates? It's not impossible, it's impossible for him to come back. Doubt said word by word. That's not necessarily. You'd better think clearly now, Yvonne kept asking. Enough. Doubt interrupted Ivan's words and said impatiently. It doesn't matter if I am a Death Eater or not, does it? Now we are not the time to talk about this. But I think this is very important. After all, the situation is special now, I have to be careful. Ivan's words are very sharp, he needs to understand Doubter's position. After all, he had destroyed Voldemort's resurrection plan before, and destroyed 2 Horcruxes, and there was almost no possibility of easing the relationship with Voldemort. Unless he has destroyed all of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Doubt, as a Death Eater, is always a threat. Yvonne can't rest assured that such a threat will stay by Asia's side. Do you suspect that I organized this attack in conjunction with Bach? Doubter understood the subtext in Ivan's words, and was so angry that he couldn't understand why Yvonne had such an absurd idea. Ivan's eyes were fixed on Doubt, and he said without backing down. Someone once told me that you were also one of the resistors, until in a battle, the Death Eaters caught you. You can't stand the torture, you betrayed your comrades in just a few days and turned to Voldemort to become a Death Eater. Why? Because that person promised you power and fame. Yvonne said sarcastically. Who actually told you this? Doubt roared. He stretched out his hand abruptly to grab Ivan's shoulder, but was thrown out by a burst of air and hit the wall behind him. His wand also fell not far in front of him. Yvonne took a few steps forward and picked up Doubt's wand, and then he wanted to cast a spell to tie Doubt to prevent him from suddenly attacking him. Yvonne. At this moment, Asia took Ivan's arm, shook his head at him, then turned to face Doubt, and said apologetically. Sorry Doubtert, Yvonne is not malicious, and please forgive him for acting too extreme. Yvonne looked at Asia in surprise, but didn't say anything. His knowledge of Doubt was very limited. Except for a few contacts and not a deep impression in my mind, it is inevitable that the part of the story I heard from Dean Bohan will inevitably be distorted. And Isaiah and Doubt have been acquainted for more than 10 years, and they must have a better understanding of Doubt. Of course, Yvonne will not interfere. Asia took the wand confiscated by Yvonne, walked up to Doubt and handed it to him, and said with a hint of emotion. Speaking of which, we have known each other for a long time. You have never mentioned the past to me. If you can you tell me about it? I believe that this time has nothing to do with you, but I have some grudges with those Death Eaters. If you don't make it clear, I think our partnership may end here. Doubt took the wand and calmed down at this time. He sat slumped on the side, looking a little ashamed. He was silent for a while, his eyes turned to Yvonne, and said hoarsely. My father told you these things, right? Yvonne nodded hesitantly. I don't know exactly what he said to you, but I don't think there will be any good things. Doubt smiled mockingly, and then said sarcastically. He has always been like that, staid, arbitrary, arrogant, and stubborn. He can't see anyone going against his will. He is a self-righteous lunatic. Yvonne listened silently. Doubt cursed for a long time before stopping, and after breathing for a breath, he sighed and began to speak. That was the Wizarding War 13 years ago. If Voldemort assembled the Death Eaters and started the riot, the war has been fought for 11 years. At the very beginning, the Ministry of Magic and us resistors organized several attacks, intending to suppress the riots caused by the Death Eaters. At that time, those Death Eaters were so weak that they weren't the Auror's opponents at all. But every time Voldemort appeared on the battlefield, he could instantly reverse his disadvantage and defeat the Aurors. His magic was extremely powerful, and no matter how many people were the opponents of the Dark Lord. Once the battle is over, Voldemort will brutally kill those prisoners who are tough and will never surrender, ordering the Death Eaters to arrest and kill their wives, children, and friends. For the rest of the people, Voldemort coerced and tempted them to do everything they could, forcing them to join the Death Eaters' camp, and even used the Imperious Curse to control and organize a greater destruction and killing as revenge. Voldemort's cruel methods have made more and more people unable to withstand the pressure to surrender. His power has become stronger and stronger, and he has recruited a large number of dark creatures, and even the aura of the Ministry of Magic once did not dare to surrender. Stop the actions of the Death Eaters. Listening to Doubt's account, Yvonne was the first time he had such an intuitive understanding of the last Wizarding War. What about Professor Dumbledore? Where is he? Isn't he the person the mysterious man fears the most? Hermione, who was listening, couldn't help but said. The Death Eaters were able to act so unscrupulously, largely because Voldemort was so powerful that no one could cure them. But as far as she learned is not the case, Professor Dumbledore is the most powerful wizard in the magic world. I want to know too. Doubt said, gritted his teeth. From the beginning of the war, all of us have been waiting. Waiting for Dumbledore to defeat or kill Voldemort and end this war, just as he once defeated Greenwood. But we waited for 11 years without us. 11 years. Chapter 330, Do you believe Voldemort? In these 11 years, Dumbledore has been hiding in Hogwarts to protect his students, making it a paradise, the only place Voldemort dared not enter. Doubter's words are half admiration and half admiration. It's ironic. Because at that time the parents of countless students died in the hands of Death Eaters, or they simply joined the Death Eaters. Those students were happy when they were in school, but not necessarily when they returned home. As far as I know, he still did some things, such as the Order of the Phoenix. Yvonne said that Dumbledore established a secret resistance organization, the Order of the Phoenix, when Voldemort's power began to show his ugliness, and called the rebels to fight the Death Eaters, not just sitting by and watching Voldemort's rise. And he had been in contact with Sirius, so naturally he didn't have to worry about others asking about his sources of intelligence. However, it is true that Dumbledore spent most of his time as his headmaster in Hogwarts. Most of the members of the Order of the Phoenix were resistors organized spontaneously by the people, not the regular army. Yvonne guessed that maybe like the Second Wizarding War, the Minister of Magic was unwilling to hand over the command of the Aura to Dumbledore. There were constant conflicts between the two sides, so the old principle could only start anew. I should be clear about the Order of the Phoenix, after all, my father is one of Dumbledore's friends. Daugert curled his lips in disdain, and continued. But everyone in the magic world knows that Voldemort is the core of the Death Eaters. If you don't kill him, the power of the Death Eaters will only grow. So the best way is to create an ambush, or force the Dark Lord to fight head-on to kill him. The Ministry of Magic once planned a siege and dispatched a full 50 for the Auror. As a result, no one came back alive. Where was Dumbledore at that time? Don't tell me that he couldn't find Voldemort in the past 11 years. Doubt's face was very sordid. Among those who died, there was his best friend. He thinks this is largely due to Dumbledore's inaction. It is not even necessary for Dumbledore to kill Voldemort, as long as Voldemort is defeated a few times in a fair manner, the cohesion of the Death Eaters will be greatly reduced. If Voldemort is no longer invincible, the power of the Death Eaters will not swell to the point of rampant invincibility. Doug sighed again. But that's right. Dumbledore is the most famous wizard in the magical world. Naturally, he will not risk his life in a desperate duel with Voldemort. Perhaps he plans to wait for everyone to be powerless, and then save everything as the savior. After all, he did the same when he defeated Greenwood last time. Yes, great Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard in the wizarding world. Hermione opened her mouth. She felt that Professor Dumbledore would not be such a person, but she didn't know how to refute it. Yvonne knew a little bit more, and understood that Dumbledore had delayed the final battle with Greenwood for 5 years because the blood curses of non-confrontation between the two sides restrained them. But it was indeed strange that Dumbledore had been watching Voldemort's growth for 11 years. Decades ago, Dumbledore dared to fight to the death with Greenwood holding the old magic wand. At that time, Dumbledore, who had already possessed the strongest wand, could not fear the newly risen Voldemort. This white wizard who can tell that death is nothing but a great adventure, is not a person who is afraid of death. Could it be that Dumbledore knew at that time that Voldemort could not be killed for some reason? Or maybe Dumbledore knew he couldn't keep him. After all, Greenwood was willing to fight to the death with Dumbledore because of their special relationship, and Voldemort had no such concerns. If a wizard of this level deliberately avoids the battle, it is difficult to be caught, and even more difficult to be killed. This may be why Voldemort claims to be stronger than any living wizard, but many people suspect that he has always been afraid of Dumbledore. A few thoughts flashed in Ivan's mind, but Yvonne didn't say it, but kept the doubt in his heart, he shouldn't know so much. After venting for a while, Daugert calmed down again and spoke. Just when Voldemort's power was at its strongest, St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries was not immune to the treatment of the Aura and the resistance of the Dark Lord. They organized 7 large-scale offensives throughout the year. There were hundreds of medical staff in the hospital, and more than 400 wounded. When the 7th offensive, there were even less than 50 people who still had combat capability. Personal. When Daugert said this, his tone was very sad. He had seen too many tragedies in life and death. Some people are seriously injured and still fight on the front line of the battlefield. Some people may be joking yesterday, and today they have become cold names on the list of deaths. The despair of not seeing hope almost enveloped the entire St. Mungo's Magical Injury Hospital. Everyone knew that they would probably not be able to survive the next attack. During that battle, I was caught by a Death Eater. Doubt shuddered as he recalled the scene. They tortured me all day and want me to take refuge in them and work for the Dark Lord. So you surrendered? Yvonne looked at Doubt without saying clearly, but his eyes revealed his thoughts. Of course I didn't agree. Doug said angrily, then sighed again. But the Dark Lord found me in person the next day. Tell me that the Death Eaters lost a lot of manpower to attack the St. Mungo's Magical Injury Hospital. This makes the Dark Lord very annoyed. His patience has been exhausted, and he is ready to attack it by himself. Only a massacre can quell it. His anger. When the time comes, he will kill all the people there, whether they are resistors or innocents, not one will be left. Doubt could not help but recall the scene at the time the St. Mungo Hospital for Magical Injuries and Injuries was no longer able to withstand the next attack, let alone Voldemort himself. And there are his friends, hundreds of wizards who have lost the ability to fight, and his father. The Dark Lord promised that as long as I join the Death Eaters and conquer St. Mungo's Magical Injury Hospital, he will not kill anyone, and everyone in it will be at my disposal. Doubt said. Do you believe Voldemort's words? Yvonne frowned, and Doubter wouldn't worry about the Dark Lord's temporary repentance at that time, and he would kill the donkey. Doubt shook his head and explained. He has no choice. In the war against the Resistance and the Auror, the Death Eaters suffered heavy casualties. The Dark Lord needs a large number of wizards who can use healing magic, and no one else can control the Holy Spirit. Mungo Hospital for Magical Injuries. That's why the Death Eaters didn't kill me. Chapter 331, Who knows that when I surrendered that day, the Dark Lord died. Yvonne had been silent for a long time when he heard this, but he didn't expect that Douglas would become a Death Eater because of this reason. The Dark Lord only gave me 10 minutes to think about it, and finally I agreed, and he carved the dark mark on my left wrist. Doubter opened the sleeve of his left hand. The pale black skull mark on it was clearly visible, and his face was an indescribable complex color. After a pause, Doubt continued. After I took refuge, the Dark Lord planned to launch a general attack that night. But at night, the Dark Lord missed his appointment and did not participate in the battle himself, because he temporarily received news that he had more important things to do. Before leaving, the Dark Lord ordered the attacking Death Eaters to temporarily obey my command. So in order to avoid heavy casualties in the battle between the two sides, I found a few good friends to explain the situation and persuaded them, and then took the control of the entire St. Mungo Hospital for Magical Injuries and Diseases without bloodshed. You didn't find a chance to speak to Dean Bohan. Yvonne was a little strange. Since Doubt has the ability to contact his friends, why not convince his father directly? You don't know my father, he is a stubborn man who will never surrender. Doubt shook his head, and then said, seemingly mockingly, self-deprecating. You must not have imagined that when we met again, his first sentence actually asked me why I was still alive. Yet. He must have wished that I was tortured to death by the Death Eaters. It would be better to be chopped into several pieces and transported back. In this way, he can point to the corpse and proudly say that his son is a respectable soldier. Is a fearless hero. At this point, Doubt's emotions were a little out of control, he roared loudly. But not. I came back alive and became a Death Eater. This will make him look up in front of others, and it will make the Bohan family face a big loss. He only cares about the justice and glory in his eyes. He felt that it was more important than anything else, more important than my life, his life, and the lives of more than 100 people in the St. Mungo's Magical Injury Hospital. He likes to be a saint himself, so he thinks everyone is a saint like him. Doug said, gritted his teeth, his muddy eyes covered with bloodshot eyes. Doubt knew his father very well, that man would force everyone to act according to his beliefs, whether they wanted it or not. But when he recalled the shocked and unbelievable look on his face when he walked to Bohan alive, Doubter was very pleased. From childhood to adulthood, he was forced to do things that met the expectations of the other party, but this time he made a completely opposite decision to his father's expectations. Doubt wants to prove his choice is right. It was myself who protected the lives of so many people, otherwise everyone present would die in extremely painful circumstances. But fate was like a joke with him, and not long after he fully occupied the St. Mungo's Magical Injury Hospital, a bad news came. Voldemort, the most powerful dark wizard in the magical world, is dead. Died in the hands of a child who was just born not long ago. When he heard the news, Doubt even thought he had misheard him. He only saw the Dark Lord tomorrow morning. He was so powerful and alive. How could a child destroy such a powerful Dark Lord? But the Aurors quickly rushed in and arrested the Death Eaters who were in panic, including him. What makes Doubt unimaginable most is that in the trial court, he thought his father would stand up and say a word for himself, but there was nothing. If he hadn't insisted on claiming that he was controlled by the imperious curse released by the Dark Lord himself, and some friends helped to operate it, I am afraid he would have been thrown into Azkaban to be the company of those dementors. After coming out of the trial court, although Doubt escaped the Ministry of Magic's punishment, his father did not let him go. Not only did he exempt him from the position of vice president, he also expelled him from the Bohan family. In one night, he lost everything, was knocked down from the peak to the bottom, and became a betrayer and coward who was spurned by others. After that, I came to Knockdown Alley by myself and met your mother, Aisha, and your mother in the back should be clear. This is probably what I want to say. Doubter touched his waist subconsciously, but found he didn't bring a hip flask at all, and he couldn't help but smile. Yvonne and others, who were listening to the story, looked at Doubt, who was paralyzed by the side, with different expressions. Hermione was the most touched, her eyes full of sympathy. When she knew that Doubt was a Death Eater, she thought that he would be like the description in the book, a vicious thug who likes to murder, but she did not expect that Doubt was being used to protect relatives and friends. Forced to become a Death Eater. Yvonne stared at the decadent and alcoholic middle-aged man in front of him, and for some reason he thought of the photos he had seen on the walls around the mansion. It was a handsome wizard with thick brown hair, always holding a trophy and smiling. It was Dougert from more than 10 years ago. Yvonne has never understood that in more than 10 years, Doubt will have such a big change. I don't even understand why this man, who had been the deputy director of the St. Mungo's Magical Injury Hospital at a young age, fell to the point of drinking in Knockout Alley. Now, Yvonne finally understands a little bit. At that time, Doubt may have been heartbroken under the successive blows, so he will hide in Knockoff Alley, a place where he is not concerned, to escape reality, so that some people cannot find him. But Yvonne can't comment on anything. Although Dean Pohan may not be a good father, he has problems of this kind. But it is with such a stubborn and steadfast righteous person that in that dark age, the wounded aura and the persistent resistance can have a place to heal their wounds and continue the fire for the cause of the anti-dark demon. This St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Injuries will survive the day when Voldemort's forces are destroyed. The same Yvonne could not refute Dougert's choice, because not everyone can leave everything that is cherished, and many people who go to death generously with their relatives and friends will abandon some bottom lines and temporarily compromise in order to protect the cherished people. To put it bluntly, this is a difference in the concepts of the two parties. In addition, Doubt was really bad luck, just in time for the prediction to kill, so he could only play GG in despair. If Voldemort's rule continues for a while, and Doubt's choice saves these people's lives, perhaps the result will be much better than it was at the beginning. Even though Doubt made a statement in the court, his defense would appear pale and weak. Chapter 332, So how did he die? While Doubt was telling, Asia listened to her complex expression silently. Yvonne remembered the scene when he met Dean Bohan last time, and couldn't help asking. Have you never thought of explaining clearly to Dean Bohan? He seems to have a deep misunderstanding of you. Misunderstanding? There has never been any misunderstanding. Since he removed me from the Bohan family, we have nothing to do. Doubt sneered, his face full of anger. Yvonne opened his mouth, but did not say anything. The contradiction between their father and son might not only be resolved by clarifying the misunderstanding. Doubt was breathing heavily, and it took a long time to calm down. Yvonne waited until he calmed down a bit, and then took the initiative to apologize. I'm sorry, Dean Dougert, I was too extreme before. Please forgive me for those extreme behaviors. After listening to Dougert's story, Yvonne combined with some of the information he learned from Dean Bohan and believed that Dougert should have no possibility of lying. Because Dean Bohan had personally told him that after conquering the St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries, Doubt did not carry out the killing, but instead imprisoned all the rebels. This proves that Doubt is indeed restraining those Death Eaters. After all, the Dark Lord's men suffered heavy casualties in the previous attacks, and there is no reason not to carry out retaliatory massacres. I understand. Your father died in the hands of Death Eaters. It's normal to do some extreme things after knowing my identity. Doubt closed his eyes and shook his head, saying that he didn't care. What's more, Yvonne said before that it was Bohan who revealed his affairs. Doubter thought it must be his father's comfort that he could not see him in Knockdown Alley, and he was deliberately blocking him. Seeing Doubt, Yvonne seemed to have misunderstood something, but he did not explain it out loud. From Doubt's words, Yvonne extracted an important message, that the Death Eater killed his father. Yvonne looked at Asia, saw her silent, did not refute, and confirmed the authenticity. Isn't it said that his father's death has something to do with Dumbledore? Yvonne frowned, a little confused. He always thought that Dumbledore might have killed his father by mistake, and Asia would hate Dumbledore so much, but he didn't expect that things seemed different from what he had guessed. Doug patted the dust on his body and got up from the ground. He didn't want to mention the unpleasant things anymore, so he turned to speak. Okay, I should have said everything. We have more important things now. Now that you have figured out that it was the old Bok who organized this attack, you can't just leave it alone. Of course. Ivan also came back to his senses immediately, he nodded, he didn't plan to let Bok, who was behind the scenes, continued speaking. When I came, I saw that the Bokum box store is still open, and we can completely reverse it and surprise there. If the Bok store owner has not received the news to escape. Ivan felt that the attack of the black-robed wizard had just ended, and it was unlikely that Bok would go so simply. Even if Bok arranged a manual inspection near the magic shop, he would only see that soon after he and Asia returned home, the black-robed wizards broke into the shop, and then the fighting broke out and the shop was destroyed. Then another 13-year-old wizard rushed in and brought out the body of Asia with an anxious look. People who see such a scene will most likely feel that Asia and the black-robed wizards they sent have died together, and now only one little devil is still alive. At most, I wonder if this little devil has a twin brother who looks very similar, or if they are simply dazzled. After all, his and Hermione actions afterwards were in invisible cloaks, and were not seen by others. If Bok received such news, maybe the meeting would have been celebrated, and now he was killed, just by catching him by surprise. Will it be too rushed? We have limited manpower. If in a few days, I can ask some trusted friends to come and help. And it is not wise to fight against a shopkeeper in a dark magic shop. Liftdout retorted, frowning. No. They just lost so many manpower, now is the weakest time, if a few days later, Bok either has escaped or is ready to fight. Ivan shook his head. There is another thing Ivan didn't say clearly, that is, his residence time is limited. If Bok does not die for a day, he cannot return with peace of mind. While you are still here, you'd better be able to kill all the enemies at once. Thinking of this, Ivan turned his head and looked at Asia. Is there any anti-shifting magic in Mama's blog shop? Yes. Asia nodded and said. Then don't worry that Bok will run away in the middle of the battle. Ivan was relieved. The thing he worried most was that he could not keep Bok. Once he escaped, it would be extremely difficult to catch him. Dougert was still a little worried, and the three of them were a bit too risky to raid the Bokimbok store. After thinking for a while, Asia reminded her aloud. As for the manpower issue, Ivan, aren't you a group of werewolf friends in Knockdown Alley? They should be able to help. Those werewolf wizards? Ivan hesitated a little. He didn't forget that he was in the Broken Cauldron bar when he heard the owner Tom talk about a battle in the Bokimbok store. Many dark wizards died, among them some werewolves. This means that if he allows those werewolf wizards to join the battle, some of them are likely to die there. Asia was surprised by Ivan's hesitation, as far as she knew those werewolf wizards should still be trustworthy. However, Asia didn't say much. She knew that Ivan returned to the present from the future through the time converter, and knew a lot of things she didn't know. At the same time, Asia also expressed emotion for Ivan's growth. Unconsciously, the child who relied on her in memory has exceeded her expectations and has her own thoughts and considerations. After hesitating many times, Ivan finally made up his mind to find the werewolf wizards. From the dictation of Tom, the owner of the Broken Cauldron, Ivan can hear that the scale of the battle is certainly not small. No matter how strong the three of them are, they cannot be comprehensive. They really need some reliable helpers. However, Ivan will explain the danger with Fern and others, and let them decide whether they want to help. Chapter 333, I really don't know how you mastered so much advanced magic? After Ivan agreed, Doubt had no worries. With the help of those werewolf wizards, there would be enough manpower. It shouldn't be too late. Let's go now, and use apparition to go to the rocky ruins to the east. Those werewolves should be where they are. Doubter suggested, and then turned to look at Hermione. Speak again. Asia, you come and take this little girl, and I will do the little Ivan. Asia nodded and took Hermione's hand. The little witch seemed a little uncomfortable, but Asia was still obediently led by her. When Doubt was about to step forward, Ivan shook his head at this moment. No, I will use apparition myself. Doubt and Asia showed surprises on their faces. If they were not mistaken, Hogwarts would not teach the Phantom Transformation course until at least the 6th grade, and Ivan wouldn't be able to teach it during the summer vacation of last school year. Magic. Are you sure? Apparition is in danger of splitting once the cast fails. Don't use it indiscriminately when you read about the method of using apparition from the book. Doubt reminded. Phantom shift is different from other magics. It is very dangerous. It requires the magical power and psychological quality of the operator to reach the standard. It is usually limited to students aged 17 and above, and usually requires someone to take care of it during practice, so as not to cause inability. The consequences of salvation. Apparition. Ivan didn't explain much, and waved his magic wand at random, and his body was drawn into the vortex of time and space. The next moment, Ivan's figure appeared in the open space not far away, and the whole process was completed in one go, extremely quickly. I really don't know how you mastered so many advanced magics. Doubt was stunned for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile, and muttered. He remembers that when he was in the second and third grades, he would also have some basic spells such as floating spells, transformation spells, and lock-opening spells. How can he easily control the explosion of Thunderbolt, the guarding of the gods, the phantom shift, etc. like Ivan? Advanced magic. Asia was also very surprised, but after Ivan's return this time, she had been shocked enough, and the addition of a phantom transformation was nothing. Doubt only put out his previous thoughts, and Asia took Hermione, and the three of them cast spells at the same time and disappeared into the dilapidated house. It was another familiar space replacement. When Ivan came back to his senses, he had already arrived in the rubble of the werewolf's residence. Before Ivan acted, I saw Fran, Walker and others eagerly coming out of the station, everyone holding their magic wands tightly in their hands. Fran, where are you going? Ivan stepped forward quickly and asked aloud. At this time, Fran and others also noticed the arrival of Ivan, but before he could speak, Walker ran over first, patted Ivan on the shoulder and said happily. Hals, great, it looks like you are all right. I heard an explosion just now when I was out. I was curious to check it and found out that your magic shop was attacked. It was full of blood and corpses. I didn't find you after I ran in, so I came back and took this one. I told Fran and them, we are going out to find you. Walker gushed. When Walker's voice fell, Fran also asked. Yeah, what the happened to Halls? When we heard Walker talk about it, we almost thought something unexpected happened to you. Only then did Ivan understand why they were all going out to fight. It turned out that they had received the news of the magic shop being attacked. But what makes Ivan a little puzzled is why Walker, who has been to the magic shop, didn't collide with the original self. Is it because it happened to be staggered with yourself? Thinking of things in his mind, Ivan did not stop talking about what had happened before. Just half an hour ago, our place was attacked by 10 wizards in black robes, but those attackers have now been wiped out by me, and I got the exact news that the owner of Bogenbach ordered them to come. At this point, Ivan's words paused, and then he continued murderously. So I plan to call the door directly before Bach has received the exact news, but I still lack some manpower, and I want to ask for your help. Ivan had thought it was such a dangerous thing, no matter what, he had to think about it, but he didn't expect these werewolf wizards to be aggrieved after hearing his words, and agreed without hesitation. Haha, I have been idle for several months, it just happened to loosen my muscles and bones, Walker said excitedly, eagerly gearing his hands. Don't you think about it? This time the action is very dangerous. It is to fight with the owner in a dark magic shop. Maybe you need to deal with other difficult dark wizards. Ivan was somewhat moved and said. Although Ivan needs their help very much, he will not hide the danger when he knows that someone will die. Don't worry, we have considered very clearly, and we also know the dangers of this. Fran smiled. Ivan's behavior that he had developed the wolf poison potion before and was willing to sell it at a low price made Fran and the others very touched. They had never seen a wizard think of them as spurned werewolves. So when Ivan is in trouble this time, they will naturally not stand by and watch. Besides, this battle is dangerous, but it is not inevitable. They still have some confidence in their own strength. Speaking of it, I violated the agreement with you. I originally promised you to help you keep an eye on the situation in Knockdown Alley, but this kind of thing happened. Fran said with ashamed. In recent months, there have been a lot of strange faces in Turnover Alley. They knew this, and Fran also mentioned it to Asia at the beginning. They thought that the black wizards who flowed in were all mobs without much threat, but they didn't expect to be unified by someone. Naturally, Ivan would not blame Fran for this incident. It was only Fran who listened to the news to do him a favor. Usually, these werewolf wizards still need to be busy with their livelihoods, and it is normal that they cannot cover everything. But Fran said it was for this reason, and Ivan was not rejecting their kindness either, turned his head and said to Doubt. Dean Doubt, is there a safer temporary shelter in Knockdown Alley? Ivan remembered that his past self would come here to find Fran and the others in the near future, so he shouldn't stay in this place for too long. It's better to find a safer place to discuss the next raid plan. Chapter 334, So many dark wizards are solved by you alone? Doubter wanted to say that it's safe to go to his house, and there is enough space there. But thinking that Aisha's magic shop was attacked, and his residence might also be exposed, Doubt swallowed the words he had received, and then said instead. Temporary residence? Of course there is, you can come with me. 10 minutes later, Doubter took Ivan and others to a mansion in the northwest, knocked on the door, and a middle-aged shaman in his 40s came out. Old friend. It's been a long time. Doubt embraced him enthusiastically for the first time, and chatted with each other intimately for a while. Without a few chattering words, Doubt took out a bag containing Jin Jialong from the pocket of the wizard's robe and forced it to the other party. The middle-aged wizard gave a false pretense, and finally accepted it. After greeted them with a smile, Jianxi left. Doubt turned his head and explained to Ivan and the others. That was a friend I met during a poker gambling. Recently, I was short of money and was willing to temporarily vacate the house for us to use. Don't worry, his mouth is still very strict. Apart from laziness, good wine, and good gambling, there are no shortcomings. The money I gave him is enough for him to be cool outside for a while. So what are these strange things about your friends? Ivan shook his head with a weird look, and followed Daubt into the room. There was a lot of space inside, but it seemed a little messy, with some old photos hanging on the walls. In the top photo is an old witch. After seeing Ivan and others walk into the house, she couldn't help but yelled at her unfilial grandson for nothing, and even rented out her ancestral house again. Someone else. However, no one paid any attention to her. Daubt waved his wand casually, cleaned up the house with a dust-removing charm, and sealed the photos so as not to influence or eavesdrop on their conversation. After finishing all this, Daubt turned his head, looked at Ivan, and asked very seriously. Have you thought about what we should do next? Ivan nodded. I have explored the situation in the Bojenbach magic shop, and I know the layout there. It's probably like this. With that said, Ivan pulled out his wand and stirred it gently on the table. The strands of magic power were connected into a line and drawn into a clear map, which marked each important location and the opponent's possible escape route during the battle. How did you detect these locations? Doubter looked at Ivan in surprise, and even wondered if Ivan was drawn blindly, because even the layout of the top floor and the location of the basement were clearly marked on the map. Asia was also very surprised. She had been dealing with Bojenbach's shop owner for so many years, and she didn't know the overall layout of the magic shop. I naturally have my way. Ivan didn't explain much. This magic map was drawn based on his memories when he searched the blogger's shop before school started. At that time, the Bojenbach store was already empty. No one could stop his behavior. Of course he could search the dark magic store up and down. Doubt and others looked at Ivan's immature face, but couldn't say anything to Doubt. After all, they all knew that Ivan was not an ordinary wizard, so the credibility of this map was still very high. Ivan continued speaking after seeing them approved. After a while, I will sneak in with the invisibility cloak first, investigate the distribution of internal personnel, wait for mobile hands, and try to reduce their staff. As for you, wait until I send a signal before launching an attack from these weak places to block all of Bach's escape routes. Wait, this is not good. Too risky. Ixia couldn't help interrupting Ivan's words. If Ivan hadn't knocked her out before, she wouldn't let Ivan go on the adventure alone, now it's even more impossible. Fran and others also nodded. Daugert even more painstakingly tried to persuade Ivan to give up this dangerous idea. Although the invisibility cloak is difficult to make, it is not a big deal. The effect is similar to the phantom curse, and the figure will be detected by some anti-curses. If you want to go deep into a dark magic shop wearing this kind of thing, it is easy to be seen through by the other party. Don't worry. The invisibility cloak in my hand is very special, it's not easy to see through. If you don't believe it, you can try it. Ivan said helplessly. He is so adventurous because he wants to reproduce the scene he did in his store before. An enhanced version of thunderbolt blasts in a crowded place, allowing Bach and his men to ascend to the sky together, reducing as much as possible the casualties in the battle behind. At the time, the owner of the Broken Cauldron only told him that many dark wizards and some werewolves died in that battle. The dark wizard here may refer to Bach's subordinates or everyone here, including Aisha. Douglas was dubious, and after Ivan put on the invisibility cloak, he waved his wand and used the anti-curse. Sure enough, the anti-curse had no effect, and Asia also tentatively released a few exploration magics, but also couldn't find Ivan's position. It's as if he disappeared out of thin air. How? Ivan let them toss for a while before opening the invisibility cloak and appearing in front of everyone. Doubt smiled bitterly, speechless. This invisibility cloak is indeed very special. Aisha curiously took the invisibility cloak in Ivan's hand and took a look. The whole invisibility cloak is completely integrated, and feels very smooth, as if woven with water. The more I looked at Ixia, the more she was amazed, and then she sighed in disappointment. She understood that the level of this magical creation was too high and her level was not enough to crack the secret of this invisible cloak. Where did you get this thing? Asia returned the invisibility cloak to Ivan and asked strangely. Borrowed from a friend. Ivan then replied. What surprised him was that Asia didn't even recognize it as the Deathly Hallows. But yes, the Deathly Hallows is still a secret to wizards of their level. Only a few wizard families have relevant records. It seems that you have made some very good friends in school, Aisha said with emotion. Knowing the power of this invisibility cloak, Aisha was surprised that the other party was willing to lend such a powerful magic item to Ivan. Immediately, Asia looked at Hermione again, and I have to say that Ivan's vision for making friends is great. Of course. Ivan nodded solemnly, as he always thought. Then Ivan continued to speak to Asia. Now you should be relieved. That won't work. Asia did not compromise. She felt that even with the invisibility cloak, it would be impossible for Ivan to take the risk at all, and it would be the same for them to execute the effect. Mom, did you forget? I was the one person who destroyed the black-robed wizards who attacked the store not long ago. Even if they were discovered, they would not be able to help me for a while. Yvonne said helplessly. Ivan's words fell, Doubt said in shock before Asia could reply. What? You solved those black-robed wizards alone? Chapter 335, Where is my house? What a big house for me. When Doubt heard Yvonne talk about the annihilation of the attackers, he thought it was Asia and Yvonne who did it together. After all, judging from Ivan's previous description, the number of these dark wizards is quite large, and they are all desperados. Thinking of this, Doubt glanced at Asia suspiciously, and wanted to confirm with her. Asia nodded helplessly, that's right, he knocked me out before, so I can do such a dangerous thing by myself. Only then did Doubt completely believe it, and when he looked at Yvonne, his face was very strange, even ridiculous. Also shocked were Fern and others. When Walker came back, he told them about the misery in the magic shop. There were 8 or 9 corpses of black wizards inside, and their deaths were so tragic. It is hard to imagine that it was a young wizard like Yvonne who did it. This is too exaggerated. Noting everyone's horrified eyes, Yvonne shook his head secretly in his heart. He knew very well that he was able to kill the 10 black-robed wizards who invaded the magic shop, largely because their leader Adrian was too arrogant and chose to search the magic shop separately, and he was attacked by him or it is broken by traps. However, Yvonne did not explain it out loud. At this time, he needed Asia and the others to overestimate his own strength, so that they could agree to some risky plans. In the end, under Ivan's efforts to persuade, Asia finally agreed, but he was not allowed to go too deeply, and he needed to carry the magic props for communication with him so that he could report the situation at any time. The action time was also postponed to a few hours later, and Yvonne needed to wait for the enhanced magic text on the wand to recover to the point where it could be used. In order to prevent any changes to Bach during this period, Yvonne asked the werewolf wizards to monitor the situation of Bakin Bach's magic shop at all times during this period. He and Asia are planning to go home. Yvonne remembers that there are many useful magic items in the basement, which can be used by Fern and the others to reduce casualties as much as possible. It's just right, I also have to go back to get some things. Doubt suddenly remembered something, patted his head and said. President Dougert. That Yvonne opened his mouth, with a tangled expression trying to tell Dougert that he doesn't need to go back. Because that house has been blown up. The one that was so thoroughly bombed that even repairs can't come back. But before Yvonne could finish speaking, Doubt had already used apparition and disappeared in place, leaving only a word. Don't worry about my safety, I will meet you nearby there later. No, I'm worried that you can't stand such a big blow. Yvonne sighed uncontrollably when he watched Doubt cast his apparition to leave. It seems that I can only explain it when Doug comes back. Yvonne shook his head with a headache and turned to Asia. Mom, it's not too late, let's go back soon. Asia nodded with a weird face, but she also knew what was going on, so she could only hope that Doubt would calm down a little bit by then. At the same time, when he returned home, Doubter looked at the ruins all over the floor blankly, almost thinking whether he was in the wrong place. No, where is my house? I am such a big house. Doubt was trembling with anger. Which was so nasty who blew up his house? He swung his wand vigorously to release the restoration curse. Under the action of the magic, the stone bricks and wooden blocks on the ground quickly returned to their original positions, and the outline of the mansion was clearly visible after a while. But in the next second, some houses that had been repaired collapsed again. Doug breathed heavily, the house was destroyed too thoroughly, and he couldn't repair it with his own magic alone. Doug simply gave up the idea of restoring the mansion, thinking about the who might do this kind of thing in his mind. Soon, Doug had a clue, gritted his teeth and roared. Bach! That old must have found someone to do it. Doubt automatically made up for the cause and effect. No one in Knockdown Alley knows that he and Asia have a good relationship, and if you want to deal with Asia, you must even deal with him. So Bach must have sent someone to attack the magic shop at the same time. Thinking of this, Doubt was a little afraid. He was so drunk that he didn't have the ability to resist the attack at all. If Yvonne hadn't taken him away from this mansion, maybe he would have died in a coma. No wonder I will be there after waking up. Doug had already figured out everything, and was very grateful to Yvonne at the moment. He felt that after Yvonne killed all the invaders in the magic shop, he realized this for the first time and worried about his safety, so he rushed to his mansion as soon as possible and transferred him to somewhere else. Then those bloggers couldn't find where the others were, so they simply used his house to vent their anger. That must be the case. Damn it. It was a drunk mistake. Doubt couldn't help but regret, secretly reminding himself that he should drink less in the future. What makes Doubt feel gratified is that it seems that the kid Yvonne still cares about him. Even if he noticed the black magic mark on his left wrist, he did not leave him alone in this place and waited to die, but chose to take him to find a safe place to ask questions. It's not in vain of his unremitting efforts over the years. Doubt was a little moved for a while, but then he saw the broken bottle and wine box in the ruins, and he was heartbroken. The wine I just bought yesterday. It's all gone now. On the other side, Ivan and Asia, who were performing apparition, returned to the magic shop. This place has changed a lot from before. The large broken hole has been repaired intact, the bloodstains and corpses on the ground have been cleaned up. Except for the empty shelves, this is almost the same as before the attack. Ivan was not surprised either, he certainly knew that this was the result of his restoration using the repair spell. I also remember that my past self couldn't find Fern and the others at this time, and consumed too much magic power, so I had already hid in an abandoned house, so there was no one inside. Of course, only tonight. Tomorrow afternoon Dobby will start monitoring this magic shop, and he will definitely be spotted if he comes back then. While thinking about it, Ivan opened the hidden trap door, walked into the basement, and took a few protective rings and improved telescopic ears on the workbench and put them into the pocket of the wizard robe. Then Ivan turned her head to look at Aisha and found that she was holding a small fluffy ball in her hand, and asked strangely. Mom, what do you do with that? Chapter 336, That's right, your brain is all right. Asia didn't reply, she just smiled casually, and placed the black stuffed ball-like creature on her shoulder. Of course Ivan recognized that it was the alchemy creature Purongrong sent by George and Fred during the last summer vacation. Because of this, Ivan felt weird. If he remembered correctly, this thing was an alchemy creature based on the magical beast of the same name. It had no other use besides being cute. But after being remodeled by Asia, the Purongrong looks even more adorable, with a pair of big watery eyes. Ivan shook his head, very helpless. We went to fight. What do we bring with this stuff? But maybe Asia has made any special modifications to this thing. Thinking of this, Ivan didn't delve into it anymore, took some magic items he used, and took some Jin Jialong and returned to the agreed place with Asia. Pushing the door open, the first thing Ivan saw was the angry Doubt. He was talking angrily to Fern and the others. Hermione stood by and listened, with an indescribable weird look on her face. She seemed to be holding a smile forcibly, but she wanted to pretend to be serious. Dean Doubt. Ivan was a little guilty for some reason, but he bit his head and walked in and said. Seeing Ivan's eyes brighten, Doubter hurried over, and before Ivan could continue to speak, he patted his shoulder excitedly and said. Thank you so much, Ivan. Fortunately, you saved me in time, otherwise, I am afraid I am dead now. Yep. What? Ben was also worried that Ivan, who was also worried about Doubt looking for a duel with him, was stunned for a while, and he couldn't turn his mind a little, and could not help interrupting Doubt's words. Wait, Dean Dougert. What did you just say? Ivan looked at Doubt with a weird look, and didn't understand his brain well. He vaguely felt that Doubt had misunderstood something. Sure enough, Ivan soon heard Doubt curse angrily. When I went back, I found out that Bok, an old bastard, actually sent someone to blow up my house. Doubt quickly swears and recounts the content of his previous brain supplements. Ivan was a little dumbfounded. Is the matter like this? Ivan even wondered if he had traveled to another parallel time and space, because Doubt's guess seemed quite logical. If he hadn't known that the house was blown up by himself, Ivan would have almost believed it. After listening to Doubt's brain replenishment, Ivan hesitated whether to tell the truth, and he couldn't help turning his head to look at Asia. Asia's face was also full of weird colors, and she didn't expect Doubt to guess that Bok sent someone to blow up his house. Noting the gaze Ivan was looking at, Asia shook her head, indicating that it would be better for Ivan to conceal the matter. Ivan also thinks about it, the war is imminent, it's better not to let Dougert feel grievances. And besides him, there were only 3 insiders, and Asia would definitely not say anything about it, and Hermione would not betray herself. The only thing that needs to be guarded is Bok. It seems that when the time comes, he will have to be a little harder, don't give him a chance to explain. Thinking of this, Ivan uttered a few words to comfort Doubt, and by the way scolded Bok for being frantic and not doing human affairs. After cursing, Ivan took out the protective ring and the modified version of the retractable ear from the pocket of the wizard robe and distributed it to Fern and others. This is a protection ring. As long as you inject magic power, you can release a magic barrier to protect the whole body. It looks like an iron curse. Of course, the protection effect is limited and can only resist some ordinary magic. As for the telescopic ear, it can be used to transmit information, just hang it on the edge of the ear. Ivan pointed to these things one by one and explained. After the improvement of him and Asia, the telescopic ear has long been free of the rope restriction, and it can transmit conversations in real time just like Muggle communication equipment. It's just that the coverage area is still a bit small, and the communication distance between the 2 parties is more than a few kilometers. So Ivan is still not satisfied with this thing. He has always wanted to transform this thing into a Muggle-like phone and mobile phone. If it succeeds, it will surely sell very well. Although Yvonne is still a little dissatisfied with these magic props, the effect of these magic props is already amazing for Fern and others. Especially the protective ring is a good thing that can save their lives for them who are about to participate in a dangerous battle. Although the iron armor curse is not a high-end magic, many of them are able to release this spell proficiently. But the protection ring can be used by injecting magic power, which is more convenient. You must know that in battle, this 2-second effort can sometimes determine life and death. After making perfect preparations, Yvonne glanced at the clock hung on the wall. It has been 6 hours since the last time he used the enhanced magic text. Yvonne quickly put on the invisibility cloak, and at this moment, Asia said worriedly. Be careful. Remember to notify us as soon as possible if you have any circumstances. Yvonne nodded, completely concealed his body, and walked towards the Bogenbach magic shop not far away. At this time it was approaching late night, and the sky outside was completely dark. Most of the shops in Knockoff Alley had already closed their business, except for the dim light in the Bogenbach magic shop, and the door was ajar. Yvonne had also imagined whether Bach could die in his sleep, but now it seems unlikely. The moment I stepped into the shop, Yvonne immediately increased his vigilance, and then felt a wave of magical power sweep over him. Yvonne is not surprised. Generally speaking, the magic shop will set up a probe-like gadget at the entrance and exit. Just like their detection prop is the wind chime hanging on the door whenever someone enters the wind chime, it will automatically remind you. What Yvonne relied on was the Deathly Hallows invisibility cloak he wore on his body. General exploration magic would not be effective on him. Unless he reveals his horse's feet, or the opponent has a targeted prop such as the magic eye, he is still very safe. As he expected, after the magic wave swept through, no alarm was triggered, and no one came out to check the situation. Yvonne finally breathed a sigh of relief, and let go of the heart he had been holding, and slowly walked into the store. The inside of the Bogenbach store is darker than it looks outside. The only light source is a strong flame in the fireplace on the right. The shelves around are filled with all kinds of dark magic items. In one of the huge glass cabinets, there is even a long noose hanging, and the rope is still stained with traces of blood. Yvonne can't imagine anything of people would buy this kind of thing. After a few glances, Yvonne didn't stay here much. He moved a few steps closer to the inner room, and faintly heard the voice of a conversation. Chapter 337, He Can't Hide for Long. Yvonne held his breath and moved a few steps forward and walked into the living room behind the front desk. The space inside is very large, with dark blue candle lights all around, and a black-grey round table in the center. Several figures faintly appear in the candlelight. Yvonne glanced around and found that there were 11 people in the living room. This is a lot more than he had previously expected. Bach, who hadn't seen him for a long time, crouched and sat in a large chair. He doesn't look much different from a year ago. His greasy hair is neatly combed behind his head, and his old face has an unusually kind smile. He looks directly at the wizards on the opposite side, withered and withered. On his slender left hand, he was holding the round, eyeball-like probing eye and playing with it casually. From Ivan's perspective, the 2 dark black rings pinned to Bach's ring finger and little finger were still shining with a strange dark light. 2 wizards in old wizard robes stood behind Bach, and the remaining people divided into 2 factions to face the blog. Not long after Yvonne came in, he happened to hear a middle-aged wizard opposite Bach speak with a ugly face. Mr. Borkin, you have promised us nothing wrong before. Are you telling us that the goal is unclear? Don't say that, Heinz. Facing the middle-aged wizard's question, Bach's expression remained unchanged. He waved his hand to show the other party to calm down, and then continued. The news I got was that Asia was already dead in this attack. Someone saw a little wizard hurriedly escaping with Asia's body after the incident. This shows that our plan was successful. How do we know if what you said is true? And your spies saw this scene, why not just bring back the witch's body and her child? Heinz sneered. Heinz is very dissatisfied with Bach's statement. He can't see the body, who knows if Bach is lying and deceiving himself. And they sent so many people, and now none of them have come back. They all died in the magic shop, which is different from what they had discussed before. So after Heinz spoke, the rest of the people also condemned together and asked Bach to give an explanation. Bach, who was sitting on the main seat, had a headache. In fact, the entire manpower sent by him was completely wiped out, which was beyond his expectation. Bach thinks that he has been dealing with Aisha for so many years and has a deep understanding of her level of strength. In addition to the fact that the other party is carrying a child with an oil bottle, there should be no possibility of surviving in this sudden attack. So originally, Bach was very relieved, thinking that he would get good news soon. Who would have thought that after a long time, apart from seeing the explosion and the fire, he didn't wait for anyone to return. The news of Aisha's death was discovered by his spies later from nearby residents, and even the true or false has yet to be determined. What is even more weird is that when his people went to the magic shop again, they accidentally discovered that someone had used a healing spell to repair the damage caused by the previous battle, and the blood stains of the corpses all over the ground disappeared. Not far away, I don't know who bombed the house of Asia's friend Doubt. So many weird things happened in a row, which made Bok faintly feel that something was wrong, so Heinz and others were invited over to discuss what should be done next. However, facing the aggressive questioning from Heinz and others, Bok's heart was also a little angry. He pulled down his face, looked around the crowd, and said in a deep voice. Okay, did you say enough? This time I did make a mistake in my judgment, but don't forget that there was someone with me who died there. And I have reminded you a long time ago to deal with the owner in a magic shop. It's not a good idea. Hearing Bok's words, several dark wizards are not good looking, and they are not easy to refute. Indeed, 3 of the 10 people sent in the past are Bok's subordinates. It is unlikely that Bok will even cheat himself. More importantly, Heinz and others heard the threat in Bok's words, and then remembered that they were sitting in the living room of a dark magic shop now, and no one knew whether Bok had any arrangement here. So even if they have more people here, they don't dare to push Blog too much, otherwise they may not be able to win if they really fight. Seeing that everyone was calmer, Bok cleared his throat and talked about the future arrangement. The top priority now is to continue to send more people to find out exactly what happened before and to confirm whether Asia really died and where her child Yvonne Halls is now. The empty magic shop also needs to send a few people to search it to see if we can find any useful clues. The Bok and others who were discussing did not know that one of the targets they were looking for was listening to their conversation quietly not far away. Yvonne, who was hiding in the dark, listened for a while, and found that the dark wizards in front of him were not monolithic, but more inclined to temporary cooperation. Even arguing over which side contributes more, it's a pity that they don't have the consciousness of fighting. This made Yvonne a little disappointed. He still wondered if he could take advantage of the fisherman's profit. After observing for a while, according to the positions and words of these people, Yvonne quickly divided the camps of the 11 wizards. Naturally, Bojin and his 2 subordinates needless to say. The remaining 8 wizards are faintly divided into 2 factions, the middle-aged wizard named Heinz and several dark wizards with gloomy faces. Probably belonged to the same camp. It is very likely that it was the fish that escaped the Orus blow last year. The last 3 of them are sturdy, with a faintly mad look in their eyes. This temperament reminds Yvonne of Yadian who died in his hands. The other person was also like this when he was dying in a rage. Under the gaze of Ivan's gaze, one of the leaders among them spoke impatiently after arguing with Bok for a while. Mr. Borkin, what about the things you promised me? You told us before that as long as we help you get rid of your old opponent, you can get the formula of the wolf poison potion. According to you, that woman is probably now is it dead, what about things? Bok grinned, rotating the probing eye with his left hand, and said comfortingly. Don't be too anxious, right? You should read the newspaper carefully. Yvonne Halls, Asia's child, is the creator of the wolf poison potion. Now his mother is dead and there is no one to protect him. He is falling down alone. You won't be able to hide in the alley for long. Chapter 338, War. Just leave the task of finding this kid to us. As for the rest, we won't participate in it. Wright nodded when he heard Bok's words, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. His favorite game is this cat and mouse game. Now there are 2 weeks before the next full moon night, they have time to have a good time. Bok frowned, but didn't say anything. He and Wright and others were only in a cooperative relationship and could not interfere with the other party's decision. Wright quickly stood up and prepared to leave with his 2 subordinates, and Bok did not do much to stay. Yvonne, who had been listening for a long time, did not wait any longer, holding the wand tightly, activated the enhanced magic text, and began to charge the magic spell. Just as Wright was about to leave the table, Bok suddenly yelled. And so on. What's the matter? Wright turned his head in confusion, and asked a little impatiently. Bok's eyes were fixed in the direction where Wright was, doubts appeared on his face, and the probing eye held by his left hand looked around uneasy. Yvonne, who was hiding in the invisibility cloak, couldn't help but become nervous, with some doubts in his heart. Could it be that he was discovered? But why is this time? Is it because of the magic fluctuations that occur when you charge up a spell? But that should be cut off by the invisibility cloak. Yvonne followed Bok's gaze, and the color of the bricks on the ground at the entrance turned into a conspicuous red. When he noticed this, Ivan's face changed. Obviously, this is also a type of exploration magic. He remembers walking through that place when he came in, and the invisibility cloak couldn't protect him. Perceiving this, Yvonne knew that he couldn't wait any longer. After launching the command of the general attack through the retractable ears, he no longer gathers momentum and is the first to do it. A magic wand appeared out of nowhere in the void, and a fiery flame gradually ignited at the top, which soon expanded into the wind. Wright still didn't know what had happened. Seeing that Bok hadn't replied for a long time, he was very dissatisfied and prepared to leave. At this moment, a feeling of heart palpitations surged from Wright's heart. Wright, who was experienced in combat, trusted his intuition very much, and turned his head subconsciously, and saw a giant orange-red fireball with a diameter of 1 meter rushing towards him. Wright's complexion changed suddenly, his hair exploded, his pupils shrank slightly, and he even felt the approach of death. There are many obstacles. Wright drew out his wand at the fastest speed in his life and shouted loudly. The reactions of Bach and others were not unpleasant either. Except for a few people who messed up their positions, the moment they saw the fireball, they all cast their spells together. The joint defense of several wizards, even in haste, built a magical barrier visible to the naked eye. The closest Wright was the most unlucky. The magic barrier he built hastily resisted only for a while before being defeated, only to watch the fireball getting closer and closer, and finally slammed on himself. The hot flames burned Wright's body. As the most proud of the life force of the werewolf wizard, it has now become a torture. He can clearly perceive the hot tongue of fire licking his body, and then being pushed by the solid fireball. All the way back, he hit the magic barrier behind him. No! Save me! Wright, who was squeezed in the middle, broke down and let out a desperate roar. However, his roar was ignored. Everyone knew that he was out of help. Bach and others had to work harder to maintain the defense behind Wright. Click! Gradually, cracks appeared on the barrier constructed by many wizards. The two stood in a stalemate for a while, the fireball expanded and exploded, hot flames and violent shock waves raged in the living room, and the glass doors and windows were bursting. After resisting for a while, the solid magic barrier finally shattered. The two wizards who were close could not resist the aftermath and were lifted off. Fortunately, the existence of the magic barrier and Wright successfully absorbed most of the damage. These people only received some minor injuries, and the people behind Bach and others still stood in place, but mostly looked ashamed. The only Wright who was hit by the frontal explosion of the thunderbolt had no good skin on his body. One arm and half of his leg were broken, and he fell to the ground without a sound. Seeing that his thunderbolt only killed one person, Ivan was somewhat disappointed, but not surprised. When he saw so many wizards gathered together, he knew that this raid was a failure. After all, when the magic with a wide range of kills like thunderbolt explosion is released, he himself must be far away, otherwise it will easily affect himself. This casting distance is long enough for Bach and the others to react and build a defense, to resist this magic, so Ivan will simply aim the target at the front right, and immediately kill one first. In addition to killing people, the biggest effect of this thunderbolt explosion is also a signal to start war, allowing Aisha and others waiting outside to lock the position of the battlefield. By the way, restrain the energy of Bach and others, otherwise these people will swarm Ivan, no matter how strong they are, they cannot be opponents. Bach, who just breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the meeting hall that had been blown up for a quarter, his heart was bleeding, and he didn't know how many precious magic items were destroyed in this way. In the gust of wind caused by the explosion, the figure of Ivan hiding under the invisibility cloak appeared vaguely in the eyes of Bach and others. Damn you! Bach looked at Ivan with anger and fright. When he noticed that someone had sneaked in, he had wondered if Azia had escaped by chance and sneaked in, but he never thought it would be that young kid. What he didn't even expect was that Ivan could release such a powerful magic. But Ivan didn't give them time to froze. The wand waved, and the white mist rose up and turned into a white behemoth. In the neighing sound, like a white lightning, it rushed towards Bach and the others. Several wizards once again joined forces to cast various spells and flew towards the shadow of the unicorn, but the magic did not play any role. Seeing this white shadow approaching, the black-robed wizards who were pregnant with ghosts suddenly panicked. After seeing Ivan's powerful magic, they didn't think this white light and shadow were really so harmless. Use the patron saint curse. Bach was so experienced that he quickly roared loudly, and at the same time released his patron saint in the first place. It was a dexterous weasel, bravely facing the white light and shadow in midair, blocking it in front of it. But the shadow of the unicorn kicked out in the next second. Chapter 339, You Really Are Not Dead. The ordinary guardian is not the opponent of the shadow of the unicorn at all, but this is indeed a reminder to other black-robed wizards that the guardian of the gods can affect this white light and shadow. After realizing this, the rest of the black-robed wizards also cast spells together. It's just that people whose minds have been corrupted by black magic cannot use the guardian of God, so among the 10 people present, only Bach and the 3 black-robed wizards summoned the patron saint. A few lights and shadows floated out from the top of the magic wand, transformed into a big turkey and 2 foxes. Patron saints of different appearances rushed forward, and the weasel, who was kicked almost into a haze, followed close behind. The shadow of the powerful unicorn can knock a patron saint into a cloud of light with just a kick, but it won't take long for the patron saints that have been shattered to regroup and rush up again without fear of death. Seeing that the 4 patron saints contained the white behemoth for a short time, Bach was a little relieved in his heart, but at the same time he was very angry. Only a 13-year-old kid, he turned the place upside down, and he was still in front of them. Everyone killed right on the spot. Bach felt that his face was ashamed, and viciously scanned the place where Ivan was standing, only to find that there was already no one there. However, Yvonne at this time had already taken advantage of the chaos to hide in the invisibility cloak and disappeared in front of them. Yvonne did not expect that his bloodline magic would be restrained in this way, and he took a deep look at Bok. He was able to find a way to deal with it in such a short period of time. Bok looked better than he thought. It's even more tricky. That kid must still be here, do everything to find him out. Bok turned his head and shouted at the black-robed wizards who were still at a loss. After finishing talking, Bok released the probing magic, and the powerful magic wave swept through the whole reception hall, but found nothing. Yvonne, wearing an invisibility cloak, wandered freely in the chaotic battlefield. He saw a black-robed sorcerer concentrate on the over-controlling patron saint. He immediately approached a few steps, and a curse was suddenly thrown on it. Shen Feng Wuying. The invisible blade of magic power shot out, and instantly cut off the right arm of the black-robed wizard holding the wand. The next moment, a screaming scream resounded in the meeting room. The black-robed wizard painfully clutched his right arm and knocked down a cabinet behind him, then tumbled and fell to the ground. The reaction of Bok and others was not unpleasant. The moment Yvonne made a sound, he locked his position. Without any hesitation, the colorful spell light had already hit him. Yvonne under the invisibility cloak also has a warning sign in his heart. Of course, the protective ring is not enough to resist so many curses at the same time. But fortunately, he still has a magic ring. Yvonne almost unreservedly released the power stored in the circle of magic power, a powerful wave of magic power spread in all directions, and the curse that had not been closed was annihilated, and a dark wizard who was closer it was even knocked out. Yvonne fled from the previous position in a tumble, and disappeared in front of them again with the help of the invisibility cloak. Bok is almost going to be blown up with anger. To him, Yvonne is like a mouse running around, making people disgusting. However, the failure of the previous exploration magic has also made Bok vigilant, knowing that Yvonne is not wearing an ordinary invisibility cloak, otherwise it would never be as powerful. I'm going to see when you can hide. Although Bok was angry, he was not swallowed up by the anger, and soon found a solution. The blue candle light in the corner around the wand was immediately extinguished, and the hall suddenly plunged into the darkness. Everyone looked at Bok inexplicably, wondering if he was ignorant. Bok pointed his magic wand again, and a white light hit the ceiling. Under the shock, dots of powder sprinkled from the sky, exuding fluorescence, and shrouded everyone in the living room, reflecting the interior blue. The powder also fell on the invisibility cloak worn by Yvonne, marking the outline of his figure, and Bok immediately locked Ivan's position, and a strange green light cut through the darkness. Avada Kedavra. Ivan's complexion changed suddenly, and when he picked up his wand, the solid cabinet was lifted up to block him, and the green light hit it and exploded a pile of sawdust. The other black-robed wizards did not respond slowly, and a few more spells shot out, and the cabinet was blown into pieces in a moment. Yvonne encouraged to construct 2 or 3 magical barriers, but they were broken one by one, and finally relied on the protective ring to barely resist this wave of attack. In an instant, a few more curses came over. I was teased fiercely by Yvonne before, and everyone's heart was full of resentment. Now I finally discovered that Ivan's figure naturally vented out. Facing round after round of uninterrupted attacks, Yvonne was also a little weak. Faced with several powerful wizards, it was extremely difficult for him now. Fortunately, at this moment, an orange-red fireball rammed into the hole on the left flocked to a crowd of black-robed wizards. Bok and others had no choice but to separate a part of their hands to show off the fireball and block the fireball. The pressure on Ivan's body was suddenly reduced, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The support has finally arrived. Although it was only a few tenths of seconds from the time he used the first enchantment. But for Yvonne, it seemed extremely long, especially after the invisibility cloak failed. Every second made him frightened. After teamed up to cast a spell to easily block the thunderbolt explosion, Bok suddenly turned his head and looked at the breach on the right, his face turned very ugly. In the smoke of gunpowder, Asia's figure emerged. She was wearing a light blue wizard robe dedicated to battle. She looked very capable. On her shoulders was a cute velvet. This little cute creature has 2 glows. With blue eyes, they looked dazzling in the dim drawing room. After rushing in, Asia breathed a sigh of relief watching Ivan's safety, and then swept towards the messy reception hall and the scorched corpse in the underground. She was very surprised. She didn't expect Yvonne to be alone. Can beat Bok and others like this. Asia. You really are not dead. Bok looked at Asia's figure, gritted his teeth and said, it seemed that his spies were also deceived. But after a brief surprise, Bok grinned again. If Asia and Yvonne were wearing that strange invisibility cloak and attacked in the dark, maybe it would cause them some trouble. It's undoubtedly a lunacy to appear so openly now. It just so happens that when he kills this kid today, he can get rid of it together with Asia. Chapter 340, Mixed Doubles. Yvonne is a little strange how only Asia is here. Just when the attention of Bok and others were attracted to the 2 of them, the window not far above their heads suddenly burst, and a brown-grey werewolf jumped in from the window and ran into the crowd directly. A riot! Then the brown-grey werewolf dragged one of the black-robed wizards to the side with a few spells. Dougert, Fern and others also rushed over quickly, and several magic blasts were blasted out. The defensive black-robed wizard was defeated for a time. Shenfeng Wuying. Of course, Yvonne would not let go of this great opportunity, and a Shenfeng Wuying curse directly aimed at Bok, hitting his chest. Aisha also stared at the other dark wizard, and the eyes of the puffed velvet on her shoulders burst out with blue light, and the mind of the dark wizard was sucked in. At the moment he lost his senses, Aisha's wand lightly tapped, and the magic talisman on the black silk glove that wrapped his right hand lit up one after another, and a series of 2 spells slammed on the black wizard's body in a flash, and the latter was hit hard. He fell into the ruins and couldn't stand up for a long time. Immediately afterwards, Aisha focused on the next target, but this time it was not so smooth. The opponent's influence was limited, and he quickly recovered, but looking at Aisha again was a little afraid. Bone to pieces. Without waiting for Aisha to continue to shoot, a dazzling light flew from the side. Aisha barely dodged, and turned his head to see Bok rising from the ground. Bok clutched his chest, first gave Yvonne a vicious look, then looked at Aisha, and said to the black-robed wizard who was not far away. Avoid the things on her shoulders, the eyes of that thing can affect the mind. Seeing Bok standing up again, Yvonne was also a little surprised. A spell blasted the black wizard who was entangled with him out. After looking at Bok carefully, he noticed a ring on the finger of the opponent's left hand. There was a crack on it. What kind of protective magic props are most likely to prevent him? Bok's gaze swept over the mother and son in front of him, and he heard several screams from time to time. He didn't dare to delay any longer. With a flick of his magic wand, 2 huge black pythons of 8 or 9 meters long emerged from the black mist and ejected out. Drill your heart out. Another black wizard blessed himself with the iron armor curse, and then chanted the curse again. As early as when Bok started his hand, Yvonne cast a transfiguration curse to turn the nearest counter into a bull, and hurriedly pressed against Bok and the others. The 2 giant pythons bitten on Manu's body but did not have much impact. The heart-drilling spell made Manu even more crazy. Bok and others only fought and retreated, from the living room to the store at the front desk. The colorful spell light continuously passed through the dim magical shop, and the surrounding shelves and suddenly suffered, collapsed in the explosion of the sound. Bok was so distressed that he could barely breathe, and fiercely used a smashing curse to blow the scarred bull into pieces of wood, and then his complexion changed to the spot and rolled around and avoided Ivan's invisible blade. Compared with the experienced Bok, the strength of the other black-robed wizard is much worse. Under the suppression of Yvonne and Asia, his flaws were quickly revealed. The mother and son even seized this opportunity and worked together several spells to kill him on the spot. After the black-robed wizard fell to the ground, Bok was left in front of them. Looking at Yvonne and Aisha who were gradually approaching, Bok gritted his teeth and threw the probing eye he was holding in his hand in the direction of the 2. Split to pieces. Yvonne didn't dare to let this thing approach. A curse blasted this thing to pieces. But just after the detecting eye shattered, a shrill scream sounded in the magic shop, and the glass cover with magic items around it shattered. Under the magical shock, Yvonne felt as if something had pierced his brain, stirring in his mind. Yvonne couldn't help covering his ears, but he couldn't stop the sound from being transmitted into his brain. Aisha's reaction was similar to that of Yvonne, and was also affected. The sound of fighting in the entire black magic shop stopped for a while, and was overwhelmed by this sound. The only unaffected person was Bok. Without any hesitation, he immediately locked on Yvonne, who was the most threatening, and a green light pierced the air. Avada Kedavra. When I saw this scene, Asia's heart was awkward. She wanted to do something, but her brain was so dizzy that she couldn't move at all. Ivan's state is better. He who has practiced occlumency to close to level 5 still barely retains some mobility, but this is not enough for him to escape the killing curse. Fortunately, following his thoughts, the white light and shadow galloped through numerous obstacles, turned into an entity to actively face the green light, and was finally blown into a pile of light and fog. Cecilia died for him again. Ivan's face was slightly dark, and the shadow of the blood magic unicorn in the system bar has turned into a black-grey state temporarily unusable, but the danger at this time has not been lifted. Bok raised his hand to release the curse again. Ivan's black pupils suddenly changed to orange snake eyes under the eyes of each other. Bok's raised hand stopped, and his figure stiffened. Ivan's little magic power was like a flood of gate opening. Once again, most of the magic power was drawn, and the screaming sound pierced his mind. Ivan's snake eyes were forced to end after only being maintained for a moment. Fortunately, at the same time, the velvet suddenly jumped up on Aisha's shoulder. Flew in the air, this ball of fluffy ball extended to the sides of the mouth open, exposing the fangs like nails inside, and bit directly on the immobile Bok's face. Bit off a piece of his nose. Ah! Bok let out a scream, interrupting the action of casting the spell. At the same time, the ear-piercing screams echoing in the magic shop ceased abruptly, and Yvonne and Asia regained their mobility. Thunderbolt explodes. Thunderbolt explodes. At the moment when the screaming stopped, the angry mother and son cast a spell together, and two big orange fireballs directly hit Bok's body, blasting him out. When the smoke and dust dissipated, Bok's body was exploded and his body was ripped apart. The wizard robe he wore outside became even more tattered. He was wailing and lying down in the ruins, and the other ring he was wearing on his left hand was also broken. Cracked. Obviously, the protective props absorbed most of the damage for him. Otherwise, the magic of using the physical body to resist the thunderbolt explosion would have been blown into several pieces. Even so, Bok has lost the ability to resist, his wand is buried in the ruins, and he can't even stand up. Chapter 341, Since you are also a werewolf, why do you want to attack him? Yvonne took a few steps forward and raised his wand to cast a spell to kill Bok. However, when he took the shot, Asia stopped him. Yvonne looked at Aisha strangely, not quite understanding what she meant. I still have something to ask him. Asia spoke, then turned to Bok, and said again. Tell me, where is the library? I don't want to use some extreme methods. In this case, you might die a little easier. Bok sat up hard with his body, coughed up a mouthful of blood, stared at the two people in front of him with a pair of eyes. He knew he had lost, and Asia would never let him go, and immediately gritted his teeth. Said. Don't think about it. Drill my heart. Asia didn't mean to be merciful, and coldly hit a heart-piercing curse on Bok's body. The fatal itching and deep bone marrow pain rushed to my heart at the same time. Bok curled up and rolled on the ground embarrassedly, even hitting the cabinet on the side with his head, fainted, and soon woke up in pain. Even so, Bok still gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. He knew that he was dead anyway. Since the left and right are dead, it is better to go to with these secrets. Thinking of this, Bok slammed his head against the exposed nail on the side. Asia's face showed disappointment. She saw Bok's determination and thought that when she had no chance to get the knowledge. A red light flashed, hitting Bok's body, and Bok's body trembled and fainted. Aisha turned her head to look over, and it was Yvonne who shot. I will make Verita serum, and I will take him back later, and after a few drops, he will be able to say anything. Yvonne explained. I was reminded by Asia just now that Yvonne remembered that Bok, as the owner of a magic shop, must have some relevant knowledge inheritance, and this alchemy knowledge is truly invaluable. Maybe his alchemy level can be improved again. No wonder Asia interrupted her previous act of killing Bok, Yvonne thought so. After hearing his words, Asia also nodded. She is not good at making potions, so she didn't think of this at the first time, but used a better way of torture. Chi. After Bok was knocked out, the puffy velvet in the pool of blood shook off the blood on the fur, and hopped to Asia's side. Asia stretched out his arm and let it climb onto his shoulder. Seeing such a black fluffy ball sitting quietly on Asia's body, selling cute, Ivan's look is very strange. He hasn't forgotten how this thing just opened a big mouth full of fangs and bit off Bok's nose. Those big eyes that seem to be cute, they also have an effect similar to a fear curse, which can make the viewer fall into fear. Yvonne shook his head. Aisha is really funny enough to transform such a cute thing into a murderous weapon. I don't know what it would be like to see the alchemy creatures they had created by George and Fred as developers. Make it excited? Yvonne threw these thoughts out of his mind, and listened to the fighting sound not far away, and then spoke. Mom, you are watching Bok here, and I will help Fran and them. Aisha hesitated for a moment and nodded. She still recognized Ivan's strength. Except for the dangerous person like Bok, who needs special attention, there shouldn't be much threat to Yvonne. After getting Asia's consent, Yvonne ran to the place where the sound was closest. Shenfeng Wuying. Bone to pieces. Yvonne is like a firefighting captain, every time he rushes to a place, he cooperates with the werewolf wizards to solve their opponents. Although they managed to catch these black-robed wizards by surprise in the early stages of the battle, and achieved a lot of advantage, these people are after all vicious black wizards and they are not so easy to deal with. Coupled with the sudden screaming sound before, it broke through a large number of glass covers containing black magic items, and some black magic items were automatically activated, causing them a lot of trouble. Fortunately, the corpses Yvonne saw along the way were those of dark wizards. The most seriously injured was a werewolf wizard. Because he accidentally encountered a dark magic item during a fight, his arm was corroded badly, and he was almost destroyed. Abolished. This werewolf wizard knelt on the ground in pain, clutching his arms, and wailing. Fran was very anxious but could not do anything. The scar is healed. Yvonne tried to use the healing spell, but unfortunately it didn't have the slightest effect. Let me come. This is the injury caused by the black magic. If the effect of the black magic is not eliminated first, the healing spell will not work. At this time, Daub came over from the other side, grabbed the werewolf wizard and injured his arm, pressed it with his wand, and chanted the spell to pull out a cloud of black fog, and threw it onto the wooden chair aside. Under Ivan's gaze, after the wooden chair was contaminated with black air, a big hole was quickly corroded. Then Dougert used the healing spell again to start healing the wounds, and gave pointers from time to time. How to deal with Ivan's injuries. Ivan listened very carefully. It is inevitable to get injured in battle. If he can learn more treatment methods, it will undoubtedly greatly improve his survival rate. Daub treated the werewolf wizard, and then he treated Fran and others, but they only received some minor injuries, and there was no major problem. By the way, Fran, are everyone here? Ivan turned his head, glanced at the crowd gathered in the meeting room again, and found that a familiar figure seemed to be missing. Except for your mother, Walker is not here. He just chased the escaped enemy. Fran, who was being treated, said with some worry. Then I'll go find him. Ivan looked around at the people with some injuries, and said actively. At the same time, at the corner of the magic shop, Walker waved his wolf claws and slapped the black-robed wizard in front of him away. The sharp claws ripped apart the tattered wizard robes of the opponent, leaving a few traces on the black-robed wizard's body. Deep scratches. The black-robed wizard quickly got up from the ground, grabbed the table next to him, and smashed it at Walker, who was rushing over. Walker swiftly avoided, and his strong right arm grabbed the black-robed wizard's head and bumped him into the corner, then looked at the opponent fiercely, and asked angrily. Since you are also a werewolf, why did you attack Halls? Chapter 342, If you can grab it, why buy it? In the previous fight, Walker had confirmed the identity of the opponent. After all, the werewolf's extraordinary recovery ability and vitality could not be disguised. It is precisely because of this that Walker is very puzzled. In his opinion, Ivan has developed a potion for wolf poison and advocated in the Daily Prophet that the magic world should eliminate discrimination against werewolves, which is no different to all werewolf wizards. It's like a savior. Even if these people are not grateful, why do you want to attack Ivan's magic shop? When Walker pinched the black-robed wizard's head and asked, he didn't notice that their fighting broke the glass cover next to him. A long noose stained with traces of blood fell not far from his feet. Although the noose was uncontrolled, it rolled up silently like a snake, and Walker couldn't react at all and was strangled tightly by his neck. The situation turned sharply for a while, and Walker's face became scorched, and he let go of the black-robed wizard who was restraining him with both hands. But the noose is so tight that even if Walker has a lot of strength after transforming into a werewolf, he can't do anything with the noose. The black-robed wizard kicked Walker into the corner and quickly stood up and picked up the wand that had fallen on the ground. Finally, he looked at Walker again and replied with a sneer. Didn't you just ask me why I attacked there? Of course it was for the wolf poison potion. Walker, who was tied up, couldn't speak in discomfort, but stared at the black-robed wizard in front of him with puzzled eyes. Wolf poison potion? He remembered that Ivan never prevented other werewolf wizards from buying this potion, and given the particularity of their group, he also ordered a relatively low price. As long as you work hard, you won't be unable to afford a potion every month. Since you can grab it, why should you buy it? The black-robed wizard saw Walker's naive thoughts and said with disdain. 10 gallons a month is not a small amount. It's better to find a way to get the formula of the wolf poison potion and make it yourself. Maybe you can even make a lot of money from other werewolves. Walker did not expect that the guy who belonged to the werewolf in front of him would actually say that. He was very angry, but there was nothing to do. He could only open his eyes and couldn't move at all. The black-robed wizard did not want to delay any more time, raised his wand and pointed it at Walker. In fact, he was very interested in why Walker was able to transform into a werewolf freely, because in his mind only the werewolf leader Fenrir Greyback could enter the werewolf form without the full moon. But the current situation is very bad. The sound of fighting in other places has stopped. He is very clear about the situation on the field. After Asia and others appeared, Bach had no chance of winning. Had it not been for this werewolf kid who had to entangle him, he would have run away long ago. After spitting badly, the black-robed wizard pointed at Walker and chanted. Goodbye boy, Avada soul. The dark green light flickered at the top of the wand, Walker's pupil shrank, and the protective ring Ivan gave him could not resist the attack of the killing curse. At the same time, an immature female voice rang. Fed out. A crimson light struck the black-robed wizard's back first, knocking him out, and the green light of the killing curse followed, rubbing Walker's body to the ground, exploding a pothole. Walker was sweating his head, and his huge wolf eyes scanned the surroundings, wanting to see who saved him. The most important thing was that he needed someone to help him get rid of the obstructive noose around his neck. In a dark corner, a little brown-haired witch emerged from the void. After putting away the invisibility cloak, Hermione looked at Walker, who had turned into a terrifying werewolf in front of him, with some fear, but she said forcefully and calmly. How should I help you? Walker pointed to the noose around his neck was restrained, and he couldn't speak at all. Hermione tried to cast a spell, slashing one end of the rope with the shadowless curse on the ground. In her opinion, only the magic item needs to be destroyed, and Walker will naturally be saved. It's a pity that magic items are obviously not that easy to destroy. Even if the Shenfeng Shadowless curse is cut up, it does not have a very good effect. It just cuts out a few small marks. Walker was strangled and rolled his eyes, and when his brain was in a daze and was about to lose consciousness, a strange flame fell on the rope, burning the noose into 2 pieces. As soon as he tightened his neck, Walker pulled the noose down with a sudden force and threw it underground. The strange flame burned along the rope of the noose, quickly burning the magic item to ashes. Hermione looked behind her. Naturally she did not release the strange flame. Ivan's figure walked out of the darkness, helped Walker up, patted his furry shoulder, and asked. Walker, are you okay? Fortunately, thanks to Miss Granger for saving my life just now. Walker's huge wolf face showed a look of fear. He was almost killed by the black wizard just now. Yvonne turned his head to look at the little witch on the side, and said helplessly. Hermione, why are you here? Didn't I let you wait outside in an invisibility cloak? This time, the plan to attack the Bochum store was too dangerous, and Yvonne did not involve Hermione in it. At the same time, Yvonne was also a little worried that she was staying alone in that mansion, and before and after thinking about it, she simply let her stay in the temporary stronghold outside. I thought you just came in after the fight. Hermione spit out her tongue. She was very frightened outside listening to the explosions and screams coming from here, for fear that Yvonne and others would have an accident. So after noticing that the movement in the Bokimbok shop stopped, Hermione came in wearing an invisibility cloak to check the situation, and just happened to ran into the black-robed wizard who was about to kill Walker. Even though Walker had transformed into the appearance of a werewolf at that time, Yvonne had told her before that the guy in the black wizard robe was the enemy, and Hermione then stunned the opponent. After hearing Hermione's story, Yvonne was a little afraid. If Hermione hadn't made a mistake and arrived in time, I'm afraid Walker would be dead. Thanks to you this time, Hermione. Yvonne said gratefully. I can help. Hermione shook her head. Walker slowly changed back to his human form, but he looked a little dejected. Yvonne thought that he had lost to the dark wizard in the battle, and felt depressed because he was almost killed, so he offered a few words of comfort. The strength of those black wizards is not weak, and the place is full of dangerous black magic items. It is normal to lose accidentally for a while. Chapter 343, Can you close your eyes for a while? Hermione. But to Ivan's expectation, Walker's mood didn't improve, he still looked sullen. After struggling for a while, Walker said suddenly. I'm sorry. Halls. What's the matter? Yvonne was a little strange, not sure why Walker said that. Walker glanced at the black-robed wizard lying on the ground, scratched his hair, and said apologetically. You have done so much for us werewolf wizards, but these guys are still thinking about wolf poison potions. At this point, Walker is a little guilty. As a member of the werewolves, he simply can't understand how these people do this kind of thing, and he doesn't want Yvonne to misunderstand these werewolf wizards. They are them, what does this have to do with you? Yvonne said funny. But... Walker eagerly wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Ivan's wave. No matter which group has good people and bad people. Besides, many wizards in Knockdown Alley have discriminated against werewolves. Is it because I also live in Knockdown Alley? I have to represent each of them and give you one by one. Can't apologize. Yvonne said. Walker seemed right to think about it, and immediately scratched his hair and smiled embarrassedly. Since his mother's death, he has lived with Fran and others directly, and all he has experienced is how much werewolf wizards are discriminated against in the magic world. So there was a time when Walker was very hostile to all non-werewolf wizards. Now it seems that it is indeed the same as what Yvonne said. There are good people and bad people in any group, and it cannot be generalized. Seeing that Walker is no longer on the horns, Yvonne feels relieved, and he is not surprised by those werewolf wizards who avenge their grievances. In fact, werewolf wizards like Fran, Walker, and Lupin, who do not steal or their own hard work to support themselves, are the few in the werewolf community. More werewolf wizards, due to their living conditions, only rely on stealing and killing, and finally degenerate into evil black wizards, retaliating for the pain they have suffered on other innocent people, constantly creating panic on a large scale. And this once again intensified the magical world's resistance to werewolf wizards. So even if there is a wolf poison potion, it will be an extremely long process for the werewolf group to be accepted by the public. Yvonne looked at the black-robed werewolf who was lying on the ground and fainted. For a while, he was a little emotional. He turned his head to look at the little witch standing beside him, and said softly. Can you close your eyes for a while? Hermione. Close your eyes? Why? Hermione's brown eyes looked at Yvonne, a little at a loss. But Yvonne just looked at her silently and didn't speak. Hermione hesitated for a moment, nodded out of trust in Yvonne, closed her eyes nervously, thinking about some scenes she saw on TV during the summer vacation in her mind. After a while, Ivan's voice rang in her ears. Shen Feng Wuiying. Is followed by the ripping sound of a sharp blade piercing the flesh, and a cry of pain. Hermione's thoughts interrupted, and then there was a panic of fear in her heart. She suddenly realized what Ivan was doing. Killing. Kill the black-robed wizard who was just knocked out by himself. Hermione opened her eyes, and as expected, a big hole was pierced through the black-robed wizard's chest, the black robe was stained with blood, and a strong, nauseating smell of blood came out. Although she had seen more tragic scenes before, Hermione was still a little uncomfortable for a while, and then glared at Ivan with anger, and then realized that Ivan let her close her eyes to prevent her from seeing the murder scene. But Hermione didn't say anything in the end, she was more annoyed at her weakness. Let's go. Ivan took the initiative to hold Hermione's hand and pulled her away, clearly feeling that Hermione's wrist was trembling slightly. For a 13-year-old witch, he experienced this in a short time. The scene of multiple killings really embarrassed her a bit. In a moment of silence, the three of them returned to the meeting room. Everyone except them is already here. Fern is carrying Bok who has passed out in a coma, and Asia is holding some well-preserved black magic items in his hands, which seems to be taken back to study. Since it's all here, let's go quickly, and those auras should come after a while. Doubt looked out the window, and the movement here has caused some commotion. Ivan nodded. The Bojin Bok magic shop is different from his magic shop. It is too close to Diagon Alley. Maybe someone will notify the Ministry of Magic. If they accidentally collide with the aura who came to investigate, then but it's troublesome. What about these corpses? Don't you need to deal with them? Ivan glanced around, looked at the badly damaged magic shop around and the corpses of the black-robed wizards on the ground, and asked aloud. Given that I watched a lot of criminal investigation dramas in his previous life, Ivan was worried that the Ministry of Magic would follow the clues to track him down. Don't worry, they are the wanted criminals of the Ministry of Magic. If they die, they will die. This is Knockdown Alley again. Those auras at most receive notifications to come and walk through the scene. Doubter shakes. He shook his head, said disdainfully, and then threw the account book that he had found from Bok to the side conspicuous. Bok has been operating this dark magic shop for so long, of course, it is impossible not to have black materials, just like this portable ledger that records a lot of sales information of dangerous goods. There are some rich and powerful pureblood families among these buyers and sellers. No matter what the Ministry of Magic will do after getting the ledger, they will definitely share a lot of energy, and there is no time to take care of them. After hearing Doubt's explanation, Ivan felt more relieved, and took Hermione, Asia, and the others, and evacuated from the gap in the meeting room where they were blown out. When I returned to a mansion in the northwest, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Everyone who had experienced a great battle suddenly relaxed, all of them looked a little tired. After Bok was detained, they were assigned a room to rest. It is also because the house of Doug's friend is big enough, otherwise it can't accommodate so many people. Ivan lay on the bed and took out the time converter on his neck and looked at it. The funnel in the middle of the golden ring was faintly gleaming, and the gravel slowly flowed from one side of the funnel to the other, still ice and ice. It was cold, and there was no sign of fever. This means that he can stay here for a while. But Ivan doesn't care anymore, he has solved the real murderer of this attack, Bok, and saw the safe and sound Asia. It doesn't matter when he goes back. Chapter 344, Are You Really a Dragon Knight? The next day, in the morning, Ivan woke up from bed with a yawn. Opened the curtains and glanced at the clear sky outside. Ivan's tense mood for a long time was completely relaxed. What should I do today? Suddenly, Ivan was a little uncomfortable. He had been busy for a few months before, but today he let go of the burden. Apart from the need to make a Verita serum medicine later, there seems to be nothing urgent to do. Up. Click. The closed door was opened, and Ivan turned his head and saw Hermione appear outside the door, greeting him happily. Ivan, come out for dinner. Well, good. Ivan also smiled and nodded, and walked out with Hermione. Halfway through, Ivan also asked about the state of the time converter on Hermione, and asked her to tell herself when the time converter was slightly hot. Once the power of the time converter fails, it will kick the user back to the original point in time, but the location will not change, which means that they will return to Knockoff Alley 3 months later. Ivan doesn't matter to him, he has enough strength to protect himself, but for Hermione, it is still very dangerous to be alone in Knockdown Alley. In the hall outside, Fern, Walker and others were sitting on chairs and eating breakfast. Several werewolf wizards touted the appearance of killing all quarters in the magic shop yesterday, which drew bursts of laughter. After seeing Ivan coming, Walker waved his hand and said hello. Ivan nodded, then glanced left and right. He unexpectedly didn't see Doubt's figure, and asked strangely. Where is the Doubt? He went to the Ministry of Magic early in the morning and said he was looking for a few friends to get the news. Aisha put his polenta and a bowl of bacon omelette on the table and explained aloud. Ivan is right to think about it. With so many things happening last night, it is necessary to find a way to understand the situation so as to avoid any accidents. In this way, while eating breakfast, Ivan was chatting with Asia about the homework, asking about what happened to Knockoff Alley after he returned to school, and occasionally talked about some interesting things he had experienced in school. Hermione sometimes adds a sentence or two. While talking, Ivan realized that Hermione and Asia were talking very happy, and put himself aside. What makes Ivan most helpless is that most of them talk about their own affairs. Aisha may want to understand his life at Hogwarts from another angle, so she frequently asked Hermione. Hermione proudly talked about how Ivan killed a troll that was about to attack her when Ivan was in the 1st grade, then rode a dragon back to Professor Chino, and saved the Forbidden Forest Watcher Hagrid. The little witch's cheeks flushed, she did not hesitate to praise her, and mentioned that many professors believed that Ivan was the best student ever. Ivan, who was listening to the side, was a little embarrassed himself, and then suddenly remembered a lot of things Hermione had said he had never mentioned to Asia, and hurriedly coughed a few times before interrupting Hermione's words. "What's wrong, Ivan?" Hermione turned her head and asked strangely. Ivan raised her eyebrows, winked at Hermione, and signaled her to say something interesting, not to mention those 2 dangerous experiences. Hermione blinked blankly, unable to understand what Ivan was trying to express. When Ivan was about to be more obvious, she was hit by a spoon on her head. Ivan covered his head and realized that Asia was staring at him. There was a slight warning in his eyes. Ivan only sighed and ate his meal honestly. Hermione looked at Ivan with some anxiety. She was as smart as she had guessed something from the actions of Ivan and Asia. She seemed to have said something that she shouldn't have said. After glaring at Ivan, Asia smiled again and said to Hermione, "Leave him alone. Let's talk about ours." "You continue to talk about what happened? How did you deal with the 3-headed dog? Did you get the Philosopher's Stone?" "When Ivan came back last time, I told her that every day at Hogwarts is to read books, listen to classes, and quarrel with classmates and other leisurely life. It is very safe, but he has never mentioned giant monsters, fire dragons, and 3-headed dogs. Something like that." Just as the little witch was fumbling to deal with Asia's interrogation, Ivan felt that the corners of his wizard's robe were pulled by someone, and when he looked over, he realized that it was Walker. "Halls, have you really rode a dragon? Did it look vicious? The kind that spit out fire? How did you tame it?" Walker asked excitedly. Fern and others looked at Ivan curiously. They weren't because of the dragon, but Ivan's experience at Hogwarts was too legendary. It's hard to imagine that a first-year little wizard could experience so much. But they can't say anything to doubt. Ivan has done more exaggerated things these days. In contrast, tame a dragon and kill a giant monster is nothing. Ivan remembered the scene of training Norbert specifically for the purpose of drawing dragon blood, shook his head funny, and said, "Actually, dragons are nothing special. You can find a big lizard with 2 wings and zoom in. If you train the dragon, well, it's actually not difficult. If you are not obedient, you can just eat a few meals and feed some grilled fish." Almost. Walker has some doubts whether Ivan is fooling himself, but he heard that dragons are powerful and grumpy creatures that are difficult to tame. Immediately after hearing Ivan talk about many interesting things about his raising Norbert in Hogwarts, Walker dispelled his doubts and couldn't help speaking with emotion. "If only I could get into Hogwarts." Walker is very envious of Ivan's wonderful campus life, somewhat longing, and after thinking about it, he laughs at himself. "But I don't think there will be a werewolf wizard recruited there, right?" "That's not necessarily. As far as I know, there is a werewolf wizard who graduated at Hogwarts and made some good friends there," Ivan said with a smile. This is also what he admires Dumbledore. The elderly Dumbledore can really do not discriminate against any student. Draco Malfoy in the original time and space is the best example. Dumbledore knew at the time that Draco and his parents were Death Eaters, and the old Malfoy had deliberately targeted him again and again in the previous years. Even so, Dumbledore still tried to save Draco Malfoy's soul at the end of his life, believing that Draco was not evil by nature. "What you said is true." Walker was a little unbelievable. As far as he knew, no school was willing to accept a werewolf student. He was able to enter the Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry or deliberately concealed his identity. He was expelled immediately after being exposed. "Got out?" "Of course." Ivan nodded, and talked to Walker about Lupin's past. While the two were chatting, the door of the mansion was suddenly opened, but it was Daubt who walked in from outside. Chapter 345, Bach is losing weight. "I'm really starving." Daubt hurriedly walked to the round table, grabbed a piece of bacon omelette and stuffed it into his mouth, and then drank a large bowl of polenta. Ivan didn't care about talking with Walker for a while, and asked aloud. "Dean Doubter, how is it?" "It's almost as I expected. Although the Ministry of Magic attaches great importance to this incident, it is just acting, and they can't get through the storm. They are still having a headache about how to deal with the ledger, maybe it's just a discussion. It will take a month or two. Daugert waved his hand casually and explained. Ivan was completely relieved. When the Ministry of Magic finished the meeting, I didn't know when it was. There was no time to track them down. But Ivan was very curious about the source of Daugert. They raided Bojinbok Magic Store late last night. Even if the Auror didn't sleep at night and rushed to the scene of the accident, it has only been less than half a day. Daugert was able to get accurate information so quickly, and he didn't know which senior official of the Ministry of Magic had bought. By the way, what about the Bojinbok Magic Shop? What will the Ministry of Magic do? Ivan asked, thinking that Bok's magic shop seemed to be vacant now. He thinks the location of the Bojinbok store is quite good. It is at the junction of Diagon Alley and Knockdown Alley, which is also the transit point of Knockdown Alley. More importantly, Ivan knew that there was a damaged vanishing cabinet in the Bojinbok Magic Store, and from there he could directly transmit it to Hogwarts. In the original time and space, a large number of Death Eaters entered Hogwarts Castle through there, triggering a battle between the two camps. If possible, Ivan still hopes to be able to control this place. Daugert saw Ivan's thoughts, hesitated and shook his head to persuade him. Don't think about that magic shop, now many people are thinking about it. It's just that in their opinion, Bok is now missing rather than dead, so we haven't done it yet. Let's watch the game and let them bite the dog. Ivan is a bit of a pity, but he didn't care too much. After all, the most valuable thing in that magic shop was the knowledge about making magic items, which they could still get. After having breakfast in a hurry, Ivan sneaked away while Aisha and Hermione were still chatting, so as not to be caught by Aisha and criticized. By the way, I went to the market in Diagon Alley to buy some potion materials and the cauldron, and started to make a Verita serum. As a high-level potion, the difficulty of making Verita serum is not low. Fortunately, Ivan's potion level has now been raised to a very high level, and it's not the first time that Verita serum has been made. Naturally, the success rate of potion brewing can be guaranteed. After grinding the various potion materials finely, Ivan added these processed potions into the crucible one by one, the mixing and mixing were completed, and finally the crucible was covered. The brewing of high-level potions usually takes a long time, which is not anxious. In the past few days waiting for the completion of Verita serum, Ivan was not idle, and began to study the black magic decryption that Hermione had brought over. Also did not forget to remind Daugert, Fran, and others not to approach their magic shop at will, lest they be seen by Dobby and cause historical fluctuations. It is also worth mentioning that the captured Bok has been extremely tough in the past few days, and he said firmly that he would rather go on a hunger strike and starve to death than reveal the least bit of news. Ivan couldn't help thinking of committing suicide when he was awake, so he could only add a coma spell to Bok every day to make him fall asleep like this. But Ivan has nothing to do with the hunger strike. After many days without eating or drinking, Bok's body gradually became thinner. Fortunately, when the person was about to starve to death, Verita serum was finally finished. As soon as the potion brewing was completed, the system prompt sounded simultaneously. Ding, after a period of practice, your potion's proficiency has improved, the current level is 5. Ivan glanced at his system bar. Because of his frequent use of the time converter to learn various courses and practice common spells, most of the spell levels displayed in the status bar have been raised to level 5. This means that even if the special bloodline magic is not included, his spell level is better than the average adult wizard. As for the strongest transformation spell, it is close to the 6th level. Ivan took the boiled Verita serum and found the tightly bound block in the storage room. In the past few days, Bok has long lost the demeanor he had when he first saw him. He was dirty and covered with dust and dirt. His cheeks were blue, and the thin one could see the outline of the face bones. He lay there except for breathing. Besides, there is no difference from the corpse. Ivan drew out his wand to relieve Bok's coma spell. After waiting for a while, Bok moved his body and opened his eyelids with difficulty. Bok opened his eyes and looked around, feeling weak and feeble all over his body. His stomach was empty, and it was very uncomfortable to be hungry. When he saw Ivan, there was a burst of hatred in Bok's eyes. At the same time, he also understood why Ivan still kept his life. It was nothing more than the knowledge of alchemy. Thinking of this, Bok glanced at Ivan weakly and said hardly, "You better give up. I can't say anything." "Really?" Ivan curled his mouth unbelief, took out Verita serum from the wizard's robe, opened his mouth in Bok's horrified eyes, and dripped a few drops of the potion. Bok's horrified face slowly became calm, and his eyes lost focus. Ivan tried to ask a few questions, and Bok answered them one by one, even with a clear explanation of the causes and consequences of the attack. It seems that Verita serum is indeed working. Where is the library? I mean books related to the making of magical items. Ivan then entered the topic and asked aloud. In the hidden door in the right corner of the basement, the key to open is the pendant hanging on my neck. Bok said blankly. Ivan opened Bok's collar, and he saw a silver pendant around his neck that looked like a small seal. Ivan took the pendant up, then hesitated for a moment, and continued to ask. Is there anything to be aware of when going there? Bok replied blankly. The book library has been set up with a curse to avoid light, and it is extremely dark inside. Once someone tries to release the lighting magic inside, the hidden door will automatically close, and the inside of the library will turn into a sea of flames, swallowing everything. Chapter 346, How can this porridge be so fragrant? Hearing Bok's words, Yvonne couldn't help shivering. This old guy was really sinister. Fortunately, he asked cautiously, otherwise he would be cheated to death if he rashly entered the library. Then how do you usually get in? Yvonne asked strangely. Since lighting magic cannot be used in the dull library, what should Bok do when he wants to check or retrieve a certain book? Go in the dark like a blind man? It is obviously impossible. You can enter with a glorious hand. Bok's answer was as concise as always. Yvonne suddenly realized that it seemed that Bok had set up some light-sensing magic inside the library, and the glorious hand, a special magic item, can only be seen by the person holding it, so it can naturally avoid the perception of warning magic. It happened that among the black magic items that Asia brought back for research at the time, there was this magic item, which could be used directly. Yvonne then had some doubts. What if your glorious hand is lost like this time? There are several items in stock in the store, I can also spend time making another one. Bok said blankly. Yvonne patted his head, he had forgotten it. Bok himself is a master of magical items, and even the broken vanishing cabinet can be easily repaired in the original time and space. It is naturally not difficult to make a glorious hand, otherwise Bok would not sell this thing to Malfoy. It is inevitable that Bok had other traps in the magic shop that caused him to be pitted, and Yvonne took the trouble to ask carefully again. Yvonne became more frightened as he asked. Bok has arranged a large number of traps in the magic shop, and many dangerous dark magic items are in a state that can be activated at any time. Yvonne couldn't help feeling fortunately that he had a surprise attack in that battle wearing an invisibility cloak. There was no time for Bok to prepare, otherwise I would not have won so easily. I also set up a small magic in the basement. When a stranger enters, it will automatically sound a reminder. There is only one way to crack it. Bok gushed about his wonderful arrangement to Yvonne, enough it took more than 20 minutes to finish speaking, and finally he smashed his mouth still unfinished. But it didn't take long for Bok's face to change. He looked at Yvonne in horror and screamed in shock. What did you do to me? Bok recalled everything he had just said, his face was ashamed, and he quickly guessed that Yvonne had given him Verita serum just now, and his body went limp. He knew he was done. Bok's face changed, he stared at Yvonne in shock and anger, finally smiled helplessly and closed his eyes. Do it. Yvonne looked at Bok, drew his wand and pointed, and a plate appeared on the ground in front of Bok. Bok waited for a while but didn't feel the pain, then he smelled a refreshing scent, he couldn't help but sniffed, and opened his eyes to see Yvonne still standing there, and a small pot of polenta on the ground. Bok, who was very hungry, looked at the pot of polenta, swallowed hard, and then looked at Yvonne in confusion. What the do you mean? Bok is very strange, he thought Yvonne would kill himself after the questioning. You have made it clear what I want to know just now. If you still want to starve to death, it doesn't matter. After Yvonne left this sentence, he turned and left. These polenta, naturally everyone eats leftovers in the morning. If possible, Yvonne does not want Bok to die so soon. His improved compound decoction still needs a tester who can withstand the toss. No way, who keeps Peter away for months. It made Yvonne a little uncomfortable, and had to be replaced by someone else. Bok looked confusedly at Ivan's figure disappearing outside the door, unable to understand why Yvonne kept his life, obviously he has no value. Soon, Bok's gaze was attracted by the bowl of polenta under him again, and he fell into a battle between heaven and man. He wanted to knock this pot of porridge over, and pointed to Yvonne disdainfully and said that he would rather starve to death than eat. At this time, Yvonne has already left. No matter how tough he was, no one would notice. So Bok finally gave up the idea and lay down on the ground with his eyes closed pretending to be dead, preparing to starve himself to death. Without eating or drinking for a few days, Bok's lips were white and chapped, and he was very thirsty. The fragrance of polenta kept drifting into his nose, disturbing Bok's thoughts. Bork, who was bored, opened his eyes, looked at the polenta not far away, and suddenly thought. What if this bowl of porridge is actually so ugly that you can't eat it? Bok thought in his heart, in this case, I don't need to suffer this kind of torture. Bok comforted himself, and repeatedly emphasized that he would take a sip and taste it. It's just a bite. Because his body was tied up, Bok could only hold his head hard, leaned forward and took a hesitant lick. The sweet and mellow taste of polenta is transmitted to the brain through the taste buds on the tongue, and Bok suddenly felt excited. How could it be so fragrant? Illusion. This must be one's hungry, which is actually not delicious at all. Bok tried so hard to convince himself. Then, Bok thought of another question, what if this porridge is poisonous? He doesn't think Yvonne is so kind, he felt that Ivan must be a young killer, so he planned to poison himself. After comforting himself again, Bok made up his mind and licked a few more mouthfuls. After a few minutes, the small bowl of polenta in front of him has been licked clean. Bok finally looked away. Anyway, when I drank Verita serum, I have already revealed what I said and shouldn't have said, so it doesn't seem to make any sense to stick to it. It's better to eat and drink every day and wait for the other person to give myself a happy one. Human, why do you have to embarrass yourself? Ivan on the other side has borrowed a glorious hand from Isha and sneaked into the Bojenbok magic shop in an invisibility cloak. It has been several days since his last visit. The shop that was badly damaged at the time has been repaired, and the corpse and blood have already been disposed of by the aura of the Ministry of Magic. Although there was no aura patrolling around here, the cautious Ivan still put on the invisibility cloak to avoid being seen. Ivan entered the basement, followed the instructions given by Bok and searched in the corner on the right for a while, and found the so-called secret door. There is a weird-looking gap on it, which is partially obscured by a stone table. If you don't pay attention to it, you won't notice it at all. Ivan took out the pendant and put it in. After a while, a wall in front of him shook suddenly and slowly sank. Rumbling. Accompanied by a harsh rubbing sound, a dark passage was revealed. Chapter 347, Title Deed and Alchemy Knowledge. The passage here is only about 1 meter wide and 2 meters high, and the black hole inside is invisible. Indeed, it is very likely that it has been set with a light shielding curse just as Bok said. At this time, Ivan took out a shriveled hand from the pocket of the wizard robe, took out a candle to light it, and placed it on the palm of the shriveled hand. The dim candle light faintly illuminates the road ahead. After finishing all this, Ivan always felt that he was engaging in some evil ritual, and couldn't help but complain in his heart. Although the name of this magic item is called the Hand of Glory, it is not at all honorable in terms of its usage, appearance, or production method. According to rumors, making the glorious hand requires cutting off the hand of the hanged person, wrapping it in mandala or other herbs, and soaking it. The purpose is that only the person holding it can see the light of the lighting. Obviously it will most people who use this thing are thieves or thieves. Get ready, Ivan didn't just enter like this, but waved his magic wand, using the levitating charm to float the glorious hand slowly into the dim passage. After waiting for a while, nothing happened. Ivan used the transfiguration curse to conjure a few animals and tried it out, and finally walked in with confidence. Although Bok drank Verita serum in front of him just now, and said a lot of secret things and the danger of entering the library, this does not mean that he can be completely relieved. In case Bok didn't get the trick, and deliberately told the truth to confuse himself, and finally lied on the trigger condition, then he would be in danger. Out of caution, Ivan thinks it is better to be more careful. Entering the passage of the black hole, the bright candle light of the candle became a little dim, only able to illuminate Ivan's body for a meter or two, and a dark mist farther away. I don't know if I walked for too long, Ivan found himself entering a larger space, surrounded by rows of black bookshelves. In front of the bookshelf, there are signs hung one after another, with words such as ancient Chinese classics, black magic, potions, and alchemy written on them. The ground is covered with dark red masonry, and the masonry has a circle of weird patterns. Ivan thinks this is probably a magic text for probing or setting fire. While thinking, Ivan took a glorious hand and walked around the library. The area of the library and the amount of books in the library are far from the Hogwarts library, but every magic book stored in it is a relatively high-end book. The later there are fewer books, but it looks more precious. Part of Ivan felt that it might not be found in Hogwarts' forbidden book area, and it might be the unique knowledge passed down. Soon, Ivan walked to the end of the library, and when he was about to return, he suddenly found a golden box on a desk. Ivan opened it cautiously, and found that there was something like a parchment roll inside. After a few glances, he was immediately surprised. This is the title deed to Bojenbok Magic Shop. Ivan didn't expect to find this kind of thing in the library. After thinking about it, Ivan took away the title deed. Although Doubt said that this magic shop has been targeted by many people, it might be useful to keep it. Immediately after, Ivan took out another suitcase with the extended curse cast, and prepared to pack all the books here. But due to the huge storage of the library, Ivan only gave up the idea of loading all the books, and chose to take away the more precious magic books in the next few shelves first. Put the rest here first, and then ship them in batches in the future, and put them in the basement of my magic shop. After several bookshelves were emptied, the candle in Glory's hand was almost burnt out. Ivan didn't dare to stay any longer, dragging his suitcase and rushing all the way, barely hurried out of the secret room before the candle burned out. Pulling out the pendant as the key, Ivan watched the opening of the wall slowly close, then glanced at the glorious hand, and couldn't help but sigh that the Bojenbok shop is indeed a magic shop that has been passed down for hundreds of years. The library of secret knowledge is heavily guarded, and a magic item is specially created for daily access. This kind of masterpiece is unmatched by Izaya's magic shop. But that won't be the case in the future. Ivan feels that after he has mastered the knowledge of alchemy, he may also try to turn his magic shop into an unbreakable fortress, so as to avoid similar things in the future. Bringing these books back home, Ivan simply talked about the gains of his trip to Asia, and quickly devoted himself to learning a large amount of brand new alchemy knowledge, so that many untouched alchemy proficiency in the status bar also slowly rises. Ding! After a period of study, your alchemy proficiency has improved, the current level is 5. A few days later, Ivan put down the higher mage pattern arrangement in his hand and rubbed his somewhat swollen head. I have to say that the quality of the books in the Bojinbok magic store is very high. If all of them are well understood, Ivan feels that his alchemy level may be raised to level 6. That is to say, it is not far from making magic stones and becoming the richest and longest lived person in the magic world. It's just that these esoteric books are very obscure. Although Ivan's current level of alchemy can be understood and transparent, such learning efficiency is too slow for him. I want to eat so many books thoroughly and use them proficiently. It took a few years to be awful enough, and his academic grade point was used a few months ago when he was studying potion improvement. At the beginning, Ivan was able to learn the alchemy knowledge of Professor Asia so quickly. In addition to cheating by using grade points, it is more due to Asia's willingness to unreserved, and his 10 years of experience and understanding of making magic items. Give him all the professors. Ivan shook his head, and couldn't help sighing. Now there is no such teacher who teaches himself with all his heart. Wait, it doesn't seem to be absent. Ivan suddenly remembered Bok, who was still being locked up. The other party should have the knowledge in this area. If Veritasirum is there, I don't worry about the other party's refusal to answer the question. I just don't know if he's starving to death. He remembers that when he left by himself a few days ago, Bok was very stubborn, and it seemed that he was planning to starve to death there. Because I was so focused on studying alchemy, Ivan had never learned about the current situation of Bok recently. He just ordered Walker to send some food to him every day, but he didn't know if the other party would eat or not. Thinking of this, Ivan took a few books and walked towards the room where Bok was held. Chapter 348, Bok, so you actually have such ambitions hidden. When opening the door, Ivan was stunned. Bok was sitting in the corner eating a few shortbread cookies. His complexion was much better than before, at least not as skinny as that. Bok, of course, noticed that someone came in the room, but he ignored it. He still ate for himself. After eating, he looked up at Ivan and said casually, "It looks like I'm going to die, are you here to kill me this time?" Ivan was surprised by Bok's attitude. He was still looking for a living a few days ago, and he looked like a stubborn resistance, but now he is behaving very casually. "No, I'm just here to ask you some questions." Surprised to surprise, did not pay too much attention to Bok's abnormal Ivan, and sat down straight, took out a few alchemy books and put them in front of him. "Do you think I will tell you?" Bok understood Ivan's meaning, and suddenly laughed angrily. Although he has figured out a lot in the past few days, he will not deliberately hunger strike to embarrass himself, and prepare to wait for death quietly, but this does not mean that he will help Ivan, who caused him to lose everything. Ivan did not speak, and took out a bottle of Veritasirum. The ironic smile on Bok's face stopped, and his face became very ugly. He knew that Ivan was threatening him. If you answer honestly, you can still decide what to say and what not to say, but if you drink Veritasirum, you can't help yourself. After being silent for a while, Bok finally compromised with the current affairs and said helplessly, "What on earth do you want to ask? I saw an interesting technique in this book, which can set a secret door in a magic item." Ivan took out one of the books and turned to page 37. Bok looked at the name of the book. The Mystery of Alchemy, 70 Kinds of Yin Man Techniques You Don't Know. Bok's heart suddenly understood that this was one of the few books he read most often in his early years, and he was naturally familiar with the contents. "I ran into some trouble when I tried it myself according to the instructions in the book. For example, I wanted to modify a protective item and set it to invalidate a certain kind of magic, but failed many times in the process of modification." Ivan kept talking about the problems he encountered in the process of research and learning. "The last time I almost overturned the car at Lockhart, Ivan had the idea of setting up some secret doors when making magic items, so that the things I made by myself would not be used by others against him in the future. It's a pity that Asia didn't know much about it, so Ivan stayed aground until he found the relevant books in the book collection of the Bojinbok magic store, and then he remembered it again." Bok listened to Ivan's question and hesitated for a while. He felt that the question was not difficult. Even if he didn't say it, Ivan would figure it out sooner or later, so he spoke. "Your thoughts and practices are too extreme. It is very difficult for a protective item to open the back door to a specific magic, even I can't do it. So you can change your mind to make the item automatically damage when it senses some kind of magical fluctuations, or even explode directly, to kill the owner." When Ivan heard this, he suddenly felt his eyes brightened. Bok deserves to be a good hand for a Yin person. This is much better than his previous ideas, and it is easier to make. Soon, Yifan and Bok discussed the specific plan for transforming the protective equipment. Bok was just a passive answer to Ivan's questions at first, but Ivan Yin's ideas one after another quickly made Bok itch, and finally he couldn't help but said a few more. Ivan was chatting, and suddenly thought of a question. He asked. By the way, Mr. Borkin, has the secret door you set up before been discovered? How is that possible? Bok smiled disdainfully. If he was so easily spotted, he would not live today. Of course, he wouldn't do this on every magic item he sold. It would be too tiring, and it would be prone to problems in case of an identification. Who are you going to sell this thing to? Bok hesitated for a moment, and asked casually with some curiosity. What if I am going to sell to the Ministry of Magic? How likely are they to find out? Ivan hesitated, and did not hide it. Bok's life and death are in his hands and it is impossible to divulge information. And what he wants to know, Bok is likely to know something, so asking from him is the fastest way. Don't think that the Ministry of Magic is the official agency of the magic world, but Ivan can't help but prevent it. He remembers that during the Second Wizarding War in the original time and space, the Ministry of Magic was even controlled by Voldemort for a time, and the ministers became puppets, who in turn chased Harry and others. Although the plot has long since changed, Voldemort may not have a chance to resurrect, but the threat of the Ministry of Magic has not been eliminated, and preparations must be made early. Just after Ivan spoke, Bok suddenly thought of something, his pupils tightened, and he immediately asked. Are you going to leave a secret door on the protective items sold to the Ministry of Magic? Yes. Ivan nodded. Bok looked at the little wizard in front of him, and a chill came to his heart. Because of planning the attack before, he has carefully studied the movements of Asia, so he is aware of their cooperation with the Ministry of Magic last year. Also knows that the Ministry of Magic purchased many protective items from Asia for the Aurors to use, which caused the Ministry of Magic's cleaning operation last year to be exceptionally smooth. At the beginning, Bok was wondering why Asia suddenly cooperated with the Ministry of Magic, and was very considerate to provide repair services for the damage of protective props. Now it looks like this is the next big move. So they have been calculating the Ministry of Magic since then. Bok couldn't help thinking about what will happen when the Aurors who bought the protective ring meet them one day. Just thinking about it, Bok shuddered. But as an opponent for many years, he knew Aisha, that woman should not have the idea of wanting to control the magic world, otherwise, she would not stay in Knockdown Alley for more than 10 years. Then it can only be. Bok looked at Ivan with turbid eyes, and took a breath. He couldn't believe that a teenage boy was planning to calculate the Ministry of Magic last year and boldly made such an arrangement. But Bok soon remembered that the little wizard in front of him could not infer from common sense, whether it was words, deeds, or ability and talent, he was far superior to his peers. The extraordinary power of explosive magic and the special white patron saint impressed him even more. Amazing. I didn't lose unjustly. Bok sighed with a wry smile. He thought about his obsession with the petty profits in Knockout Alley, but didn't want the other party to put himself in the eyes. Chapter 349, Bok, you must be deliberately confusing the Ministry of Magic. In a daze, Bok couldn't help but remember the black-haired teenager who came to the magic shop to do odd jobs decades ago. They were all the same, young, strong, and equally ambitious. Time and space seemed to have returned to that time, the two figures overlapped together. But soon, Bok overthrew his previous thoughts, because the little wizard in front of him was obviously more bold than the Dark Lord at that time. Tom Riddle in his youth, although he knew how to win people's hearts and form cliques, he could never make such a bold layout. Don't you worry about being discovered by the Ministry of Magic? Bok couldn't help but ask aloud. While he was surprised by Ivan's courage, he didn't understand why the other party had so much confidence to calculate the Ministry of Magic. You must know that if such a small action is discovered by the Ministry, it will definitely anger this behemoth. And Ivan, who has not grown up yet, can't cope with the pursuit of the Ministry of Magic. Of course I am worried. If you are not worried, I will ask you what these do? Ivan rolled his eyes and complained in his heart. This idea is just that Ivan is cautious and temporary. If it doesn't work, he will give up decisively. Just as Ivan was about to explain, Bok's face changed. He suddenly realized something and said loudly. No, that's not right. You have a plan a long time ago, so you don't worry about this at all. Amazing. Bok admired again. You are smarter and more cautious than I thought. Know how to use some means to confuse the Ministry of Magic to gain their trust. Bok quickly figured out Ivan's plan. The protective items Ivan sold to the Ministry of Magic must have no problems, and they can easily pass the review of the Ministry's professionals. The purpose is to let them relax their vigilance. The real maneuvering is when repairing protective props. At that time, the Aurors were probably used to the convenience that these protective items brought to them, and of course they would no longer doubt whether Ivan had bad intentions. The Ministry of Magic is also unlikely to collect all the protective items distributed to the Auror and check it again. Even Ivan can wait until he really needs to deal with the Ministry of Magic, and gradually leave secret doors for those protective items. This is undoubtedly reducing the possibility of being discovered again. Such a bold and prudent plan made Bok amazed. The one who came up with this plan in particular was a 12 or 13-year-old wizard like Ivan. Is this a genius? Bok sighed in his heart. He already had a foreboding that the magical world that had been stable for more than 10 years would be a storm again. This time the magical world would probably face a more difficult existence than the Dark Lord. Listening to Bok's admiration, Ivan was at a loss and didn't understand what Bok said. He is just a bit more frustrated, and he temporarily consciously wanted to beware of the Ministry of Magic, so as not to be scammed by his own magic props. Are you so surprised? Mr. Bojan. You haven't answered my question yet. Ivan reminded helplessly. Bok has just recovered from it. There is no major problem with your plan. Although there are wizards who are proficient in alchemy in the Department of Mystery Affairs of the Ministry of Magic, they are relatively average. If you don't investigate carefully, you will never find those arrangements. At this point, Bojan said. Pause, hesitated for a while, and continued. But I advise you to endure it for a few more years and don't act rashly. After you become an adult, you will have the strength comparable to the Black Devil before you start. Otherwise, even if you destroy the Auror, it will be difficult to convince the public, and you can't control the entire magical world. Time is what you lack the most now. Bok talked freely. The reason for saying this is because Bok suddenly felt that he was not sure to die. With the ambition and courage of the little wizard in front of him, he may not be able to tolerate him. It is possible that the other party is just testing whether he has enough value. Therefore, under the battle between heaven and man, dignity is still lost to the desire for survival. More importantly, Bok believes that he is defeated by the uncrowned king of the magical world in the future. It does not seem to be a shame. Annihilate the Auror? Control the magic world? Ivan looked at Bok with weird eyes. At this time, Ivan also realized that the other party might have misunderstood something, but he was not stupid enough to reveal it. Because Bok's attitude has obviously changed, unlike before, he didn't say anything if he didn't take the initiative to ask questions. For many questions he asked, he answered honestly one by one, and sometimes he took the initiative to point out the omissions. So soon this small room temporarily used for imprisonment became a place for two people to study alchemy. Bok has a very old experience and a unique inheritance of alchemy knowledge. After decades of painstaking research, he has a high level of alchemy. Ivan's alchemy level has also been raised to level 5, and the gap with Bok is not that big. In addition, for a dying person, Ivan did not need to hide too much, confided a lot of core knowledge and exchanged blogs, so the nature of the two is more inclined to discuss rather than unilaterally teach. During this process Ivan quickly absorbed the alchemy knowledge of Bok. The most direct manifestation is that the alchemy proficiency in the status bar has skyrocketed by just one day. More than 100 points. That desperately long strip of proficiency has directly increased by 1/10. Ivan was very happy when he left. If he continues to grow at this rate, it won't be long before his alchemy can be upgraded to level 6. In the next few days, except for a few trips to the Bokimbok store and emptying the library there, Ivan spent the rest of his time studying alchemy with Bok. What makes Ivan a little strange is that this time the stay time seems to be abnormally sufficient. It is calculated that he has been here for more than half a month, the time converter is still the same, cold, and Hermione has no sign of being kicked back to the original time and space. Mr. Bojan, have you ever studied the alchemy of time? During a discussion with Bok, Ivan suddenly asked tentatively. No, I don't know about this. The only alchemy tool that I know about time is the time converter. The production method of this kind of thing has been lost hundreds of years ago. Only the Ministry of Magic still has some stocks, but even in the most dangerous form, the Ministry of Magic has never seen it used. Big restrictions. Bok shook his head, saying he couldn't help. Then Bok seemed to think of something again, hesitated and continued. There is one exception, he should know this knowledge. Chapter 350, it turns out that even you were kept in the dark by him. Who? Ivan asked curiously. Nicole Lamay. Bok slowly uttered a name. Hearing this name, Ivan suddenly realized. Except for this legendary alchemist who has lived for more than 600 years, there is indeed no one else. In the time when Nicole Lamay lived, the method of making time converters still existed, and the other party may have some research on this aspect. But then Ivan was a little discouraged, and Bok's words were the same as he hadn't said. An alchemist at the level of Nicole Lamay is not something he can reach. What's more, Nico destroyed the magic stone that made the elixir not long ago. Ivan is not even sure whether the opponent is still alive. Thinking of this, Ivan had to throw aside the thought of inquiry, took out a protective ring from the pocket of the wizard robe, and threw it on the ground. Because of Bok's recent good performance, Ivan would usually untie the rope that binds his wrist when discussing alchemy with Bok, otherwise it is always inconvenient to not be able to draw pictures when teaching magic texts. Ivan also didn't worry about Bok's sudden violent attack, because the other party had neither a magic wand nor the exquisite magic props in his hand. He wanted to subdue Bok without much effort. Are you done? So fast. Bok picked up the protective ring that Ivan had thrown on the ground and looked at it for a few times. He suddenly realized that Ivan had turned the plan they discussed before into reality and produced the finished product. Of course. Ivan nodded affirmatively. After studying carefully for a while, Bok saw that Ivan had set up an induction mechanism in the protection ring. As long as he received some kind of magical fluctuation, he would stun the holder in the opposite direction. As for why not kill? Bok understands very well, if the aura is killed in one go, who will maintain the rule? So just get rid of the diehards, and the rest will naturally surrender. How is it? Ivan asked. It's very delicate. If you didn't know in advance that you moved your hands and feet on this ring, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to tell it. Bok tut and exclaimed. Ivan's learning ability or alchemy talent is far better than he expected. The medium is higher. In just over a week, the other party has absorbed and understood the knowledge he taught, and can use it initially. Bok has never seen such an all-rounder. Generally speaking, a person's energy is limited, especially when he is still young. He usually achieves certain achievements in one aspect and is bound to share other aspects of energy. But Ivan seems to be omnipotent, but Bok remembers that the little wizard in front of him is the developer of the wolf poison potion, and the potions must be extremely accomplished. Coupled with outstanding strength and a good level of alchemy, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Bok would never believe that such a person would exist. After a silent sigh in his heart, Bok turned his mind back to research, reminding Ivan that the place where the secret door was arranged can be more secretive. It is best to hollow out the inside of the ring and engrave the magic text inside. In this case, unless the other party deliberately destroys the ring, it is difficult to find the clue. The two discussed for a whole afternoon. It was not until dinner in the evening that Ivan waved his magic wand to restrain Bok again, and the latter did not intend to resist. Bok knows that he has not gained Ivan's trust, so he is very patient. Did you go to the guy Bok again? At the dinner table, Aisha watched Ivan coming out of the room where Bok was held, and asked subconsciously. Yes. Mr. Bojan provided me with a lot of ideas. Ivan grabbed a shortbread cookie on the table and said lisp. You don't want to think about it, what if he is lying to you? Ixia somewhat helplessly reached out and rubbed Ivan's hair, and asked with some worry. Alchemy knowledge is always true anyway. Didn't I show you the compiled notes? Ivan shrugged and didn't care too much. He only needs to use the proficiency prompts given by the system to be able to judge whether Bok has deliberately misled himself in the communication process. Not to mention that blog seems to be something that the brain has supplemented, so the attitude will be flipped 180 degrees. Now Ivan is at a loss and dare not ask more, for fear that Bok will ignore himself if he exposes his stuff. Looking at Ivan, who was full of confidence, Asia didn't know what to say for a while. As for the notes Ivan said, Asia has naturally read it. The above is the alchemy knowledge that Ivan has carefully sorted out. It is simple and easy to understand, and she has also benefited a lot. Even so, Asia still wonders if there is any conspiracy in it. Bok doesn't make sense. Such kindly Professor Ivan has so much secret alchemy knowledge. But Asia didn't say it clearly, but planned to ask him personally from Bok. Ivan didn't know what Asia was thinking, and after having lunch in a hurry, he was taken to the training ground by Wakla. Since he almost died that day in the Bojan Bok magic shop, Walker was very eager to improve his strength, so he begged to go to Ivan. Ivan considered that he promised Walker would take the time to teach him the magic of Thunderbolt Explosion last summer vacation, so he readily agreed to and brought Hermione with him by the way. Anyway, it's all about teaching. Ivan doesn't care how many people learn. Before leaving, Ivan hadn't forgotten to remind him. Mom, you remember to give Bok something to eat later, don't let him starve to death. Aisha nodded, waved his magic wand to clear the round table, and then walked towards the room where Bok was held with a bowl of gruel and some shortbread. Click. The sound of pushing the door opened Bok, who was lying in the corner dozingly. He thought it would be Ivan who came in, but unexpectedly saw Aisha with a bad expression. Bok, what do you want to do? Aisha put the plate in her hand casually, holding the wand, and asked very seriously. There was a puzzled look on Bok's face, and he didn't quite understand what Aisha was talking about. Those alchemy knowledge should be very precious, you just impart it to my children unconditionally? Don't tell me, because you know that your death date is approaching, so you plan to find an inheritor. Aisha looked at Bok, said sarcastically. Aisha knows how deep the grievance between her and Bok has been for more than 10 years, so she doesn't believe that Bok will have such kindness. You ask me what I want to do. Bok's expression became very strange. A moment later, Bok grinned, and the smile made Aisha a little bit cold. Just as Aisha frowned, Bok's laughter suddenly stopped. He stared at Aisha for a while, and said with great certainty. So even you were kept in the dark by him.